Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Best Friend Zone by Nicole Snow. Narrated by Carly Robbins and Tor Tom. 1. Here we goat again. Tori. 9 years ago. When I look back at my 17-year-old self, there are exactly 7 minutes and 20 seconds forever burned into my brain. That's how long it takes to get out of Granny's little red Nova I'd driven over to Farmer Faulkner's place, carrying a freshly baked peach pie, smelling like heaven. How long I bite my lip on their doorstep, unsure if Gwyn would even be home, much less receptive to a decadent dessert at 10 o'clock in the morning, but Granny did give it her ringing endorsement, swearing it's the best I've ever made from her recipe. How long I exhale in relief as a tall, handsome boy, who looks 1,000 times better than this pie smells, opens the door with his trademark grin. How long I stand there speechless, staring up at him, and forget how to form words. Thankfully, Quinn remembers for me, holding the door open and waving me inside with a bewildered look. Even though we've been friends for years, I still get clogged full of butterflies when he shoots me that smile. "Don't just stand there teasing me. Get in here," he says with a laugh like a song. "Okay, I just baked it this morning," I mumble, shocked I can speak with my cheeks in flames. "Granny's recipe. We thought maybe you'd be in the mood for..." Record screech. Stop. We're not quite halfway through my 7 minutes of heaven. This is when it takes a detour through hell. Because a second later, the toe of my shoe catches on Grandpa Faulkner's unseen pile of boots by the door. For another second, there's just panic, a faint hope I might get lucky and avoid making a total fool of myself. Nope, not today. The jarring sensation of my body spinning and hitting the floor proves one thing. I just ruined any hope the hottest boy in town ever had of eating this delicious pie by planting myself in it face first. At least it isn't so piping hot it hurts. Not physically. Emotionally? I'm dead. I think the only reason I'm not bawling when his strong arms lift me up is because I'm too freaking sticky, plastered in peach filling. "Tori, holy shit. Take my hand," he growls, slipping his big fingers through mine. "Let's get you cleaned up." For the next minute, I'm just silent as a grave, counting how many times I must have dreamed of this moment, holding Quinn Faulkner's hand. And not one of those dreams ever included being a hot mess of sticky hair, fruit filling, crust, and skin so red with shame, I wonder if it'll stain me crimson for life. Somehow he's still laughing, even as he brings me upstairs to the bathroom and fetches a washcloth from nowhere, wiping at my face. But it's not a cruel, arrogant, "look at what a klutz you are" laugh. He's too good for that. It's kind, as if to say, no big deal, peach-flavored shit happens. I'm a little less sticky when I grab the washcloth out of his hand and use it to blot at my face, trying to hide the tears and failing. I'm sorry, Quinn. I'm such an idiot. I tried to do one nice thing for you and... "And?" he echoes, snatching the damp cloth from my trembling hand and gently blotting peach goo off my cheek. "Last I checked, it's the thought that counts. Don't think I don't appreciate it." "But you saw how clumsy I am," I whine, tipping my face up to the ceiling. "I saw you practicing one hell of a talent act," he whips back. For a second, I look down and glare at him, biting my lip, but the gentle, joking shine in his bright green eyes is there to soothe me, not taunt. He's always been the older boy, but he's also mature beyond his years. "Is this what you do when you go home to your fancy-schmancy dance routines?" he asks, that Oklahoma twang in his voice turning me to butter. "You think I planned this?" Shaking my head, I smile anyway at how absurd it is. You think I wanted to look like a total ass in front of you and your grandpa?
I mean, it's a step up from the bees,
He says with a wink, referring back to the infamous time we met several summers ago.
and Gramps ain't here. He's in town today picking up jars for his honey.
Okay, but all that effort. I made it for you guys and I ruined it. You never even got a chance to taste. I flinch as he runs his finger over my cheek, wiping a small dab of peach off my skin. Then I watch in disbelief as he plucks it into his mouth, taking his sweet time licking his finger. Oh my God. I pull my messy hair over my face like a shield. Bad idea. Probably. When blushing this hard could set my face on fire.
Tastes like summer to me. Sugary, sweet, just a little tangy, and... Oh, wait a minute.
I freeze in terror as he frowns deep in thought.
Yeah, I think it tastes just a little bit like an overachieving whiner who thinks I'm gonna send pictures of her peach-splattered face to her family, her friends, her teachers, all her future bosses, and every dude who wants to date her.
His eyes practically fuse with mine as he smiles. Idiot! I snap, punching him in the arm. Be serious. I'm trying to apologize.
And I'm telling you, there's no need. Shit happens. You'll bring over a new pie when you feel like it, and we'll pretend this never happened.
Right, like it's just that easy. But the twinkle in his eyes insists it is. You're the worst, I say, grabbing the washcloth again so I can scrub away the smile I'm fighting. I'll never live it down. And what kind of man wants a girl who makes a mess like this? He'd probably be scared I'll hit him in the face with a pie sooner or later.
Plenty of guys, Peach. I promise. You're gonna make some dude ecstatic.
My eyes dart up, fully expecting to see another playful and annoyingly gorgeous smirk etched on Quinn's face. Only, there's not a shred of fun in those emerald fire eyes. None of the usual clown sarcasm. He's stone-cold serious, and I try to blame every last bit of the searing hot blood rushing to my face on the pie mishap as my 7 minutes and 20 seconds to heaven expires. That's how long it takes for him to save me for the second of many times in my life. It's also how long it takes me to fall from schoolgirl infatuation to head over heels in love with Quinn Faulkner. Present. Life is a whole series of firsts. The rush of a first kiss with an impossible boy on a sticky summer day. The first disappointment of that damning B on a Euro history test your overachieving butt busted itself over. The first time your adult self steps into a small town that still feels magical, even though you're far too old for that kind of thinking anymore. And then there's your first time with goats. Come on, Guy. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I planned on winding up a goat wrangler in Dallas, North Dakota, I tell Owl, the huge black hill of a dog sitting next to me in the passenger seat. He's looking at me now, turning away from staring out the truck's windshield like my co-pilot. Honestly, he is my co-pilot on this journey, the only one I can depend on when the time comes to turn loose a dozen bleeding, horned eating machines on a couple overgrown acres. You know, I could be dancing on Broadway right now, I whisper to the Tibetan Mastiff, if it wasn't for this bum knee. I glance at the dog. His big almond-shaped brown eyes settle on me, and he blinks lazily, just once before turning his square block of a head back to gazing at the hills rolling by. He's not impressed. Fair enough. I'm not either. Deep down, I think I always knew I'd fall short. A spidey sense warning me my dancing career wouldn't last forever. Heck, how many dancers are still tearing up the spotlight in their 40s? Trouble is, I'm not even 30 years old yet. I still had over a decade to go, and if I'd just gotten to Broadway, you'd better believe I'd have slayed. Want to know a secret, Owl? It wasn't my fault, I tell him, mainly because this shaggy beast is the closest thing I have to a true confidant now. It wasn't even an accident. The bitch tripped me. On purpose. I get another dull look from him. I'm serious. Swear to God. Madeline Schaefer. She'd make you lick salt in Death Valley if she thought she could get away with it. Fake blonde hair, long legs, and no tits. I glance down at my rather flat chest with a sigh. I mean, meh, boobs. Kinda come with the territory. I've done enough cardio for 10 lifetimes. I huff out a breath. The fact that I'm almost up to a B cup might be the only good thing about sitting on my ass for months. Owl's big brown doggy eyes land on my hair. Probably because sitting on the seat the way he is makes him taller than me. I feel like he should be wearing the seatbelt, but I couldn't figure out how that would do anything except get him tangled up and annoyed. He's still staring at my hair with his meaty pink tongue flopped out as I touch my ponytail, making sure it's intact. I thought dogs couldn't appreciate bright colors. I'll have you know, I kept these pink highlights from my last big show. Jean-Paul swore I'd be center stage, but I guess Madeline talked him into other plans. I still can't help but wonder if they schemed it together. My teeth grit together. A wave of ice-cold sadness strikes as I glance in the rearview mirror at the stock trailer I'm pulling, the one full of goats. Forget Broadway, prestigious dance halls, two-timing competitors, and cheating exes. This is my life now in Dallas, hauling around rent-a-goats for my lazy slug of an uncle, bless his heart. Never mind, I tell the dog, swallowing my frustration. But having pink highlights and brown hair is no easy task. They had to strip all the color out of those sections, so for a week I was walking around with white stripes, looking like some kind of overgrown skunk. Then Cheryl, was my hairdresser, put in the pink. Bright neon pink. You should have seen it, Owl. I basically glowed in the dark. This is after 2 months, so it's pretty faded now. I release a heavy sigh. Good things don't last forever. I'm not going through the process of having my hair stripped again. He leans forward then, laying his big scrunched muzzle on the dashboard with a hint of drool. Geez, sorry to bore you. He lets out a long grumble sigh, no doubt counting down the seconds until he's free to flop down on Uncle Dean's porch again without a care in the world. Who can blame him? My personal tragedy only makes sense to yours truly. To anyone else, it's one more dream that fell short. I'm so bright, they tell me. Good education, good looks, and oh so pleasant. Hey, my parents are even rich. I can reinvent myself and do practically anything. I'm young, I'm smart, I'll figure it out. And sometimes I take a second to count my blessings and realize they're almost right. Almost. But if I had my druthers, I'd still be in Chicago, dancing my heart out, working toward the day when people would spend exorbitant sums on tickets to see the fantabulous Tory Redson Riddle Coffee. Yeah, I'm certain the queen bitch tripped me intentionally, right in the middle of a double cabriole. Madeline was in line behind me. There was no reason whatsoever for her to have gotten close enough to bump into me. Her little oopsie sent me crashing down face first, narrowly avoiding a broken nose. The way my knee hyperextended meant nasty surgery to repair the torn ligaments and a ruptured tendon. I still have over 3 more months of real healing before I can even consider slow dancing again. Light exercise and a few other physical therapy exercises are all I'm allowed to do right now. Good thing the goats and Owl do 99% of the work on this gig. Or so I've been told. The dog sits up and lets out a low woof, a split second before my phone's navigation tells me I'll need to turn in a 1/4 mile. How'd you know? I ask him. He barks again, but because I don't speak canine, I have no idea what he's saying. Good dog. I flip on the blinker. He is a good dog from what I've seen. This will be our first time truly working together, besides loading the goats into the stock trailer back at Uncle Dean's place. Owl pretty much did that part all by himself. I swear, If he had hands instead of paws, he wouldn't have even needed me to pull down the ramp or open the trailer doors. "Ever met this guy before?" I ask, turning down the long dirt road leading up to the grand country estate on a hill. Our client today is no less than Ridge Barnett, the famous actor. I grin. I haven't ever met him since I came back here, but he's still the talk of the town. I've heard the same story over a dozen times from so many people. How the billionaire actor moved here over a year ago and got himself in a mighty big pickle, with a girl being chased by some bad guys her dad owed money to. It had a happy ending, of course. All the best stories do. A sham engagement, a whirlwind romance, a gaggle of villains brought to justice. Dallas folks seem just as grateful to Ridge for giving them something to boast about as they are for the times when he let half the town put their drinks on his tab. I'm still thinking it over when Owl barks, just as my phone navigation speaks. Our destination is a mile ahead, on the right, underscoring just how big the Barnett Ranch is. We drive past a small herd of cattle grazing on a hill. They're the start of big plans for this ranch, from what I've heard. Though last fall they had plenty of business in the run-up to Halloween. Uncle Dean says the Barnetts want this land cleared for more pumpkins, I tell the dog, shaking my head at the thought of a rich and famous badass movie star growing freaking pumpkins. Can you believe it? It seems so odd, but maybe it's his wife's pet project or something. Almost as odd as the fact that I'm talking to a dog and half expecting him to answer. Funny, I can't remember who owned this property years ago when I spent summers here with Granny, but I know it's next to Reed Land. You know, North Earhart oil fame, where half the town works. Old Man Reed's granddaughter liked to come here and spend summers with him. We used to play together as kids. Bella was a cool lady. Owl barks as soon as I say her name. You know her? Oh, wait, I say, snorting before he can bark another answer. Don't tell me. Is that horse still alive? Edison? He must be a dinosaur by now. Like 200 in horse years. People always swore he was half dog, so I guess you'd get along. Maybe because dogs are supposed to be smarter than people. Owl lets out an agreeable woof, twice in quick succession. I laugh. I'm glad you're so opinionated. This job would get lonely if you were the strong, silent type. His brown doggy eyes land on me again. Hey, don't get me wrong. You're plenty strong, my dude. What do you weigh, anyway? Probably more than me. He barks again, tossing his head. I can't help but lose it again. Look, if I'm slowly going crazy, I'll do it laughing. The synthetic voice on my phone says our destination is on the right. We've arrived. Finally. I stop the truck and look out the window. Sure enough, there's a big patch of overgrown brush in the center of the field, along with 2 big trees. I recognize it from the photos. Uncle Dean said Ridge and his family fenced this area off last year when they ran the pumpkin patch, so all I have to do is deliver the goats. Let them roam free, and their endless appetite will do the rest. I thought it was a joke at first when my uncle swore a few goats could clear a whole patch of land in hours, eating up almost anything that grows. But I've done my due diligence online and seen the living, bleeding proof. Now, I'm actually a little excited to see it in person. There's a metal gate connected to the barbed wire fence that runs the length of the property, both running parallel to a good-sized trench. I can see how this area was recently fenced off from the rest of the field, but there isn't a driveway or gravel approach for me to back the trailer over the ditch and into the field. Well, Owl, looks like you're going to have to lead our little friends through the ditch and up into the field. Are you up for that? He plants his massive paws on the center console and stands up like a furry soldier, with his black, bushy tail curled up over his back, brushing the headliner of the truck. He barks again. I'll take your word for it. I shut off the engine and open my door. Hold on. I'll get your door. He lets out a whimper and wags his tail harder. I wonder if he's just excited to get to work, or away from my loud mouth, permanently set to TMI. Owl doesn't wait for me to come to his side. I slide out of my seat, step outside, and barely scramble out of the way before he flies across the driver's seat and lands on the ground beside me with a whomp. "So nimble," I tell him proudly, scratching his huge head. "Just try not to knock me over next time, okay?" He really is quite the dog, looking like he was just flown in from the Himalayas. Owl could probably give old Edison a run for his money in the IQ department. Maybe that's his goal in life? Who knows? We all have big dreams. And when some dreams go sour, we either conjure up new ones or go insane. Today, my new dream is in sight, making a successful venture out of my uncle's latest harebrained scheme. Pretty much what Uncle Dean does best. He'd started up the rent-a-goat business earlier this spring, billing it as a fast, all-organic solution to the many properties here in rural North Dakota that need weeds and brush cleared. He promised every farmer in earshot that his crew can chew through anything, leaving no chemicals and no mess. Easy peasy. Except Uncle Dean threw his back out the week after he landed his first 3 clients. So he claims. Ironically, that happened right after I got here. Surprise, surprise. I'm the one who's supposed to be recovering from surgery, and he bribed me into doing his work for him. Still, I'd rather deal with Dallas family drama any time than what's waiting for me at home. True recovery wasn't happening in Chicago with all the stress there, so Granny said I should pay her a visit. Or she'd pay me one anyway and drag me home with her. My parents, especially my father, who was born and raised in Granny's little house, fought it tooth and nail. That alone said it was the right move. I think I'm the only one living outside North Dakota who still appreciates this place. Dad hightailed it out of the sticks as soon as he turned 18, and the few times he'd returned were to drop me off with Gran or pick me up again. He's in real estate now. High-end, luxury real estate that barely exists in Dallas, not counting the 2 billionaire families who've made fabulous homes here. Dean, on the other hand, has country written in his soul. Forever the NASCAR-loving, beer-drinking, wisecracking, money-scheming brother. Dad's tried his entire life to pretend he isn't family. He can't stand sharing a drop of blood with Uncle Dean. Neither can my mom. She came from money. Old blue Chicago business money. The kind that leaves kids with 3 last names, so everyone knows you have a pedigree. Mom was a dancer, like me, who, also like me, was injured in her prime. Unlike me, she'd healed in days and went on to dance for years before falling for a young, dashing real estate broker new to the big city. Hence the reason I'm here. She wanted me back in the studio the first week after my surgery, when just climbing out of bed felt like scaling Everest. Typical mom, who always knows more than the doctors and therapists do. Just ask her. Thing is, I'm not ready to step foot in that studio, and it's not just because my knee won't let me. My heart puts up a much bigger fight. I'm so not ready to watch Jean-Paul and Madeline making eyes at each other, cozied up in the corner flipping through notes, his hands going places they shouldn't be. God, if I see either of them face to face again, I might just... A loud bark jerks me out of memory lane. Thanks, bud, I tell Owl, who's wagging his tail impatiently. You're right. None of that matters. Let's get these goats in the field. Oh, wait. Company? I stare up at a tall, older man approaching in a starch-white shirt, bright green eyes flickering behind his oval glasses. The Barnett's valet and household assistant, Tobin, comes off just as no-nonsense as he looks. Uncle Dean warned me. We exchange a few words, and I go over the job again, repeating everything I was told to do. The butler nods with satisfaction and matter-of-factly assures me I shouldn't have the least hesitation. His words, to contact him at the house if I run into any cause for concern. Oof. I shouldn't be intimidated, but meeting Tobin reminds me this is real work. Serious business for a very influential family in town, and I'd better do it right. It also makes me smile at just how strange little old Dallas can be. Okay, go time, I whisper to myself as much as Owl rubbing my hands. I walk around to the back of the trailer, unhitch the latch for the ramp, and lower it to the ground. Look alive! A dozen goats coming right up, I tell Owl, while walking up the ramp to peek inside. He runs toward the ditch and barks. I'm grateful it has a natural slope and doesn't look muddy, so they shouldn't have too much trouble climbing up and down to the field. Yep, that's where you're going, guys. Straight to the buffet. I unlatch the door and yank it open as he barks again impatiently. Give me a minute, will you? I'm working on it. Looks like Owl isn't the only one who wants me to hurry it up. The goats start bleating restlessly, making these rumbling little grunts that echo off the trailer's metal sides. Uncle Dean says it's just their way of saying hello. Right now it sounds more like, shake your ass, lady. We're not waiting all day. The tribe, which is what a herd of goats is called, it's amazing how much I've learned about goats, is a mix of colors. Everything from solid white, spotted black, mottled brown, and one who's this pretty ginger color. Most of them have horns and goatees, and in all honesty, they're cute critters. Friendly, too. All right, Owl. You ready? I ask, unhooking the mesh gate that keeps the goats from escaping. He barks. I let it rip, pulling back the mesh gate. Sweet freedom, boys and girls. Do your stuff. I hold in a breath. It's almost anticlimactic. Slowly, the goats start plodding out of the trailer and down the ramp, looking around curiously. Owl barks and circles the ramp, nudging the first few onward, down into the ditch. I'm watching the scene with a flicker of satisfaction when Owl sits and woofs at me. That's when I realize my mistake. Oh, crap. I should have opened the gate on the other side of the trench before letting them out. Jumping off the ramp is my second mistake. The quick movement spooks the goats, and they instantly start running in all directions, kicking up their heels and bleating loudly. Ugh! Totally not the smooth transition I hoped for into rent-a-goating. I race down into the steep ditch and up the other side, thankful I'm wearing thick leather cowboy boots. The grass is too tall to see if I'm about to step on anything or not. It's steeper than I thought. At one point, I feel like I'm running up a mountain. At the top of the ditch, I'm almost to the gate when I get whacked in the butt so hard it tosses me forward. Ow! I shout, grabbing the gate for balance, narrowly stopping myself from slamming into the big metal pipes. That's going to leave a mark, you brat! Spinning around, I glare at a large, shaggy black goat. He bleats and puts his head down. That's right. You should be ashamed. But before I can dwell on my goat-wounded pride, I jump up on the bottom rung of the gate and scramble over the top before he can headbutt me in the butt again. Ha! I'm not making myself an easy target, little guy. Too bad the troublemaker veers past me, crashing his horned head against the gate. The metal structure vibrates, and so does the fence it's connected to. Sweet Jesus, what have I gotten myself into? I wonder. Owl barks up a storm, and though he's busy rounding up goats, forcing them neatly into the ditch, I have a distinct feeling he's barking at me, telling me to open the damn gate already. Working on it, I shout back, and run to the edge of the gate. Of course, the latch is rusty and on the other side. Of course. Anything else would be too easy. Sighing, I scramble up on the metal and lean over the top, fighting for the latch, fingers working for just the right leverage. The things I do, I mutter. Climbing gates isn't on my list of physical therapy exercises. Neither is running through ditches the size of Royal Gorge. I'm exaggerating, but in my mildly panicked state, it doesn't feel like it. Then the gate vibrates again, courtesy of another horn strike by my agitated, impatient, jet-black alpha goat. Owl woofs again, this time louder. I let out a growl and dig my heels in, pushing against the rusty latch with all my might. There's a loud pop as it releases. Hallelujah. The gate swings open, its metallic hinges screeching beautifully. I'm about to turn around and give Owl a triumphant grin when I notice how it keeps swinging. Oh no. With my weight giving it momentum, it flies all the way open, taking me with it until I'm hovering over the ditch. The very steep ditch. Crud. Now I'm suspended over the Royal Gorge of North Dakota. This just gets better and better. I can't jump down. My knee won't take an 8-foot tumble, maybe more. So, clutching the top rung, I try walking along the bottom pipe inch by inch. But my movement causes the gate to swing back toward the fence and the mischievous buck. I swear to God he's staring at me now, head down and smiling. Can goats actually smile? He's definitely waiting to headbutt me again. I know that much. Owl! Get that rascal inside! I call out. The dog barks, but he's busy rounding up the rest of the dirty dozen, trying to keep them in a neat formation. Pursing my lips, I keep still, holding on to the top pipe for dear life. Maybe I'll just wait. Once Owl has them all inside the field, I'll edge along the pipe, making it swing shut. That'll work. I think. That dog is so smart, I have half a mind to tell him to shut the gate with me on it. Over my shoulder, I watch as Owl does his job, general of his own little goat army. The animals make their way down one side and up the other of the steep ditch and through the gate, taking their sweet time. Relief is almost in sight, but then I get this odd tingle at the base of my neck, almost like I'm being watched. Slowly, I turn my head to the road, half expecting to see that damn dark ringleader goat eyeing me again, plotting his next move. Nope, not him. It's a big blue pickup truck, and it's slowing down to take in the glorious sight of my helpless butt swinging on the gate like a stranded raccoon. The flash of the driver I get looks younger than Tobin, too. Awesome. My very first job, and the property owner finds me in a shamefully precarious position, hardly part of the expert crew Uncle Dean promised. Well, maybe he won't notice. Maybe he'll just keep driving. If it's Ridge Barnett himself, surely he's a busy man. The rich and famous have better things to do than stare at some hapless goat chick completely out of lucky breaks. Right? Right. I think the odds of me dancing in Paris next week are better. And I know I'm completely out of luck when the truck stops and I hear a door popping open. Oh, here we go. I turn away from the road and close my eyes, somehow hoping that if I can't see him, he can't see me. This is already so ridiculous. What's one more absurd wish?
"Hey, lady, you all right?"
He shouts.
"Looks like you're fixin' to play stunt woman in Ridge's next Western flick."
The voice is familiar, I think. A tingle zips up my spine and I open my eyes. I probably recognize it because I've seen more than one Ridge Barnett movie. The guy is Captain McHottie and a half, and newly, happily, till death do they part married. Totally off the market for this damsel in distress. Not that I'd ever be in the running in an alternate universe, or that I'm even looking. I've logged off the male gender for a good long while after Jean-Paul showed me just what lying, conniving, heartless backstabbers some guys can be. I'm fine, I call out as loudly as I can in my mortified state. Got it all under control here. Just waiting until they're inside to shut the gate.
You sure about that, Peach?
Sarcasm is the last thing I need right now. Yes, really. Peach? Again, this weird sense of familiarity hits. I chance a glance at Owl, see he's still chasing down a couple of goats, and then make a quick count of the beasts already inside the fence. 9, including the black one standing in the opening, watching me with a glint in his eye identical to Lucifer's. Just 3 more to go.
You know goats can sense rain coming, don't you?
Rain? I glance up. Where the hell did that dark cloud come from? Me, probably, considering I always have a black cloud over my head. The chaos today proves it.
Yep. They'll go right for the closest shelter at the first hint of a storm coming, which right now appears to be your trailer.
Crap, he's right. 2 goats are sprinting toward the gate from inside the fenced-in field. Oh, no, no, no. I rock the gate, trying to make it move, but now it's like the stupid thing is stuck. Son of a biscuit eater.
Tory Redson Riddle Coffee?
Shitfire.
It is you,
the stranger says. It bops me like a boulder to the head. That Oklahoma twang I haven't heard in years. I whip my head around so fast my neck pops. I'm staring at a dangerously handsome, wickedly amused, very built man smiling dead at me. He's older, bigger, and broader than I remember, but he has the same boyish dimples behind a dark scratch of beard. The same emerald green eyes drinking me in with a gaze that used to stir me up like a blender. The same forehead, aquiline nose, and neat ears perched in a face that still looks like it was crafted by Michelangelo. The same good-natured slip of a smile on his chiseled face, a half smirk, but not a cruel one. More like the kind of smile that says, he knows a scandalous secret, and you'll spend every second you're with him just itching to find out what he knows. Holy Hannah. My hold on the gate slips. Squealing, I catch myself from falling at the last second, yanking myself forward and finding my footing on the metal. Quinn? Quinn Faulkner? It rushes out of me in total disbelief.
Don't wear my name out, Peach. I knew it was you. I've only ever heard 2 people say son of a biscuit eater in my entire life, he says, scratching at his chin. You and your granny.
I shrug because that's true, and then ask the obvious. I thought you were Ridge. What are you doing here at his house, anyway?
I was wondering the same about you,
he says smugly, lifting a brow.
I'd tell you now, but something tells me you'd be a lot happier getting off that thing.
Here, let me... Owl interrupts with a loud series of barks. The goats! Wait, I have to make sure they don't wander. Quinn nods once. He must know dog speak too, because he shoots down the ditch and up the other side like it's nothing, shooing the goats back into the fence, including the devil goat. I jerk harder on the gate. Definitely stuck. It won't budge. So I start working my way along the metallic piping toward the fence, wondering why on earth this gate is so long, just as Owl chases the last 3 horned beasts through the opening. My foot slips, scratching at the ground, and pain shoots up my leg. Wincing, raw fire surges to my knee. The injury warns me it's had its fill of this, and I'm sensing it's the only warning I'll get. God. I pause, breathing through the pain, but I've barely sucked in a gulp of fresh air when the gate starts swinging closed. A strong pull is all it takes before I'm hovering over solid ground again with Quinn. No, actually, he's facing my back when the gate finally clicks shut. I'm almost afraid to turn around. If Ridge Barnett is a Captain McHottie, Quinn Faulkner is 2.5 superhero hunks. He was kinda my first boyfriend. Totally my first raging crush. Absolutely, positively, my best friend on the long, hot summers of small-town teenage hijinks here in Dallas that always made the Windy City a distant memory. The first 2 things were completely unknown to him, of course, and I planned to keep it that way. Years ago, when he'd spend summers with his grandpa, and I'd spend mine with Granny, he delivered the first hint of butterflies I'd ever had for any boy. This innocent, chaste crush we never dared turn into anything else because I think, deep down, we both appreciated an unlikely friendship too much to risk setting it on fire. That pesky age gap between us also didn't help. Still, I'd been plenty crushed when I returned here for my last summer and found out Quinn wasn't coming to Dallas. He'd grown up and joined the army. Yet here he is, grasping my waist, snapping me back to reality, which sends a gazillion volts through me. Then he lifts me off the fence like I'm lighter than a feather.
I heard you were home, Tori. Figured we'd bump into each other sooner or later. Didn't know you were helping Dean with his goat business,
he says, rendering me speechless with another panty-ripping Faulkner smile. My feet are on the ground. I think. He's released my waist, but I keep an awkward hold on the gate as I slowly turn, needing the stability. Both because that sting in my knee won't let up, and the shock of seeing him again makes it hard to stand. He's wearing a black t-shirt that leaves virtually nothing to the imagination when it comes to a rugged mess of biceps, pecs, and abs hot enough to grill on. A pair of snug-fitting blue jeans and brown cowboy boots rounds out a picture my mind files away to haunt me for another 10 years. Yeah. That's my job. Goat helper extraordinaire. Swallowing because grown-up Quinn is illegally, deliriously hotter than boy Quinn. I remember how to form words and nod. I'm being a good niece, pretending I like this and didn't get roped in. Those lush green eyes of his flash again in the light. Even with the last of the sun disappearing behind the rain clouds, his gaze glows. Seriously, no one, man or woman, should have eyes as gorgeous as his. They sparkle like lights on the Vegas Strip where it's always St. Patrick's Day, rimmed with dark lashes and thick brows which make them stand out even more.
Damn good to see you again, Tori.
He shakes his head.
How long have you been in town?
I nod because it's damn good to see him too. I'd thought it'd never happen, even if I secretly hoped it might. Of course, I can't admit that. Just a couple weeks, I answer. We all know summer's the best time to visit these parts. North Dakota winters? Count me out. I scrunch up my nose and he chuckles. Aw, he says with that twang that's as appealing as the rest of him.
So this is your first big job.
I shrug again, and then because it's Quinn, I also laugh. How'd you guess? Was it watching me get butt-rammed by a goat? Or maybe it was just running around like a hen on fire that gave it all away? He throws his head back and laughs, just like he used to so many years ago. My smile feels magnetic.
I missed the ass-ramming part. Nice knowing the Peach nickname still fits, since I guess everybody wants a piece.
His eyes flick to my hips and then away again just as fast. Oh my God. If he wanted to make this comfy reunion turn hella awkward and honestly weirdly sexy all at once, mission accomplished. I scratch at my face a little too furiously, desperately trying to hide the blush brazing my cheeks. Turning my head into a photo mat has always been his superpower. So, what? I ask softly. You've never seen a goat wrangler girl hanging off a gate before? It's Dallas, North Dakota, Quinn. We're like a colder, weirder, tinier version of the other Dallas.
Nah, that was a first for this town. Congratulations,
he says with a smile. Then he grabs my hand, pulls me aside, and then checks to make sure the gate is shut before latching it.
Come on, let's make sure those goats are all accounted for before the rain starts up.
I hear him, but right now I'm all eyes. I still can't peel my gaze off him. Quinn flipping Faulkner. If I had a dime for every time I've thought about him, I'd be a rich lady. He points at the edge of a brush cluster, counting the animals.
See there? They're already taking shelter under those big trees. I'm seeing 10. How about you?
There should be a dozen, I say. I do a quick head count, or horn count, technically, since I'm a sucker for lame puns, and find the other two moving just behind a big tree, already sticking their faces into the brush that isn't being doused with rain.
Who are we missing?
He asks. There's 2 more behind that big tree. We're good. Quinn nods, satisfied. We start walking, and I try to ignore the pain shooting up my leg. I stumble through it, fairly sure I haven't re-injured anything. It's just sore from use and a little more excitement than I needed today. There's a difference, and I've learned to recognize it.
You sure you're all right? He asks. Can't help noticing a little bit of a limp.
Oh, it's nothing. Just an old injury. I don't care to let him know old means just a few months in this case.
Dance, right?
He asks, his tone oddly neutral. I look up at him. You remember?
Well, I've seen Granny Coffee more than a few times since moving back here. The old gal's proud of you, Tori. You're damn near all she talks about some nights at the Purple Bobcat.
I give him a friendly smile, while making a mental note to ask my grandmother why she hadn't mentioned running into him. Weird. She's talked up nearly everyone else I ever knew in Dallas and filled me in on their whole biography, where they are, what they're doing. Most cases are too predictable. They're settled, working, and raising kids. The older folks are retired, but pretty much everybody's following the small-town circle of life. Grow up, get a job, get hitched, have kids, and go gossip. That last one is super important. When did you move back here yourself? I ask, hoping he has a happier reason for being in Dallas as a grown man.
Over a year ago. Ridge and I were army buddies. I came by today to drop off a few old things I found in my barn for his lady. Grace Barnett's been a one-woman decorating machine since before she married him. Hell, I'm the reason he moved out here and met her,
he says proudly, thumbing his chest.
He was looking to leave Hollywood, and I kept pulling his tail about Dallas being the best escape. Couldn't believe it when he actually bought a place here not long after I returned. I wound up helping him with a little personal mess and decided to stay longer. My grandpa willed me his place when he died, and since I was the only one in the family interested, here I am.
So you're living there full-time then?
Yep, just fixing the old farm up, piece by piece. The farm sat empty for several years between Gramps' health failing and me settling in after his funeral.
He turns his head, holding my gaze, pinning me down with those otherworldly eyes.
This town gets a hold on you, don't it? I always had a funny feeling I wasn't quite done here.
Maybe so, I whisper, giving up a smile. The more he talks, the faster questions bolt through my head, chasing after memories of better times. Memories with a charming boy who's turned into a rugged man. And he's still coming to my rescue after all these years, apparently. Imagine that. Being a temporary goat wrangler in Dallas, North Dakota, just got interesting.
2. Just Goat Serious. Faulkner. The longer I gawk at her like I've mentally reverted back to 17, the harder it is to believe I just found Tori Redson Riddle Coffee swinging off Ridge's gate. She, with the 3 names announcing to the world that she was born big city royalty. She, with a smile that still cuts like sunlight on days when the sky goes gray. She, who tormented me with wet dreams every time I'd go home to Tulsa, and years later on hot nights in Kandahar and Bagram Base. Every time my mind wandered thousands of miles home to cold beer, cooler breezes, and pretty girls I wish I'd betted. None more than the slice of Chicago deep dish sweetness standing in front of me. Legs longer than I remember, and a face that says it's seen some shit, even if she's all bashful smiles and cute lies. She's also a girl, a friend, a confidant I grew up respecting like hell. Therefore, totally off limits to the kid who was a few years older. Hey, I had just enough restraint to think with my head instead of my dick sometimes. Thank you very much. Hearing her say son of a biscuit eater left me stunned. I thought I was hallucinating the woman hanging off of Ridge's gate. Sure, I had recognized Dean Coffey's rig with its brand new Rent-A-Goat logo splashed on the side, but never, not in a million years, thought Tori would be the one driving it. Delivering goats to this cleanup job around the pond where Ridge wants more acreage cleared? Nothing says married life like the sprawling pumpkin business he's running with Grace and Nelson, his father-in-law. Ridge is on an all-organic kick between the pumpkins and his cattle. He'd mentioned hiring Dean's rent-a-goats a couple weeks ago, before leaving for another shoot in Hollywood, and Grace said today was the big day while I'd brought in her stuff. "How long are you in town for?" I asked Tori, keeping our walking pace slow due to the way she's favoring one leg. "Just until my knee heals. Gran threatened to drag me here if I didn't visit while I have the downtime." She smiles, flicking her hair over one shoulder. "What'd you do to it?" I ask. "Little dancing mishap. Overextended it, tore some ligaments, kinda ruptured a tendon. No big." "Fucking ouch." I shake my head at her. "You shouldn't have been climbing the gate over the ditch in that state." "It wasn't my choice," she says, slipping a hand over her face. It turns out goats are a bigger handful than I bargained for, okay?" I chuckle again. That's Tori, all right. Accidentally tumbling into mischief might as well be her specialty. The lady always could make me laugh with her antics, though. Even the first time I saw her, when she and a group of other kids thought it'd be cool to steal a honeycomb out of my grandpa's bee boxes. They dared her, supposedly, giving her all kinds of shit because she was terrified of bee stings. The other kids scattered as soon as they heard me coming, but she'd stay behind to apologize. That impressed Gramps when he found out. Honestly, it impressed me too, owning up to her mess. She'd been a scrawny kid with long brown cinnamon hair and big blue eyes, several years younger than me. In no time, she became the one I always looked forward to seeing every summer. There was a small group of us back then. Summer munchkins, they'd called us. Kids whose parents hightailed it out of Dallas as soon as they'd been old enough, and then years later sent their own children back to North Dakota every summer. That was my dad and hers. "So what's got Dean so busy he's sending you out here to drop off his goats instead of doing it himself?" I ask her, flicking a mosquito off the back of my neck. "Don't tell me he's busy with that hot rod racing thing again. Sheriff Wallace almost threw him in jail last summer over the noise." Tori snickers, covering her mouth. "Oh, no. He threw his back out. Just as he was supposed to get busy with his first few clients, including the Barnetts." I nod, not over her words as much as the sassy look she shoots my way. A likely story. Everyone in town knows her uncle and his abhorrence for real work that requires any stamina. If Dean Coffey could stick to one thing for more than a week, he'd be a jack of all trades. His ideas always seem great in theory, but when he discovers there's actual work involved in these get-rich-quick schemes, his enthusiasm fizzles fast. "His back?" I say slowly, pressing my tongue against my cheek. "Righto." "Yeah, he can barely crawl out of his recliner." She grins, giving me a splash of those morning blue eyes. "Except to get a beer and warm up a chuckwagon sandwich in the microwave, of course. Poor guy." I cringe. Hell, chuckwagon sandwiches. Everybody deserves to eat like a king a few times in their lives. "But don't they do it by choice?" She half grimaces, half giggles. "Those things are like Uncle Dean's entire diet." Laughing, we arrive at the tree and take a moment to recount the goats for good measure. "A full dirty dozen," I tell her, studying the animals as they bob around, chewing at whatever they can find that won't have them risking their necks in the rain. "That's what I count too." "Yeah? So now what?" She shrugs. "Dean says I just leave them here. The guy I talked to, Tobin, he said they'd be just fine back here, as long as the gate's shut. I'll check back tomorrow and pick them up in a day or two, after they've had a chance to eat up the brush." The storm picks up, big drops of rain falling. I put my hand on her back, guiding her under the tree branches to keep us from getting wet. "We might as well wait it out with the little guys. Doesn't look like it'll last long. Don't think the forecast is calling for bigger rains the next few days, so they should be good." With my hand still on her back, I push our way through the goats huddled together until we're near the tree trunk. I keep an extra eye on that dark, wicked-looking goat with the shifty eyes and longer beard. "Uncle Dean didn't mention goats not liking rain," she says, leaning against the tree. It's true. Even before the first hint of rain, they've got a sixth sense about it and head for coverage. "How do you know?" Frowning, she eyes me skeptically. "Gramps had a couple goats one time. 20 minutes before a rainstorm, this big Billy would always be standing on the porch, wanting to come inside. Couldn't get him off it either. Not until it quit raining, then he'd leave all on his own." "A Billy like that one?" She points to the large onyx goat with the hanging goatee. "Yep, quite a resemblance." "Hope yours was nicer. He's half devil," she hisses. Grinning at the way she glares at the goat, I ask, "So he's the boy who started this mess, huh?" "Unfortunately." Then she frowns. I don't remember your grandfather having goats." I gently nudge a couple more goats away from us and kneel, brushing aside some sticks and dead grass, clearing a spot for us to sit. It was way back before he had bees. I was really young, so it would have been before you came sneaking around that first time. I pat the ground beside me. "Have a seat, Peach." She plants herself down, cautiously, keeping one leg stiffer. "Trying to steal honeycomb," she chuckles. "How stupid was that?" "Pretty damn dumb," I agree.
"Harsh."
She playfully whacks me in the bicep.
"I apologized, remember?"
"Oh yeah," I say, mock rubbing my arm and wincing. I didn't actually feel a thing, but I do it so she laughs. Man, she's cute. No, wait. She was cute when she was young and wearing pie filling. Now, she's goddamn ravishing, gorgeous, straight up knockout territory. Her hair is pulled back in a long ponytail, and it's not just chestnut brown like I remember. It's turned this rich auburn cinnamon shade, laced with short stripes of pink. She's still the same thin, long-legged girl I remember, but she's filled out and ripened in ways that won't stop hounding my cock. Shit. I knew my mind would go there eventually. That last summer, when she was 17, I'd started to look at her in a grown-up way. I'd been 20, so she was definitely off limits. Jailbait in a town like Dallas, and anywhere else for good reason. A few years apart when you're young is a gaping chasm, but when you're older, when you've both turned into responsible adults, no, not even going there. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It's Tori, for fuck's sake. Not some sexy stranger for me to slobber over.
"So do you think you're back for good?"
she asks, patting Al's head. The big bear of a mastiff sprawls out on her other side, resting his head on her thigh. "No," I admit. "I mean, no plans to hang around here permanently. Just came here to fix up the old place, get it ready for sale, and get my head straight for what's next."
"Oh? Where'd you live before all these years? After you left the army, I mean."
I find myself glancing at her hands, looking for a ring. I figure her granny would have mentioned it for sure if she was married, but I can't help snooping anyway. Nope, no jewelry. "Here and there," I tell her. "Spent lots of time back in Oklahoma, the OKC. I was assigned there for a few years."
"Assigned?"
"I was with the FBI for several years after I took my discharge from the military. Trained in Quantico, and then they sent me to work pretty close to home."
"Wow. I did not know that."
She looks at me and blinks like she's seeing someone else. Hell, knowing the expression I'm wearing, maybe she is. Not too many people do. I'm holding out on her for obvious reasons. I'm on a sabbatical of sorts, still helping with cases where I can here in Dallas to keep my skills sharp. Detective for hire type stuff. All safe, easy gigs and quick cash. That's not completely true. I was on sabbatical, till I'd turned in my resignation.
"Sabbatical?"
She nods.
"Cool. Everybody deserves some time off. Just look at me."
No, It's not fucking cool. I'd taken a sabbatical because one case went hideously awry, and it was all my fault. Searching for a change of subject, I point to her leg. So you're just here till the knee heals up? How long will that be?
A couple of months at most. End of summer, I guess.
She makes a cute grimace.
Unless Granny gets sick of me and kicks me out sooner.
I snort. Can't see that happening.
You don't know my grandmother like I do.
She lays a hand on my forearm.
I know it's too late, but I'm sorry about your grandpa's death. I understand he died pretty suddenly, right?
I nod. Thanks. Yeah. I was the only one who made it back here to be at his side in time, but I came. He passed away peacefully, and he wasn't alone.
I'm glad. Grandpa Faulkner was a good man. The folks in town still talk about him sometimes. They miss his honey.
Yeah, I chuckle. He was still messing around with his bees and selling jars of that stuff, almost up to his dying day. I've got a few jars somewhere. Stuff keeps forever. Tori smiles. Not about to change the conversation back to me. I look up and I'm glad to see the rain has stopped. Several of the goats poke their heads out from under the tree, slowly venturing deeper into the brush. Well, looks like it's clearing up, I tell her. We'd better leave and let the goats do their thing. She looks up at the blue sky and sunshine lancing down.
That was fast. I'd forgotten how quick the rains can come and go here. Guess I've lived with the big lake effect for too long back home.
You know the saying, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. I stand and hold out a hand, helping her up. I force myself not to check her out completely, or let myself think too hard about how sweet her little hand feels in mine. Fuck. This is Tori, you jackass. I remind myself for the umpteenth time. Childhood friend, rich and cultured, walking nostalgia bomb. Probably the darling of every rich Chicago big shot on Tinder by now, if she even bothers going stomping around there for dates. I doubt it. She's probably got a stable of jacked brain surgeons lined up back home. Every reason in the world why don't should be the word of the day. Don't even stare at her yellow and white checkered shirt, tucked into her blue jeans, how it highlights her trim curves to perfection. Don't even pretend to get attached. Don't be stupid. So, I say, sucking in a fortifying breath of fresh air. You just leave the goats and come back? No supervision or anything?
As long as they're fenced in, it's all good,
she says, stretching her arms over her head, tempting my eyes to skim over wicked places I have no business gawking at. I watch the entire tribe of goats go rummaging deeper into the brush. Unlike other animals, they'll eat up everything before touching a blade of grass. Al ignores the critters as he walks beside us, seemingly just as ready as we are to get out of here.
I'll drive out here and check them every day, she says. Plus, I have a few other properties to check out. Make sure there's nothing poisonous to the goats before I drop them off.
Like what?
Mountain laurel and swallowwort.
I raise a brow. Don't think either of those grow here in North Dakota.
The resources I've checked say they don't.
She flashes another dangerously adorable grin.
But I have to look like I know what I'm doing.
I'm sure you're doing a better job than Dean. He'd probably forget to come back for the goats and leave them to eat up the Barnett's pumpkins too.
I mean, outdoing Uncle Dean doesn't take much.
She laughs, bumping my arm with her shoulder. There is no denying that, but I say, he's a good guy. Don't get me wrong. He'd give you the shirt off his back if he thought you needed it. Although the whole town knows Dean, his schemes, and his famous lack of ambition, he's helpful in a pinch and generally well-liked.
Oh, I know he would, and I love him for that, for being who he is. We don't all get the luxury.
I look at her, cocking my head. Somehow, the shift in tone tells me there's more going on in her life than a healing visit back to these old small-town stomping grounds. Tori shrugs. What can I say? I'm happy to help out, and it gets me out of the house, away from Granny for a few hours. Oh, she can't be that bad. Whirlwind, sure. Pain in the ass? No. I love her to pieces, but she's 70, not 16 like she thinks she is. I chuckle because it's true. Granny Coffee is as well known in Dallas as her son Dean, and even better liked. When it comes to Granny Coffee, I'd have her pegged at 21, not 16. She likes her wine too much to revert back under drinking age. Just like that, Tori grins, her teeth showing real bright in the sun. She's a fiend, and you won't believe what we take to the grocery store. What, her Nova? That's one sweet car. Cherry red. Her 1979 Chevy Nova Super Sport is a classic and looks astonishingly brand new. Kept inside and only driven to church and the market on Sundays by a little old lady is no lie for that ride. I wish. We've got ourselves a tandem bike, complete with a flower-painted basket on the front and 2 wire baskets on the back. Bright red, of course. I can't help smiling at that. How does your knee handle it? Sounds like a lot of work keeping up with that woman. Actually, my physical therapist approved it. So a bicycle built for 2 is how we roll. Matching helmets, too, with daisies she painted on just like the ones on the basket. Laughing together this time, we arrive at the gate. I look at the drainage ditch, knowing how much she's been favoring that leg. The trench is steep, and the grass will be slick now after the rain. Knowing what I'll have to do, I open the gate and hold it open for her and Al. Once they step through the opening, I close the gate and lock it. Then, before she can protest, I hoist her up and start plodding down the ditch. Hold on, I tell her. Gonna be a bumpy ride. Quinn, what do you think you're doing? I'm not that feeble. Even as she protests, her arms fold tightly around my neck and I smile. Put me down this instant. I'm too heavy. Bowl. I could bench press 2 of you without breaking a sweat. I reach the bottom and start up the other side. I've seen how you're favoring that leg after hanging off the gate like a monkey. No sense in making anything worse. It's just sore, she whines, her long lashes fluttering against my cheek. Fuck. It's injured, Paige. No point in putting more strain on it. Or do you want to double your recovery time? I've seen how nasty it gets tearing up the same muscle. By the time we're back on the other side and reach the road, I'm wondering if I'll ever be the same. She smells as fresh as the air, and holding her like this has my blood roaring through my veins. It can't be her, I tell myself. You just haven't gotten laid since the Stone Age. Not since that fucking disaster in Oklahoma City, anyway. And I turned in my special agent badge. There, you're welcome, I tell her, planting her gently on the ground again. Well, thanks. She throws her hands out at her sides, slapping her thighs. Thank you, Quinn, for all your help today. I'd still be stranded on that gate if you hadn't stopped by. Give yourself some credit. You'd have figured something out, but helping you has been nothing but my pleasure. Damn good to see you again, Tori. That's the full truth. Shit, I can't remember the last time I felt this good, this content. I walk over and close the trailer door for her, then lift up the ramp. She slides the bolt latch into place, still wearing the sunny smile I linger on a little too long. Maybe whenever we bump heads again, I won't look like such an idiot next time. We will, because you're going to call me when it's time to pick up your goats. I wink at her. It takes 2 people to manage that gate. No sense in having Tobin dirty his hands out here either. He has a little bit of leg trauma left over from this dust-up at the ranch about a year ago. She laughs as she turns, throwing a saucy, too-friendly smile back over her shoulder. Careful, Quinn. I might just take you up on that offer. Careful is right. Scratching the back of my neck, and this time I don't think it's a mosquito, I walk to the cab of her truck. Where's your phone? In the door pocket, Why? I pop the door open, fish out the phone, and hand it to her. Open up your contacts and I'll punch in my number. It's your lucky day. Most folks I give this number to are paying clients, but for you and your goats, it's free. She rolls her eyes. After a couple of swipes on the screen, she hands it back to me. I tap in my name and number and hit save before handing it back. Falk? She reads it and looks up at me. That's what everyone calls me now. Her brows knit together as she stares at me, her mouth forming a confused O. I don't know. Shaking her head, she grins and looks at me. You'll always be Quinn Faulkner to me. We all change, Tori, but I'll answer to any of my aliases. I give her a joking wink and have to look away because my mind is going places it damn well shouldn't. Let me get the passenger door for Al. I say goodbye once the dog climbs in the truck, then shut the door and walk to my truck. She drives forward, lurches up the road, and then backs the trailer in with precision. Then she pulls out and heads toward the highway down the long, winding drive Ridge complains about non-stop in the winter when it becomes an impassable wall of snow. We're going in the same direction. Damn. Tori Coffee. I've thought about her plenty over the years, wondering whatever became of the girl who made my summers here a lot more exciting. We all change, just like I told her. For a second, I think I slipped back into that goofy, easygoing boy I used to be. The one she knew like her own shadow those summers half a lifetime ago. I wish that's who I could be. Trouble is, it doesn't last. And I'm right back to being the man I've become. The man she'd be afraid of. If she only knew what kind of haunted, bitter wraith I've become as Falk, hiding my grief behind the odd flash of humor, I think she'd never speak to me again. If I've checked my phone once for messages and missed calls since yesterday morning, I've checked it 100 times. Literally lost count of how many times I've glanced at the screen. Tori hasn't called. I'd expected her to after checking on the goats in the morning, but maybe she doesn't go out there till afternoons. I'd called Ridge while driving to the highway with her and Dean's truck, and told him he had to put a walking bridge over the ditch before somebody snaps their neck. I know for certain it's been done. When Ridge and Tobin find out there's anything they can do to upgrade their property, they're on it. Now I'm looking forward to Tori's reaction whenever she sees it. I shouldn't be so impatient. What's waiting a little longer for her to call? I've got plenty to keep me busy, like replenishing my kitchen. Walking along the meat aisle of the grocery store, I absently grab at packages, making sure I hit all the major food groups. Beef, chicken, pork, sausage, salmon, bacon. More bacon. My freezer needs to be stocked. Working day and night, I've barely left the house, trying to wrap up the kitchen remodel I've been picking at since late spring. The rest of the house will need minor stuff. New doors, trim, fresh paint. The floors and windows were done last year. Same for the siding and new porch. Well, if it isn't Quinn Faulkner. A familiar voice chirps, announcing my presence to the whole store. I'm already wearing a grin when I turn around. Hello, Granny. My smile widens when I notice 2 helmets in her shopping cart, both with white and yellow daisies painted on them. The knowing glance I share with Tori nearly makes me burst out laughing. Look at this cart, young man, Granny says, clucking her tongue. She shoves her hands inside, lifting out a couple meat packages. Meat? More meat and chips. Not a fruit or vegetable inside. Shameful. I pick up 2 bottles and hold them out. Hot sauce is made of peppers, Granny Coffee. Peppers are a vegetable, last I checked. Plus, catsup tomatoes, technically a fruit. Unless scientists have started giving plants the Pluto treatment. Tori bites her lips together as she swallows her laughter. Nice try. Since you mentioned Pluto, still a planet forever, by the way. Your non-existent veggies are just as invisible to the naked eye. Granny plants her hands on her hips, eyeballing me with the same bright blue eyes she shares with her granddaughter. Are you still working day and night at your grandfather's place? She's wearing a neon orange shirt, wide ankle-length jeans, and high-heeled sandals. Her hair is dyed dark brown, and her skin is as tan as a teenager's. All in all, she looks good for her age, but it's her personality that wins everybody over. This woman's not afraid to tell anyone how a bear shits in the woods. It's keeping me busy, I tell her, eyeing my stolen bacon. Along with your detective work, she says. Tell me, has anyone had you MacGyver anything with a sausage yet? You've got enough to feed 3 grown men, so surely there's some to spare. I glance at Tori, who has a brow lifted. Hardly. And those side gigs of mine ought to stay quiet if I want folks to hire me, I tell her. Enough with the rumors. I give her a friendly wink. Honestly, I'm grateful for the detective jobs, mainly for something to do besides swing a hammer, lay tile, and put in countertops. It keeps me paid and comfortable in a town where jobs don't grow on career trees. They aren't rumors, and you know it. She's pulling lettuce, cucumbers, bananas, peaches, and other vegetables and fruits out of her cart and putting them in mine. You should show Tori what you've done with the old place. Setting a basket of strawberries in my cart, Granny looks at her. You'd like a trip down memory lane, wouldn't you? Gran, you just put all the groceries into Quinn's cart, Tori says, avoiding the question. It took you 20 minutes to pick them out. Isn't that kind of me, making sure he has the very best in the store? Granny looks at me. Tori's not busy tonight, Quinn. The old gal wags her painted-on eyebrows once. She'll be home alone while I go to the senior center. It's bridge night. Gran, Tori hisses. Holding in a chuckle, I pick up the strawberries to put back in her cart, but she wheels it behind her, safely out of my reach. Damn, she's good. Inwardly groaning, I drop the berries back in my cart to keep the peace. Bridge night? Don't you mean Texas Hold'em? She gives me a dull look from beneath her lashes. False ones, I'm sure. I know Wilson, I remind her. The old man who deals cards for the seniors at the center is also a regular at the Purple Bobcat, my favorite watering hole in town. Shrugging, Granny nods. He's an excellent dealer in all the games worth playing. I do believe he spent some time working one of the big casinos in Vegas years ago. She turns and grabs the handle on her cart, spinning it around. Come on, Tori. We have to get to aisle 1 before Thelma Simon gets all the good strawberries. Sorry, Tori mouths as she turns to follow her grandmother, so mortified she's gone pale. Hilarious. You can pick her up at 7. Granny whispers loudly over her shoulder. She's never been to the new Purple Bobcat. Not since Wiley sold the place off and Grady made it his baby. Show her a good time, won't you? Gran, Tori says louder as she slaps a hand against her forehead. You're sure you don't want to join in, Granny? I ask, laughing. Nope. I have to be at the center by 6:30 sharp with the strawberry shortcake I promised. If Thelma's left any decent strawberries in the store. All right, then, I say, wondering why my head feels like it's spinning. I'll stop by and grab Tori around 7. Tori turns around and stares at me wide-eyed. Does Tori not have a say in this? She asks. Or am I the only one who realizes I'm standing here, and last I checked, I'm still of sound mind? Pointing at her lime green t-shirt, she adds, Tori, right here. I see you, Peach, I say, lowering my voice so her granny can't hear. It's just a couple of drinks and an excuse to get out. What's the harm? Might be fun to catch up like old times. I'll see you at 7. Granny grabs Tori's arm and pulls her along in her cart's wake. Another glowing example of why this town respects Granny Coffee, including me. The woman doesn't slow down and take a breath for anything. I'm also not sure she's ever taken no for an answer. I won't either. If there's one thing I know about Tori, even without knowing her for years, it's that she looks like she needs a night out as bad as I do. Plus, catching up on life without any goats hanging around ought to be fun. With more than I bargained for in my cart, I wrap up my shopping and check out. While loading my groceries, including the avalanche of fruits and vegetables Granny dumped on me into my truck, I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. A bike. A two-seater, with two women wearing matching bike helmets pedaling out of the parking lot. It just falls out of me then. I laugh like a fool at how Granny's bent over the handlebars, cycling away like she's on the Tour de France, while Tori drags behind her. Yeah. One more reason she's always been special. Can't think of anybody else who'd merrily go along with her grandmother's quirkiness. I picked Tori up at 7, and by 7:20 we're at the Purple Bobcat, a bar just a few miles outside of town, right off the highway. Laughing nearly the entire way here about Granny's antics, especially that damn tandem bike. She keeps apologizing for her grandmother forcing me to load up my fridge with plants. I'm grateful for the distraction. Whether she knows it or not, she's dressed to fucking kill. First casualty being me. The dude who's not supposed to be casting lingering gazes at his friend. Maybe I'm out of excuses. But you'd better believe I'll blame it on the firefly pink she's decked out in tonight. It draws my eyes like magnets. I still can't look away by the time we're perched at our table, tall glasses of beer dripping condensation in front of us. Her hair hangs loosely over her shoulders, down her back, and the pink highlights are the same shade as her short-sleeved sweater. Her black jeans have pink stitching, and so do her heeled cowboy boots. What do you think? Granny picked out my outfit tonight, she tells me, having caught me staring. Believe it or not, we're the same size. I can believe it. Looks cute. Guess I'll have to help you fight off the guys who will come sniffing around once the night crew rolls in. Fair warning, this town gets thirsty, girl. Another airy laugh falls out of her. I wonder if she senses what a liar I am. She's not cute. She's a certified destroyer of men. I'd struggled dearly to keep my eyes on the road during the drive out here. Peeling my eyes off her ever since we sat down has been damn near impossible. Tori gives me a smug grin and shakes her head. I'd apologize for Gran again, but I've already done that. Only 100 times, I say with a snort. At least. She sighs and glances around the room while taking a sip off her glass. So, this is the legendary Purple Bobcat. I thought it was a dive. This actually looks serviceable. Hey, Duchess. It's not that hipster crap from the Windy City, but it does the job. I raise my glass proudly and she giggles. You want something fancier? There's libations over on Main Street, but that's more of a place for live music, special events, and family dinners. My pal, Grady McKnight, took this place over and turned it into something special. Every red-blooded man in town loves the vibe. I mean, I knew it'd changed. Uncle Dean used to practically live here, always trying to glad-hand bikers and getting into trouble, she says, fluttering her lashes at the memories. Dad would lecture me to the nth degree every summer. Under absolutely no circumstances was I allowed to let Uncle Dean bring me here. If that happened, it was a guaranteed trip home, and he'd be very disappointed in me. Brutal. Not that I can fully blame her old man for having a stick up his ass on this one. The old place was called the Den, and it definitely attracted a rougher crowd. Old Wiley, the owner then, kept a shotgun behind the bar, though I don't think he ever put it to good use. It dawns on me that the Tory back then and the one sitting here have one thing in common. She always followed the rules to the letter, And she still does it now because she hates disappointing people. That's why I caught her that day at Gramps' house, holding a half-broken stick with a runny honeycomb on the ground, bawling her eyes out and blubbering apologies when I so much as asked what the hell she was doing with the bees. It's a cooler bar now, even if it still attracts a younger single crowd, I say. Grady worked his way up to owning this place not long ago after working here forever. He upgraded it into a real honky-tonk, not the wannabe biker bar it was before. Big upgrade if the stories are true. Shaking her head, she adds, seriously, though, it's nice. I like the woodwork and the decor. Old signs and antiques and just a few off-color jokes. It's pretty rustic. Fits nicely here in Dallas. That's what Grace does. Ridge's wife. She helped Grady polish up the interior about a couple of months ago. Awesome. It shows. She nods and then looks at me. So, I almost called you this afternoon when I saw the bridge from the road to the gate while checking up on the goats, but I figured you already knew about it. I nod and feel slightly odd, detecting she's not real happy about the bridge. Did you try it out? Ridge just had it installed. Somebody couldn't help but mention what a hazard that ditch can be. Oh, I did. So did Al. It makes the job much safer, that's for sure. Good, I tell her, taking a long, thoughtful pull off my beer. Maybe that disgruntled hint in her voice earlier was just my imagination. Tori glances around at the full tables and bar stools. Looks like the new owner is pulling in some good business. Holding up her glass, she adds, the beer's good. Probably twice the amount you'd get back home for the same price. I figured you for a wine gal, I say, taking another sip of beer. I'm flexible, literally. Before my injury, I used to be able to touch my shin to my head. Holy fuck. Not the image I need right now. It's suddenly a feat to choke down my brew without spewing it everywhere. Nothing wrong with that, I mutter. Ignoring my dick pulling at my jeans, I take another furious slurp off my beer. When did you stop coming to Dallas anyhow? Right after I turned 18. I graduated high school and then went off to college in Chicago. Because of dancing with the ballet and... She clamps her lips tight and shakes her head. Well, nothing too exciting. Do your parents still live in the city? I ask, wondering if that's what made her clam up. I know how hard they used to drive her. Her ma, especially, was a stickler for perfect grades and a list of extracurriculars so long it got exhausting just hearing about it. Oh yeah, they'll never leave while they've got a pulse, she says, perking up. How about your family? Are they still in Oklahoma? No. Dad retired a couple of years ago and they moved to Hawaii. Beautiful place. How about your brother? Where's he at now? I'm amazed she remembers so much about me. Alan never spent the summers here, but I'd mentioned him to her years ago. Hell, I'd mentioned a lot of things. She'd always been so easy to talk to, not mean or judgmental like other kids. A true friend when I'd needed one. I smile. Guess my whole family just got sick of living in the lower 48 states. He moved up to Alaska a while ago. He's a bush pilot now and loves it to death. Married with 2 kids. Wow. Good for him. She lays her chin on her palm, genuinely interested in my family's boring moves. Damn. I've never felt unsure around Tori before, yet I'm beginning to sense this weird tension that wasn't there yesterday. What about you and your dancing? I heard bits and pieces from Granny. Sounds like a hell of an accomplishment. Dancing with a prestigious ballet group and living your dream. That's the way her grandmother put it anyway. She shrugs. Yes and no. It was my dream. But like everything else, dreams aren't always all they're cut out to be. Is it your nay? I venture, hoping it's not a touchy subject. I can see how that put a person out of commission, no matter how talented, She empties her beer and sets the glass down with a loud thump. Well, that too, she tells me, looking down. Those blue eyes seem a shade darker, laced with sadness. While I think about how to steer the conversation back to happier places, I decide another round can't do us any harm. Glancing at the bar to get the waitress's attention, instead I see a big man waving. Grady. He's staring right at us, motioning me over. Odd. He wasn't there earlier when we walked in, and the serious stone-like expression behind his thick dark beard already has me concerned. He's probably just curious who's with me tonight, I tell myself. It's not like I bring women around here regularly. Hold that thought, and let me get us a couple more beers, I say, sliding out of my seat. Tori nods as I stand. Feels bad, because I sense there's more behind her dancing issues. Something she wants to open up about, but Grady won't look away. I'll be right back. Sure. I walk to the bar and ask the waitress to take 2 glasses of beer to our table before heading over to where Grady is near the end of the bar. I tried calling you earlier, Falk, he says, his voice a low growl. I recall my phone going off, vibrating while I'd been checking out at the grocery store. I'd forgotten about calling him back in my voicemails. Sorry, man. Busy day. What's up? I see that. He nods at Tori. Listen, the last thing I want to do is get between you and a date, but she's an old friend, nothing crazy. You know Granny Coffee? Of course you do. That's her granddaughter, Tori. Got it. He takes another long look, nods thoughtfully, then leans across the bar. Well, a couple of dudes dropped by here earlier. Stopped in for burgers around lunchtime, but they were asking about you. They were awful curious if you were here in Dallas. My gut churns, tossing my brain into confusion. What he just said doesn't make sense. Unless... Oh, fuck. It can't be. It better not be. Me? You're sure, Grady? Why? I whisper, running a hand through my hair. Can't say for sure, but I got a bad vibe off them the second they started asking questions. My gut says someone's fishing for info on you, Falk. Maybe even trying to buy it. I told them I never heard of you, but I'm sure they'll be back. They seemed pretty damn confident you've got roots here. Shit. My blood ices over. Did they say a name? Who's trying to get in touch with me? No, but it's not good news, is it? If you need help, I'm right here. Guilt rocks through me in a sudden flash so hard I lay my hand on the countertop for balance. No, nothing like that. I'll follow up, though. Don't you worry, big guy. I tell him, forcing a smile as I slap a friendly hand on his shoulder. He's always been good to me. Grady's a solid friend, a single dad to 2 girls, a person I know I can trust, and someone I don't want to see hurt. Not by skeletons hell-bent on crawling out of their closet. There's only one thing that makes sense with men asking around. It's the whole reason why I left the FBI, so no one else would get hurt thanks to my botched job, and it needs to stay that way. There's only one asshole I can think of who'd be after intel on me. Bat Pickett. Angry regret sours my blood as I glance over my shoulder at Tori. Like it or not, if this is what I think it is, I have to take her home right now. And then I have homework, making sure Bat's still rotting away in an Oklahoma prison where he belongs. He'd sworn revenge the day he found out what happened to his brother. I just didn't think he'd ever be in a position to make good on it.
3. Go to be kidding me. Tori. I have no good reason not to trust Quinn Faulkner. He's Quinn, for crying out loud. The most honest man I've probably ever known, but somehow I still have this ragey, sad, awkward pit in my stomach. It started when Granny nearly put me in his grocery cart, along with the fruits and veggies back at Fillmore's grocery store. Poor Falk didn't have much choice in buying them. He also didn't have much choice in bringing me here tonight. And maybe when I saw that brand spanking new bridge stretched over mini Royal Gorge, the pit in my stomach got bigger. I know he was just being nice, but I wonder, did he ask Ridge to build it so he wouldn't have to help me load the goats up once they're finished clearing that field? If so, I can't totally blame him. He's a busy man who's clearly done big things with his life, even if I don't understand why he'd ever go on sabbatical from something as intense and prestigious as the FBI. The last thing he needs is helpless old me calling him up, begging for a hand like some kind of demented Bo Peep with scraggly goats instead of adorable sheep. Some things never change, I guess. If he still sees me as that awkward little girl with her hand caught in the honeycomb, or the awkward teenager who planted her face in a freaking pie, is he wrong? It's just a shame he's too much of a gentleman to come out and tell me. Quinn Faulkner is far too easy to talk to. I almost spilled the beans on just how disappointing my dance career was, even back in college. Yes, it was my big dream then, but half the time I felt like it was Mother's. Some dreams are infectious. They just get their hooks in, and there's no time to stop, think, and consider what's in it for you. The show must go on. I didn't have a choice. I've never told anyone that. Just like I've never told those stupid kids I was allergic to bees way back when they dared each other to steal a honeycomb out of Farmer Faulkner's beehives. The kids kept teasing me about being a fraidy cat city girl who was terrified of bees. They were right. I was a city girl with good reason to be scared after Mother lectured me for years, letting me know one itty-bitty sting could kill with the wrong allergies. But I'd been determined to be one of the group that summer. I hadn't made any friends in Dallas yet besides Bella Reed, and her own visits to her oil baron grandfather's ranch didn't always line up with mine. So off to Farmer Faulkner's we'd ventured. His place was just on the edge of town. It wasn't miles, but I remember feeling like we'd walked at least 10 miles that day, straight to his place and down by the pond where he'd kept his bee boxes. The other kids saw the tall, awkward, pissed-off kid coming before I did that day and took off running. I'd taken their stupid dare, trying to win a smidge of respect. There I was, stick in hand, 10 feet away from certain death by honeybees. "You know you're trespassing on private property, right?" Those were the first words Quinn ever said to me. Oh, I'd known. But before I'd had a chance to say so, he'd started in, red-faced and tongue running a mile a minute about how flipping hard his grandfather works at beekeeping, harvesting the honey, and selling it because his flimsy pension and Social Security weren't much to live on. By the time he was done, I was in tears. He went quiet when I started up the frantic litany of apologies, and then he bent down, this hangdog look on his face. He helped me up, pulled the honeycomb I'd pried out with the stick from my hand, and he hugged me. This big, bearish embrace, even when we were just kids. "Heard enough out of you, little girl," he whispered in my ear. "Guess you've learned your lesson. I'll make sure Gramps understands. Now dry your eyes. We'll forget this ever happened." Everybody knows how much teenagers suck at using their words, but Quinn didn't. I never realized then how rare it is to meet a straight shooter, but I already respected it. I didn't want to join that group of kids anymore. I just wanted to be his friend. The same thing I still want now. "Here you are, hun. Your man said to mix it up, so I gave you this special stuff Grady bought up for the summer from Maui Brewing. Aloha." The waitress sets 2 glasses of beer on the table with a smile that smacks me back to the present. I thank her and take a long sip of the pleasantly sweet, light Hawaiian brew as my eyes roam over to Quinn. He's talking to a big man at the end of the bar with a thick black beard. From what I can tell, it's a heavy conversation. Neither of them look particularly happy. My toes scrunch up inside my boots. He arrives at the table a minute later, finally, but doesn't sit down, lifting his beer instead for a quick, audible slurp before he sets it down.
Shit. That's good,
he says, wiping his mouth. I smile. Where's the fire? Nothing stopping you from sitting down and savoring it like a normal human being, Quinn. I wink at him, taking another satisfying drink off my glass, but his face is anything but fun and games. Oh, no.
About that. Hey, I'm really sorry, Tori, but Grady, the owner over there,
he gestures to the muscle man he'd been talking to.
He just told me about something I really need to check on.
Oh, okay. I can almost feel my frown sliding off my chin. Whoa, that just came out of left field. So maybe I wasn't wrong about the bridge. He must have had Ridge put it up so he wouldn't have to deal with me, and now he's enlisted the bar owner for a good excuse to get rid of me tonight. No prob. I'm ready to call it a night myself. This goat business has me wanting to turn in earlier than Granny. I stand up and stretch, willing myself not to waste the delicious beer. I manage to drink it down halfway while he does the same. All that bike riding wears a girl out, too. Quinn cocks his head.
I don't want this to end. I just need it to,
he says. This weird chill in his voice I can't decipher as he fishes through his wallet to pay the tab. Don't worry about it, I say, already on my way to the door. At least I didn't spill my guts about how disappointing my life has been. Then I'd really look like a double idiot. Probably as stupid and naive as I'd looked when I saw Jean-Paul's phone lit up with flirty texts and kissy-faced half-naked pics of Queen Bitch Madeline Schaefer.
Seriously, I was having fun tonight. I wanted to catch up.
Quinn says as he opens the door for me.
Can we do this again? After I've taken care of business?
Jesus, do I look that fragile? I shouldn't be this disappointed. Or this suspicious that he's just trying to be nice in that oh-so-gentlemanly Faulkner way. But I just can't help it. My love life, if you can call it that, has been riddled with too much cloak and dagger stuff for this lifetime. So is it any wonder I sense at least 3 meanings to every sentence out of his mouth? Ugh. Am I really letting love woes rub off on Quinn, though? Good Lord, I need help. Dory. He calls my name again because I haven't said a word. Part of me wants to smack myself. The other part is just hurt, bewildered, self-pitying. Sure. I was just running my schedule through my head. I lie. Uncle Dean says he has a long list of customers lined up for the goats. Add that to Granny's schedule. All the little things she needs help with, and I can't say when I'll be available. But thanks for the drink. It was nice seeing the legendary purple bobcat. He gives me a firm smile but says nothing, almost like he can taste the bitter steam rolling off me. We arrive at his truck and I open the door, climbing in. A tense silence fills the space as Quinn buckles his seatbelt and starts the engine. I stare at the flashing neon purple sign of a big winking bobcat as he backs the truck up and then pulls onto the highway.
So,
he ventures, his eyes fixed on the road.
You were telling me about your dance career back home? Do you still love tearing up the floor? Or stage? Or fuck? Whatever dancers dance on?
I shrug, fighting back a smile, mainly because it's another loaded question. I'm not sure if I loved it since I was little. Long before the pressure, the weeks full of practice, all the milkshakes I had to skip to stay fit as a grasshopper from my bulldog teachers. As much as anyone can love dancing 7 days a week, I say, brushing a loose strand of hair back over my ear.
Damn, it was that time-consuming?
His eyes light up as they flick over, twin emeralds in the sunset. Worse when we were on tour. I might do 8 or more hours straight between warm-ups and shows.
On tour? What, like Broadway?
I wince at hearing my broken dream destination. No, never Broadway, but other big shows. We did Chicago, Boston, L.A., Miami, St. Louis, New Orleans. I think I must have gotten a few whiplash tours of the entire country. Too bad we never stuck around a day or two after the shows to enjoy it. I sigh, hating how hard it is to rip myself out of poor me central.
Pretty impressive, lady, he says, genuine excitement in his voice. You must miss it like hell.
That's the worst part. Ever since Wicked Witch Madeline arranged an unfortunate accident, I haven't missed it enough. No, I don't miss the pressure. I don't miss the deadlines. I damn sure don't miss John Paul's two-timing wine collector ass. Absolutely, I tell him firmly, purely for show. If this is the last ride I ever get in Quinn Faulkner's truck, I won't have him thinking I'm a loser.
Bet this feels like the longest summer of your life, huh?
He asks, a smirk pulling at his lips.
You're looking forward to getting back to it ASAP, I'm sure. I've only been back in Dallas for roughly a year and a half, and it already feels like an eternity. Time just moves slower out here.
I'm looking forward to my knee being 100% functional, I say. Maybe then I can get on with life. Being in limbo sucks, but oddly enough, I've felt like I've been drifting for years. How about you? I need to get the subject off me. What are your plans once you sell your grandpa's place? Will your sabbatical end? You'll go back to the FBI? Shaking my head at my own rambling, I add, nothing like 20 questions, right? He chuckles. It's such a nice manly sound and fills me with an odd sense of longing for something I missed. Whether he's desperate to give me the brush off or not, I can't say I'm not enjoying this. I've missed him like hell.
Still working that out, Peach. Just between you and me, it feels nice to settle down and whittle away at a slower pace, even if it ain't forever. Bureau work gets sticky, draining, dangerous, he says, his profile glowing with the shadows at dusk, accenting that strong, able jawline peppered with stubble. Ever land any big-time bad guys? Like Bin Laden or Ted Bundy kind of stuff? I ask, studying him in the creeping darkness. The assholes I was after were more like little El Chapos with none of his mystique. Usually crossed paths plenty of times with the DEA, but the details are classified. All I'll say is Oklahoma and Texas are big places. They're crawling with dirty, well-organized scum always looking for their next payoff.
His voice drops to low thunder and a chill sweeps up my spine.
Hell, even this little town's had its worries. Just ask Drake Larkin or sit down with Ridge and Grace.
Yeah, I heard. Some kinda mafia drug thing, right? I blink as he nods, gobsmacked at how some people seem cursed with the wrong kind of excitement. Granny gave me little bits and pieces about Bella, too. It's cool that she landed herself a badass cop.
Yep. Dude married her before they said hello. No thanks to her grandpa putting it in his will. Wild shit. Drake's a great guy, though. They've got themselves a little girl, and $100 says he'll run for sheriff one day when old Rodney Wallace steps down.
I can't imagine. Makes my worries seem like nothing, I say idly, hoping he doesn't latch on to that.
Gotta ask you about that bike you ride with Granny before I forget, he says. I've heard they can be tricky.
That's putting it mildly, I laugh. Once you get the hang of it, it's fine. But the first few starts are rough. Helmets are a must. It's a little like dancing, really. One person has to lead, the other has to follow, or it just doesn't work.
I hadn't noticed it around town before. When did Granny get it?
Pretty much the week I arrived. She'd ordered it through Wayne's Hardware and Uncle Dean picked it up. This was before his big back blowout, of course.
Gotcha,
he says with a knowing wink. The rest of the ride home is actually decent. We spend our time talking about bikes, the hand-me-downs we'd ride through town when we were younger, and share a few words about the locals who'd either give us fresh-baked brownies or come out with their fist raised and a warning to stay off the damn lawn. In a little town like this, you get to know real fast how folks treat company when you're a kid trying to find ways to pass a lazy summer. Thanks again for the beer, I tell him, opening the passenger door once we're in the driveway leading up to Gran's lilac-colored house. It's been that mellow shade for as long as I can remember. along with the white trim and shutters that have these cute, breezy hearts carved in them. Quinn opens his door before I have a chance to step out. Walking me to the door isn't necessary, I want to tell him. But it's Quinn. Even as a boy, he was Mr. Gentleman. And it's adorable he hasn't lost it with age. Not like Jean-Paul, who'd get me a taxi or an Uber and slap the hood as a signal for the driver to leave. Maybe it's the whole Army-turned-FBI thing? It must have cemented whatever basic chivalry he grew up with in his bones. As we both arrive near the front of the truck, I wave at the overhead door. I'll go in through the garage. I can use the keypad. I think there's a jug of cider Granny wants brought in.
Call me when it's time to round up the goats,
he says while we head for the garage. Holy hell. Not what I expected him to say, but what if he's just being nice? I nod, too tangled up to think. Way too conflicted over this long-lost friend I swear to God I'm not still crushing on. But with the bridge to the gate installed, even if he's being real, there's no good reason to bother him. I probably shouldn't see him again. Not until I put a leash on my runaway thoughts, at least. Comparing him to Jean-Paul seems like the quickest, craziest way to ruin a friendship, after all. We arrive at the garage and I punch in the code.
Need help with that cider?
He says, flexing one arm and turning his nose up like a cartoon sailor. Ha! No, I can still lift 5 pounds without going to pieces, I tell him. Thanks again for tonight, Quinn. It was fun, and I actually mean it by the time I dash inside the garage as the door is still going up. I grab the cider and beeline it to the door, then hit the close button so the overhead door slips back down. I don't look back, even if I know he's not the type to linger, especially if he really does have a fire to put out somewhere. Having his eyes on my backside makes me feel some kind of way I shouldn't be feeling. God, what if it's all in my head? And I'm here acting like a jealous, scorned, crazy person over nothing? A heavy sigh rolls out of me as I shove the door open and stomp into the house. The worst part is, Granny will be bursting with questions about my evening when she gets home. Not the kind I want to dwell on. So I grab one of the cinnamon apple muffins she made this morning, wolf it down, and head straight to bed. Maybe if I sleep on it, I'll forget all about caring what Quinn Faulkner thinks of me. The interrogation I'd avoided by turning in early last night catches up with me come morning. Granny fires questions off faster than she pedals her bike before she's even poured my coffee. Isn't he the sweetest thing? Didn't I adore Grady's bar? And when, damn her, am I going to see that handsome young man again? She's also quick to remind me we have a history, totally unlike any of those lazy, good-for-nothing boys who don't know how to treat a real woman back in the Windy City. Yeah, shoot me. A bit of screaming hot lead couldn't be worse than feeling my face turning into a cherry tomato as I sit through her grinning attempt to play matchmaker, mumbling half answers. I'm grateful when it's finally past breakfast and time to round up the goats for the day ahead. I'm honestly stunned at how much they've devoured. Most of the brush is down to nubs, and it looks like a brand new piece of land. The happy, well-fed tribe comes bounding back into the trailer without a hitch, no thanks to Owl, stepping over the comfortably placed bridge. Even the big, shaggy black goat with a taste for mischief seems more cooperative today. I've nicknamed him Hellboy. Tobin the butler apologizes profusely for my trouble with the gate and hands me a check. My heart swells with pride, knowing I've actually made myself useful, until I'm back with Gran. She just doesn't let up. More than anything, she impatiently wonders why Quinn hasn't called for the next 2 days. He hasn't, no, but he has sent a few text messages, spaced several days apart. Fuck.
I'm sorry as hell for cutting things short the other night, Peach. Let me make it up to you. You free tonight, or are you just pissed at me? Hell, how about we skip the Bobcat and I take you out to libations? It's Dallas fancy. Bella says they've got this peach cobbler that'll make you think you kissed an angel. And this time nobody cares if you stick your face in it. I ain't judging.
I haven't responded with more than a quick maybe. I'll let you know, I text him. I'm not mad, just busy. The baggage, the guilt, the angst I'm carrying around has only increased the last few days because my mother starts texting constantly. Sigh. Updating me on the ballet and Jean Paul, the huge show he staged in the city to raise money for the fire department, telling me how much I missed.
Right.
I'm sure I missed about as much as an old doormat when you buy a new one. You either banish it to the back door or the dumpster. I can't believe I've hit the dumpster quite yet, though. I am a good dancer, but I'm definitely backdoor material. Even the prettiest doves can't fly with a broken wing. Mother doesn't want to admit how screwed up my knee really is. I wonder if she ever will. She's pushing for me to return soon so I can attend the summer show. It'll run for the next 2.5 months, so there's no reason to rush home even if I wanted to see my cheating ex of a director giving the spotlight to the skank who set my life on fire. Nope, I'm not that big a sucker for punishment. Owl lets out a loud woof, bringing me back to the task at hand. Thanks, dude, I tell him as I take my foot off the gas and turn on the blinker. At least I've got a big furry anchor to keep me grounded. We're on our way to pick up the goats from the latest job. I'd driven out this morning to check on them after dropping them off yesterday evening, and then went to Uncle Dean's place to pick up the trailer. He said words spreading far and wide about the incredible job our little eating machines did. No thanks to Ridge. Apparently he's back in town and just as awestruck as his wife at the goats creating usable land from thin air. A recommendation from someone so high profile has our phones blowing up. Uncle Dean has several new places lined up, and I guess he's already looking at getting more goats. Dang. I still feel a little guilty for not texting Quinn when I picked them up from the Barnett Ranch, but I really won't be needing his help. Why bother him? Keeping a safe distance and my mind off him is the healthiest option right now. It also makes it ever so slightly easier to dodge Gran's machine gun questions. Hope you've had lunch. We'll be at this all day, I tell Owl, as we turn onto a country road. Several smaller jobs are up next. They should go fast. Easy work and quick cash. He barks his agreement. Or maybe he just wants a second lunch. Hey, I wasn't offering. You get plenty of treats. You know what, Owl? I think I'll ask Uncle Dean if you can just stay with me the next few days at Granny's. That way I won't have to drive out there to grab you when it's time to get to the next job. What do you think? His ears perk as much as they can for a Tibetan Mastiff when they're buried in a pile of fur, and he woofs. Is that a yes or a no? Wait! I hold up a hand to his muzzle, stopping him from barking again. 1 bark for no, 2 for yes. He barks twice. Pure insanity. I have no idea if he's a canine Einstein or I'm just gullible enough to believe he understands me. Either way, I'm laughing like a fool. All right, it's settled. You'll stay with me at Granny's and help give her something else to think about besides my dating life. He barks loudly again, twice. Still laughing, I stop the truck near the next farm and throw an arm around him. If only everything in life was as easy as loving you. He truly is an amazing beast, and not just because he butts his giant head on my shoulder. The fact that all I have to do is open up the trailer after I let him out and he's off like a racehorse, steering the goats in tight formation, wows me like nothing else. Owl even lets Hellboy know who's boss, unleashing a loud bark in his face. Good timing, because I swear I see that freaky goat grinning at me again. Today, we're working with a nice young couple who just bought an old farm. They want the area in the fenced-in corral cleaned up, plus a few stray plants removed closer to their house. Since they have kids, I choose 3 sweet goats for the job by the house. Hellboy gets to feast to his heart's content well away from them. It's actually dumbfounding how fast the goats fill their stomachs. A few hours later, they're done and we're rounding them up to head out for more fun. This time we go south of town, where a rough-voiced elderly man wants an old garden area cleared for new veggies. It takes a couple hours because he has a portable fence, but he didn't have it all in place. I help him toss it up and place a small metal wash tub in the area. We fill it with water for the thirsty goats and set out a fresh bowl for Owl, too. The man, Robert Duncan, who reminds me of Don Knotts, insists on feeding us lunch before we leave. I lend him a hand again, throwing together salami sandwiches for all of us, including Owl. Robert is a hoot and keeps me laughing nearly the entire time. Of course, the old man knows Granny, just like everyone in town, and I'm sure he's more than a little smitten with her. Awesome. I leave him feeling hopeful about his chances and mine. If I can get her to spend a night out with a guy her age, maybe she'll forget about me. Next up on the Rent-A-Goat route is a city park. An attendant directs us to a fenced-off area, and we leave 3 goats there to eat up what little overgrowth there is for a few hours. I park myself on a bench next to Owl, enjoying the puffy white clouds sweeping across the blue canvas sky. A typically beautiful big sky North Dakota afternoon, where having any worries seems criminal. I smile, wishing it were always this easy to slip into the cozy small-town vibe. If I could just get past this awkwardness with Quinn, Dallas life wouldn't be half bad. It's evening by the time I wheel the truck into our last stop of the day. I pick up my phone to double-check the address before turning off the engine. Looks like this is it, I tell Owl, dropping the phone in the breast pocket of my shirt. We're in an older residential area where a fence is set up around an empty lot between 2 older homes. Uncle Dean's text says that the landlord owns all 3 lots, and he hired us to clear the brush and weeds from the whole area, especially the empty lot. I leave the door open for Owl to follow me out of the truck. We walk along the fence, making sure it's stable enough, checking to make sure there's plenty of water for the goats, and finally find the gate. Looks good, I tell Owl while opening it. Always the first thing on the to-do list. I'll never make the same mistake again I made on the first day. Let's get the crew together, I say. Owl barks and runs to the back of the trailer, eager to do his job. What would I do without him? I unlatch the ramp, then open the door. The past 3 places I've stayed on the ramp, only letting several goats out at a time so it's easier for Owl to manage. But this time, I pull the mesh gate all the way back and walk down the ramp. Owl runs up and darts into the trailer to shoo the goats out. "Hey! What in the shit hell do you think you're doing?" someone shouts. A very unpleasant, harsh someone I can't bring myself to call a lady, judging by the sound of her voice. I walk to the other side of the trailer and squint. Sure enough, a bleached blonde who looks like a washed-up model with a facelift gone bad, very bad, is barreling toward us. Well, crud. It wouldn't be any kind of business without those customers. Keep your cool, I tell myself. "Howdy. I'm with Dean's Rent-A-Goat," I say to Miss Nasty, pointing to the name painted on the side of the trailer in slashing green letters. Wearing tight white and very short shorts with an even tighter hot pink tank top, she walks past a beat-up pickup truck parked in the driveway. "Try again. I didn't order any fucking goats," she snarls. Yikes. Tough crowd. Owl already has the goats, including Hellboy, inside the fence, which means I need to get the gate shut pronto before this nut sends them scattering. "Are you the landlord, ma'am?" I ask, hurrying around the trailer to the fence. "What do you think, Tinkerbell? I live here," she says, stomping around the front of my pickup like a bear trying to figure out the best place to claw it open. "I don't want those nasty-ass things on my property." "Do you own this property?" I ask, wondering if the husband ordered the goats and the wife, God help him, doesn't know. "I pay rent. Same damn thing." No, it's really not, but arguing that point would be useless. It's not my job either, reciting North Dakota tenants' rights to pissed-off, irrational screamers. Owl comes out of the gate with his tail wagging, and I close it, just in time to keep Hellboy inside. Latching the gate, I say, "Well, you'll have to take it up with your landlord. He's the guy who hired us. I'm just here to do my job." She marches over then, shoulders squared, thrusting her hilariously fake double D's forward by planting her hands on her hips. "And I'm telling you to take those mangy, smelly, monkey-butt bastard things out of here. Right now." Really? Like I'm going to take orders from a chick who thinks eyelashes that false look natural? Hardly. Her rudeness is no threat either. I've dealt with bigger bitches by far on the Chicago L line, where being rude is an art and a religion for some people. "Enough of this crap. You deaf?" She grabs hold of the gate and tries to shove me inside. "I said get them out of here now." "And I said you'll have to take it up with your landlord, lady." My hands fly out, straining to keep her from moving the gate. She's got a brute strength I don't have.
"What's all the screaming out here?"
Another voice shoots over us, deeper and male. Owl lets out a low, menacing growl as a rough-looking character walks between the back of the beat-up truck and the front of mine. Wife-beater muscle shirt underneath the flannel hanging off his shoulders, unkempt mullet, torn jeans, no belt. Pretty much every bad redneck stereotype rolled into one wannabe badass with an attitude. But he's also tall, packing lean muscle, and covered in tattoos that look like they were stripped off a whacked-out heavy metal rocker and glued to him. Snakes, thorns, skulls, dripping blood, swords. The works. It'd be a little ridiculous if it weren't for the sneer on his face and thick, calloused hands that look like they're used to calling the shots. He flexes one hand against his palm so loud the knuckles crack like splintering wood. "I told this whore I don't want no damn livestock next to my house," the woman growls. "They'll stink up everything and shit everywhere." Sure, as if I totally wouldn't think to clean that up in a residential zone. I also wouldn't call a few goats livestock, and they can't possibly smell worse than her. The whiskey stink rolls off her so strong it makes me gag, reeks like she's been on a 3-day drunken bender. Her bloodshot eyes hint at it, too. "Sir, the owner of this lot hired me to place several goats here to clean up some overgrown weeds," I tell the man, trying to diffuse the situation. "Just doing my due diligence. If she has a problem with that, she needs to call her landlord. We're on a tight schedule." The man shakes his head and shoves a hand through his long, greasy hair. "Wrong," he grunts, pulling open his unbuttoned plaid shirt, revealing the gun tucked in his waistband. "If the lady says she doesn't want those critters here, then they ain't staying." Holy hell. Seriously? A gun? Over goats? This is going sideways in so many ways, but I'm also getting more than a little freaked. Another glance at the wild-eyed woman and her partner says something's just off. They could be on drugs, past the point of any reasoning. Owl growls again and puts himself between me and the man. Tattoo guy practically growls back, laying his hand on the gun, his eyes snapping to mine. "You got any sense, you'll get your mud out of here. Don't think I won't, if he starts coming at me or Carolina." Shit. I grab his collar, urging him back, desperate to get us both away just as my cell phone rings. Yanking out the phone, I hope it's Uncle Dean so I can tell him I quit. This is way more than I signed up for. Glancing at the screen, I'm shocked at the name. Falk. Quinn? Is he psychic now? How the heck does he know the exact instant when I need help? However he knows, I take a deep breath and hold it in my lungs, swiping my finger across the screen.
4. Someone got his goat. Faulkner. I don't want to be upset with her, but fuck. Why? Why didn't she call me when she was going to pick up the goats from Ridge's place? She could have slipped off that bridge and messed up her knee for good. For a couple of days, it's been radio silence, except for that half-hearted reply she sent about being busy. Zero interest shown in a my bad apology dinner at Libations. Am I that cursed? First hearing about the men casting their lures after me, and now, without even trying, I fucked up everything with my old friend? I should have called her before this morning. Then again, I hadn't thought it'd take Grady and I so long to look through the pictures on the Intel link an old FBI contact sent to me. I've spent the past 2 days trying to stitch together intel on the thugs, asking around back at the Purple Bobcat. It doesn't make sense. Bart Bat Pickett still lives in the cramped Oklahoma prison system, up for a suspiciously early parole hearing soon. Still, that doesn't mean he couldn't be buying information on my whereabouts through his vast CD network. I think he'd crawl through hell for a taste of revenge, considering our history. Tori picks up on the third ring, shattering all other thoughts. "Hi," I tell her. "Sorry to keep blowing up your phone, but I'm hoping we can talk. You were supposed to call me back the other day when you did the pickup at Ridge's place." Yep. I didn't have a chance." My spine instantly stiffens. She doesn't sound like herself. "Where are you?" I bite off, gripping the steering wheel. I'm still in traffic after picking up a couple cans of paint for the house. "I'm, dropping off goats again. Right in town, actually." She stammers. "You aren't swinging from another gate, are you?" A bite in my gut tells me that's not it before she even answers. "No, not really. I'm just... Quinn, where are you?" Not really. What the hell? My heartbeat increases as my she's in trouble instinct kicks in. I'm driving right past the pharmacy now. What's wrong? "Oh, just a little customer complaint. A minor misunderstanding," she whispers, grinding out strained laughter. Bullshit. Not minor, I'm sure of that. "What's the address? I'll be right over," I tell her. She rattles off a house number. I don't recognize the address, but I know the street she mentioned, and there's only one Rent-A-Goat trailer in this town. It won't be hard to find her. "Give me 5 minutes, Peach," I growl, punching my foot on the gas pedal. "That would be great," she says, this odd tension in her voice again, almost like she's cornered, alone, afraid. Shit. Her tone has me shoving the pedal to the floor. Whatever's going down, she doesn't want to say it, which tells me I'm wrong about the alone part. "I'll be there soon. Hold on," I tell her again. "Okay, bye." "No, don't hang up," I yell back. Damn it. Too late. She already has. Pinching my teeth, I barrel down the road through town. Why didn't I man up and call her this morning? I know. Because I haven't wanted to pull her in any deeper into my life and compound whatever woes she's already got hanging over her. Being with Quinn Faulkner isn't exactly a safe place to be when I don't know who's after me, or why. Even if I have a pretty good idea it involves a maniac, very, very interested in his own freak brand of vengeance. That's part of the reason why I've stayed here in Dallas. Most folks think I've kept so low-key because I've been doing PI stuff for more than random private clients. That's not the full story. Ridge and Grady know my past is serious business, even if I've never told them everything. I've hinted it's gotten good people killed on long nights at the Bobcat after hours, when it's just me, the boys, and an endless supply of beers. Not something I plan on ever letting happen again. I hit the outskirts of town with the speedometer cranked up, slowing down only enough to make the first corner onto the street Tori mentioned. Within a few blocks, I see the trailer and hit the brakes. The truck skids to a stop at the end of the driveway. Tori stands next to the truck with the trailer attached, and Al's planted between her and two mean-looking strangers. A lady and some fuck who looks like he lives for bad tattoos and bar fights. Leaping out of the truck, I slam the door shut and approach, but before I say anything, someone calls my name. That woman's voice makes my skin crawl. Carolina Dibbs. A local barfly who looks like she's been ridden hard and put away wet so many times, I wonder if there's any sober gray matter left in her skull. She saunters toward me, flashing this syrupy little smile. "I've missed you, Falk," Carolina says with a fake southern drawl that she thinks sounds sexy. Like hell. It really sounds like she smoked a cigar factory. She's also implying we know each other far better than we do, and that pisses me right off. I'm not stupid. The few times I've seen her at the Purple Bobcat, I've kept my distance. The first man of several to turn her down before she winds up going home with whatever the night's flavor of passerby is. Someone who doesn't know her and will never lay eyes on her again. I don't respond. Instead, I scan Tori, making sure she's all right as I walk toward her. What's going on here? These two giving you trouble? I just dropped the goats off for the landlord. Supposed to be a quick and easy job, but... She trails off, nodding at the lot behind her. I pay rent here, Falk, Carolina says as she steps up beside me. I told her I don't want those animals stinking up the place. They crap everywhere, especially if they're eating up all the junk growing over there. I'm hardly listening. The man standing between the front of Tori's truck and the back of a beat-up, faded orange Dodge is a bigger concern. He takes a step back as soon as he sees me. It's slight, but I notice. Weird. I've never seen him around town before, but I don't know everyone. It could be one of her random hookups, a biker or a trucker, or maybe some dude who's passing through town for a quick contractor job. The goats aren't what you should be worried about stinking up the place, I say, glaring at the man. He squares his shoulders and scowls, knowing I'm mincing no words. She pays rent, and she has rights to what happens here. The man snarls, folding his arms, flexing his muscle like I'm supposed to be scared. Laughable. Besides being bigger, I'm plenty sure I can show this rat how to chew the cheddar with one hand tied behind my back. Rights? I echo, barking out a false laugh. Glancing at Tori, I ask her, did either of these two pricks threaten you? Oh, no, nothing so sinister. You know me, Falk. Carolina jumps in with a fluttery, innocent wave before Tori can answer. We don't want those goats here. Ignoring Carolina, I keep my eyes glued to Tori. Her attempt to force a grin fails as she shakes her head no. Yeah, I don't buy it. She's not intimidated that easily, but she's scared witless right now. Something happened here. I also notice how she's quickly glanced at the man, her eyes lingering near his waistband. Since she wouldn't be caught dead ogling his type, it isn't hard to guess why. Certain what I'll find, I launch forward several steps and grab the guy by the front of his shirt with one hand. My other hand reaches down, tugging the gun out of his waistband in one swift pull, before he's able to even think about pushing me back. What the fuck? He shouts, fighting for his gun a second too late. My turn. I stick the barrel into his stomach, just below his ribs. Got a permit for this pace? It's been a while since I've handled a weapon in a precarious situation, but nobody ever called me rusty. I'll also bet every dime in my bank account a dirtbag like him would never qualify for a permit in any state. He has trouble written all over his ugly mug. A life of crime and violence. Exactly the type of bad boy poser that Carolina likes to mount when she can't snag anything better. He tries to step back, but I tighten my hold on his shirt, reeling him closer. Careful now. I asked you a question. It'd be a damn shame if you need to chat with Sheriff Wallace instead of me. Falk, let Marvin go. He didn't do nothing. He was just looking after me. Carolina shouts, trying to barge in without quite getting between us. Marvin, is it? I ask the man. Where are you from, Marvin? I can tell you're not a local. None of your damn business, he throws back. What the hell are you? Some kind of cop or something? It's times like this I wish the Bureau let me keep my badge, so I could flash it in his face. But no dice. Close enough, I grind out, baring my teeth. And I also know a thing or two about hell. I'd be happy to send you on a cruise there, no expenses spared, if you don't beat it in the next 20 seconds. He scoffs, even as his face turns beet red. You can't tell me what to do. Bad news. I can. No, wait. He's staying here with me. Carolina clucks, grabbing at my arm with those overdone nails. Let her dig like an angry kitten. I'm not releasing my new friend till I'm good and ready. Are you paying rent with her? I ask him. He doesn't answer. Cool. A freeloader then. Just like I thought. Snarling, I shove him backwards so I can get a look at his license plates on the orange Dodge. Oklahoma. I do a double take. Son of a bitch. For a second, I'm so shocked I almost lose my grip. But it looks like helping Tori did me another favor. I bet he's one of the weasels asking about me at the Purple Bobcat, looking to sell my whereabouts straight to Bat Pickett. Carolina would have already told him all she knows, which is enough to confirm who I am and that I live here in Dallas. Without releasing my hold on the asshole's shirt or taking the gun out of his gut, I turn to Tori, close the gate on the trailer, and back it out of the driveway. While she's doing that, I tell Marvin, listen real good. You're going to get in that beat-up shit pile of a truck and start driving. Leave town, leave the county, and never come back, you hear? The defiant look in those nasty eyes tells me I haven't been loud enough for him to read me. Who do you think you are? Marvin snaps. If you're a cop, I'll report your ass for... You know who I am. I push the barrel harder against his torso till he winces. Good. But you don't know what I'm capable of, and you don't want to find out. That I can assure you. You don't know I laugh, cutting him off. What you're capable of? Sure I do. And I guess you'll just have to man up in jail for weeks, months, even years, if I ever see you around this town again. For what? Threatening bodily harm against a lady trying to do her job? I growl. I don't take kindly to folks fucking with my friends. In fact, I can't think of anything I dislike more. You should also know that the sheriff's a personal friend of mine, and so's the entire Dallas police force. You don't want to deal with that. Once Tori has her truck moved, I frog march Marvin around his pickup to the driver's door and shoulder slam him against the metal. A menacing snatch of ink on his neck catches my eye. Prison gang tattoo. Laughing jokers, like the kind somebody designing poker cards on LSD might draw. Shit. More hints he has serious ties to the old picket crew. I release his shirt and open the door. Before he gets in, I yank the phone out of his shirt pocket. An obvious cheap bare-bones burner model. I'll be keeping this. I pocket his phone. And this piece. I poke his stomach with the gun again. You can report that back to your sources whenever you find the nearest store and activate your next burner. I know that's the first place he'll go, too. Straight for a new disposable phone. He glares at me, his dark eyes turning into angry slits. I stare venom back and rattle off the plate number of his truck. What the? He sputters. Hush, I'm memorizing. Your plate number will be called into the highway patrol within 2 hours. That should give you just enough time to hit the Montana border, if you're lucky. And if that rusted-out box doesn't fall apart on you. Marvin visibly turns pale. Dude, hold up. Nah, I say. Every highway patrol this side of North Dakota deserves a fair shake. I bet they'll be mighty interested in any warrants already posted for your arrest. I'm thinking you've got plenty. I hit a nerve there. He climbs in his truck, cursing under his breath. What's going on? Carolina asks. What'd you say to him, Falk? Marvin? Hey, where are you going? Marvin's leaving town, sugar, I tell her, slamming the truck door shut. And I suggest you start taking lessons from the goats. Huh? She bats her eyes at me. I gesture at the overflowing trash can and various junk sitting around it. Cheap torn-up purses, discarded clothes, moldy packages of bread that could have went to families in need if her greedy ass hadn't swiped so much from the food bank. You heard me. Be a goat. Clean this place up before you're evicted, Carolina. There's plenty of hard-working folks at North Earhart Oil looking for places to rent, and housing doesn't grow on trees around here. It's a seller's market. She scowls at me and steps toward the truck as Marvin starts the engine. I pull her away, wondering why the sour expression on her face suddenly brightens.
Wait a sec. You're so jealous you're sending him away?
She asks, cringe-worthy flattery ringing in her voice.
Is that it?
Not in this lifetime. Not hardly, I reply. Then, just to make sure she doesn't do something to harm the goats, I point to the fence. See that shaggy black goat over there? We call him Hellboy for a reason. You so much as touch that fence and you'll find out why. Let me tell you, having an ass full of horns ain't pleasant. Her eyes widen as she stares at the fence. For a second, she and Hellboy lock eyes. I try not to laugh. Stuffing Marvin's gun into my belt, I walk down the driveway, following him as he backs the truck out. He flips me the bird as he pulls away. I have half a notion to shoot out a tire, just for the hell of it, but it's a peaceful neighborhood, even if it's a little run down. The folks in the other houses don't deserve that crap. Tori and Al are standing outside of her truck, trying to process what they've just witnessed. A sickness hits me square in the gut. Like it or not, I've just potentially dragged her in deeper than I ever wanted to. I hope like hell I'm wrong. It can't be that dire, right? Bat's still locked up in prison 1,000 miles away. No clear release date in the foreseeable future. But if he's able to land a lawyer who can sweet-talk a judge into an early parole, not fucking good. Hopefully her knee will be healed up by then, and we'll both be far away from Dallas and each other whenever Bat gets out and tries something stupid. I walk over, resting a hand on the hood of her truck. She looks fine, relieved, really. But I still ask, "You all right, Paige?"
I'm fine. But what the hell was that? Did you just kick him out?
She glances at Carolina, who's glaring our way from her porch.
She must be a close friend of yours to listen.
Not even close. I shake my head. If I ever get that desperate, put a man out of his misery. I want to choke when I look back at Carolina, then Tori. There's no comparison. Not with how cute she looks today, dolled up in her jeans, boots, and a red shirt with Dean's Rent-A-Goat printed on it in big black letters. Peach and the caked-up, worn-out-looking Carolina don't even inhabit the same universe.
Sorry, Quinn. I wasn't sure. Didn't mean to imply.
You know me better than that, woman. She's a frigging barfly Grady barely tolerates at the Purple Bobcat because she pays in cash. Nothing more. And her hookup was a no-good drifter who'd better think twice about flashing a gun at one of my friends ever again. Her cheeks flush slightly.
He didn't aim it at me or anything.
He made sure you saw it, I say. Not something he has any business doing.
You're right,
she sighs.
God, I can't believe it. Up until now it was a pretty smooth day.
I shake my head at her. You were supposed to call me days ago when you went to pick up the goats at Ridge's place.
I know, but with the bridge, I didn't need a hand. Al had them loaded up in no time as soon as the gate was open.
And what if Hellboy there knocked you off that bridge? Your knee could have been messed up permanently. She huffs out of breath, tapping her knee.
This didn't have anything to do with the bridge.
No, it didn't. I agree. How long have you been here? It's evening, and I still see a lot of overgrowth, so I'm thinking not long. Looking at the fence, she nods.
I just locked the gate when she came storming out of the house. We got into a spat, and he let me know pretty fast he had a gun in his waistband when you called.
She frowns and looks at me.
How is it you always show up at just the right moment?
Must be fate. I shrug and wink at her.
Fate?
She shakes her head.
More like an omen.
She feels bad about getting me involved, and I still feel pretty rotten about cutting our evening short the other night. Either way, I'm glad I called. Now you can't avoid me anymore. I take her arm and walk her to the door of her truck, grateful she doesn't fight me. And I'm damn glad you answered so I could get you out of this jam.
Yeah, well, we're both happy about that. Thank you, Quinn.
She whispers, her cheeks beginning to glow. You never really responded to my texts. Until the other day, I was starting to wonder if Granny gave me the right number.
It's the right number. I told you, I wasn't mad, just busy. About the other night, it was weird. I think you know it too, and, well, it shouldn't be. I just don't want you thinking...
Thinking what? We're friends, Tori. End of story, I say, cutting her off. I didn't mean any offense having to rush off to something important. And I still owe you. What are you doing now? Looks like this job will have to wait till tomorrow. At least let me buy you a burger.
You just came to my rescue,
she says weakly, twirling her cinnamon hair, avoiding my eyes.
If anyone should be buying supper, it's me who should be getting yours.
You're on, I tell her, snapping my fingers. This man never passed up a free breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Laughing, she shakes her head, sending that auburn mess of curls everywhere. For a second, I wonder if she'd smiled like that if I did the unthinkable. If I slid my fingers through it, pulled with that gentle, growly tension a lot of girls like. If I brought my lips home for a taste of Little Miss Three Names. Fuck. I bet I'd hallucinate her flavor. She'd even taste like a peach. And one time devouring her mouth wouldn't be nearly enough. I'd want to send my kisses marching lower, straight down that sun-kissed throat, lingering on her tits, gliding past her belly straight to that sweet hot heaven waiting between her. No. I pinch my thigh as my senses fly back, wondering what the hell I'm thinking. It's gotta be the tension, the adrenaline rush from getting up in Marvin's face. Ever since that Old Town Boy's bust with Ridge and Grace over a year ago, I haven't had a lot of excitement. And like a lot of dudes, this shit always makes me a little hard after it was over. Guess it's my way of feeling grateful to be alive, and well with a new appreciation for life, including its finer pleasures. Hiding my bulge, I swagger over and open her truck door, then wave to Al, who instantly hops in. How long do you need to drop off this rig?
Tonight? Oh, you're serious?
Don't back out on me now. I gesture for her to climb in. The diner on Main Street has awesome-ass burgers. I'll pick you up in an hour.
An hour?
She shakes her head as she starts the truck, but she knows not to complain. Fine, lady. An hour and a half tops. Then I shut the door, knowing full well I'm slowly losing my mind.
5. Can't goat enough. Tori. Time to freak out. My heart thuds 1,000 beats a minute, and I know it has nothing to do with the angry jerk-faced Quinn just chased out of town with his tail between his legs, or how he did it by snatching away the brute's own gun and turning it against him. A scary sight for a Chicago girl, where gun violence is a fact of life. But with Quinn in control, I didn't even flinch. His command, his strength, his focus. Wow. With his training, he clearly knows his way around an armed weapon and how to send folks packing who shouldn't have them. My heart's still pounding. It wasn't even the standoff, really. Not with the way his truck squealed to a stop, and he'd come barreling up the driveway looking like he was ready to tear apart anything in his way with his bare hands. I couldn't help but be reminded of the first time we'd met. He'd been so ready to defend his grandpa's bee-boxes then. This red-faced, angry boy who calmed as soon as he realized I wasn't a threat, just a silly little girl in over her head. Today, he'd been ready to defend me. I'd never had this before, but I've dreamed about it more often than I care to admit. Jean-Paul was no Hercules. I honestly wondered sometimes what would happen if we got mugged or assaulted while bouncing around the city to museums and Italian restaurants with mouthful names. Even back in Chicago, my eye wandered to hard, capable men who looked like they'd be able to quash violence as easy as swatting a fly. And if I wanted to stop thinking of Quinn that way, comparing him to my idiot of an ex? Yeah, this so isn't helping. the strange forbidden pulse and heat flaring between my thighs, shouldn't be happening. My life is so messed up right now, and I really don't need complications like my beast of a friend turning into the perfect hero before my eyes. At least I know my strengths, though. I'm too good at messing things up all the way around, hence Quinn's need to come save my bacon twice so far. In all fairness, today wasn't my fault. Still, he'd arrived, bolting to the rescue like a knight in shining armor. Sighing, I pull the truck into Granny's driveway and park it far to the left so she has plenty of room to back her Nova out of the garage if needed. Owl follows me through the garage and into the house, where Granny stands near the counter, wearing a white apron that says, "I cook as good as I look," and holding a purple monster in her hand.
What were we going to make out of this rascal again?
She asks without any sort of greeting. Eggplant parmesan, I say, feeling guilty about not being able to make it tonight, but I can't back out on Quinn after that.
Right. Another one of your mother's meatless wonders. We'll find a way to spice this boy up.
She opens the fridge and puts the eggplant back in the vegetable drawer, then rummages around on the other side.
Say cheese. I hope you like a lake of mozzarella with a side of eggplant, dear.
She pulls out 2 bulging bags of shredded cheese with a saucy grin on her face. Aw, Gran, it's delicious with just a little, I say. No lie, you'll like it once you try it.
Maybe so, but it won't be tonight.
Oh? She pulls out a head of lettuce and various other vegetables, stacking them neatly on the counter.
I just accepted an invitation to go next door. Otis and Velma are firing up their grill and have an extra steak. It's a sample cut of the new Barnett Farms meat, and rather delicious, or so they say. Want to join me? I'm throwing together a shrimp salad as our contribution.
Well, actually, I just accepted an invite to eat at the diner. Granny looks up, raising an eyebrow.
Really now? Did the Faulkner boy come to his senses?
Don't know about that, but yeah, it's Quinn. Stupid blush, stupid tongue, stupid me.
Well, finally some good news around here. What did I tell you, Tori?
She lets out a loud cackle as she closes the fridge door. Gran, it isn't like that. We're just...
Nope. Not listening. No colorful F words around here, young lady.
Still smiling, she presses her hands against her ears and walks away. Yes, having a normal conversation with my grandmother someday is still on my bucket list. Owl stands up from his spot on the floor and stretches, blissfully oblivious to my death by embarrassment.
Hope you're hungry, you little bear,
she whispers, patting Owl's head.
I'll be sharing my steak with you instead, while Tori goes off on her big date.
Oh my God. Ignoring her insanity, I head for the sink to wash my hands. Is that all right? I ask her, turning the faucet on. Him staying here with us? I figured it'd be easier that way than dragging him back and forth.
Quinn? Most certainly,
Gran says without a lick of hesitation. What? No, My heart pounds so hard the rush renders me speechless. Not Quinn. Owl. You know that's who I meant. Anyway, with him here, I don't have to drive over to Uncle Dean's to drop him off or pick him up in the mornings.
Of course it's all right. I love having baby mammoths as guests.
She pulls out a cutting board and whacks the head of lettuce in half with one slice of her knife.
And the invitation remains open for Quinn any time. I adore having cavemen around the house, too.
Gran, I huff out a breath. Odd that she's reached a new level of insufferable. Why are you riding this train so hard anyway? Now that I'm busted, is that the plan? Just hitch me up with some local boy and marry me off? Grabbing a towel, I add, I remember you not wanting me to spend too much time with Quinn years ago.
Back then you weren't a grown woman. You were a young girl with a crush.
and Quinn was that older boy. I never had a crush on him." The words taste like ash. Did I mention I'm a terrible liar? "And I'm still a virgin." Her eye roll leaves me dizzy. "Gran!" "What? You can't believe it?" She hacks at the lettuce again, muttering to herself. "Join the club, Tori. I don't believe a word out of you either, dear, and don't wheel me off to the nursing home just yet. My memory's as clear as a looking glass. I'll be pushing daisies before I forget how you mooned over that boy every summer since you got caught trying to break into Farmer Faulkner's bees." I hang the towel on the oven door with a little twist of shame. "Granny, I'm not worried about your mind. Your hearing, though. Let's try this again. We became good friends that day. We're still friends. Nothing more. It could be plenty more, girl, with a bull like him," she whispers, throwing me an annoyed glance. "Gran!" "Oh, enough. Nothing I've said is that scandalous. You're a grown woman, Tori, smack dab in your prime. You've had a regular boyfriend before. I just wish you'd find one who treats you right. And I wish she'd butt out." But I see her point. In her totally outrageous Gran way, she's always looking out for me. "Well, he's history now," I tell her. "Thank God. Didn't that man wear leggings?" She looks up in horror. "He's a dance director, Gran. A guy has to put freedom of movement above fashion." "Bah!" She swipes a hand through the air. "And to think how your mother used to threaten me. She said I'd never see you again if you ever came home pregnant after your summers here. Yet there she goes and throws you in bed with Jean-Paul, what's-his-face, because he's supposed to be the best dance coach on the planet. Never mind the fact that he was 10 years older than you and divorced twice." Damn, right between the eyes. I bite my lips together to keep from responding. I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry because everything she's said is true. Besides me becoming pregnant in Dallas when I was young, that's the first time hearing it, and sad to say, it's exactly what Mom would worry about. Why? I think her head might pop off if I ever tarnished the illustrious Redson-Riddle bloodline of admirals, artists, and politicians with something as pearl-clutching as an unplanned pregnancy with a farm boy, even now that I'm in my mid-20s. Blech. "Quinn was just as infatuated with you," Gran continues with a sigh, "but he was also too sensible. He understood the wretched complications with you two doves getting closer then. He really was a responsible kid, so mature for his age. And he's a heck of a grown man now. He needs some, and so do you, dear." What is happening? Of all the madness I expect with Gran, standing in her kitchen while she critiques my sex life and Quinn's is not on my big list of crazy. What? Dumbfounded, I stare at her. An affair. A sleepover. A little nighttime nibble. She shrugs like she's
Let your thoughts drift softly with this music as we
Call it whatever you want, but I bet that young man's an absolute wolverine when the lights go out. Don't you? Holy Toledo. I can't even form a coherent response. My mind is blown by the places she's gone, and I'm not coming along for the ride. It also doesn't help to have her feeding red meat to thoughts I shouldn't be having. You know I love you, Tori, and I also know what you need, Granny continues undaunted. To no other men so you can get that jackass dance instructor out of your head. She points the 12-inch knife that she's using to dice a cucumber now right at me. I'm sorry your knee was injured, but frankly, I think it might be the best thing to ever happen to you. Now you have a chance to see what else life has to offer, besides a jerk of a boyfriend boss who walks like he has a corncob stuck up his butt. I've seen the Barnett rooster Cornelius with a better strut. I groan, pushing a hand over my face. Is that why you were so insistent I come out here to heal?
Yup. You've also been living your mother's dreams too long and losing yours. It's time for you to find your own, Tori. Sometimes you kids need to hear it from your grandparents.
Sometimes, I echo, sarcasm off the charts.
Fine. Just ask Bella Larkin then. Old Jonah Reed was still giving her advice after he was dead, or so I hear. Now look at her, married to the man of her dreams and a little bundle of joy on her knee.
She winks and goes back to cutting up her cucumber.
Don't get me wrong now, I love your mama. For some unholy reason, she's made your father very happy over the years, and me, by giving birth to you.
I sense there's more coming. With Granny, there always is.
But she's made you chase after her dance career since the time you could walk,
she says, shaking her head.
She wanted you to be a dancer when she couldn't anymore. Hardly fair.
But I wanted to be a dancer too, I say, feeling the need to defend my mother on this one. She's been my biggest motivator and probably my biggest fan. Biggest hard ass, definitely. I'm not some robot running around, doing whatever she tells me to.
I know, dear, and you're a beautiful dancer. Always have been.
She pushes aside the cucumber and starts on an onion, dicing it in no time without a hint of tears.
Still, you never had a chance to be anything else. You've been a little puppet on a string, and Gloria made sure you enjoyed it.
Barely taking a breath, she points the knife at the clock.
Time's a-wastin'. You'd best go get showered. Want me to pick out an outfit for you?
No, thanks. I have plenty of clothes. I head for the hall, wondering about what she'd just said.
Don't be afraid to show a little cleavage,
she shouts in my wake. Good Lord. I love that woman, though, even if she's blunt as a brick. She's as tactful as she is tall, which is barely 5 feet.
Did you hear me?
Unfortunately, I yell back. And maybe, just for kicks, I won't be afraid tonight. Every so often, Granny's unique lunacy turns out to be a stroke of genius. What if Quinn is the distraction I need? What if it's just a little innocent flirting? Granny was certainly right about the crush I had on him once upon a time. And that last innocent summer, given the chance, if Quinn had done anything even hinting at being more than my big, older, adorably overprotective friend. God, I would have been all over it, head over heels. As I step into the shower and let my brain go to shower thoughts, the same question hits me over and over. What if Quinn feels just as torn up over what-ifs as I am? I towel off, blow dry my hair, and use the straightener before I realize this is way too much effort for a man I'm not dating. Then I toss on a pair of skinny black jeans, a low-cut pink and white cami tank top, and Granny's dress boots with a bright pink stitching. At the last second, I grab a silky white blouse, just in case I feel exposed with too much boob hanging out. It's just to humor Gran and myself, I think. I'm not actually giving Quinn a show. Right. Maybe if I repeat it enough times, I'll believe it too. Granny is still putzing around in the kitchen, whipping up a homemade ranch dressing for her salad. The shrill wolf whistle she belts out as I enter the room makes Owl bolt up. The big mastiff lets out a heavy woof of approval, I think.
See? Smart boy. How'd you hook up with old Dean anyway?
Laughing, Granny flashes me a wink. I wondered the same thing. How did Uncle Dean ever train him so well? He hasn't had him too long. I'd never asked until now.
Train him? You kidding?
Granny cackles.
He came with the goats, dear. She then gives me a critical eye. Wait, those aren't my jeans.
Nope, mine.
I might have to borrow them. They have a way of making your cute butt even cuter. Good eye.
I shake my head at her, beyond mortified, even if I'm also glad she'll go to her grave being Granny Coffee.
Have you heard about Hal Falk?
as everyone calls him now, helped Ridge Barnett bust some baddies who were after Ridge's wife. Grace is such a doll, and one hell of an interior decorator. I can't wait until my kitchen and bathroom remodels are done. She's been drafted to help. I heard. It's quite a story. And when are you having remodeling done? She spins around and fumbles with the lid, fixing it on her bowl of dressing. Soon. Very soon. Do I hear a truck? I get a feeling that something is off somewhere, but I'm not sure what as I walk into the living room and look out the window. Is it Quinn? Not yet. You know, half the single ladies in this town have tried to flash him for attention ever since he moved back to town. Why, the Bobcat is practically turning into a low-grade strip club some nights, between girls chasing Quinn and his pal Grady. Lucky for that grump of a bartender, he can hide behind his little girls. Yeah, I found that out today, I say, still looking out the window at the empty street. Oh? Enlighten me. Carolina Dibbs. Granny's face twists like she's bitten into a rancid orange. Yuck, yuck, yuck. That strumpet? She's had more men on her than a Vegas sofa, and I guarantee you Quinn Faulkner isn't one of them. The boy has the good sense not to rot his equipment. Snickering, I pivot on one heel and watch her standing in the archway from the hall into the living room. Earlier, when Carolina told Quinn she'd missed him, I'd felt a stab of jealousy far deeper than I'd felt over Jean-Paul and Madeline. How do you even know that, Gran? You're an expert on Quinn's love life, too? Granny laughs. Because he has good taste and a brain, dear. She walks into the living room. When did you see Carolina Dibbs? Oh, I dropped the goats off for her landlord. Wesley Grouper? I shrug. Don't remember the name, only the address. Recalling the old man I'd also delivered goats to, I say, I also delivered goats to Robert Duncan. Oh, that old goat? I don't like the idea of you going some places all by yourself. Not alone. I have Owl. And Quinn? She asks, obviously hell-bent on tormenting me as long as she can. He called while I was at Carolina's place and kinda bailed me out. She wasn't happy about the goats showing up, to put it mildly. Don't you love having a hero around? I like that man more and more. She winks at me. If you don't hurry it up, I might consider tossing in a bid to go after the most eligible bachelor in Dallas myself. My jaw drops, because this is one of those times when it's hard to tell if she's joking. Ouch. A flash of lights in the driveway draws my eye back to the window. He's here. Do you want to tell him you're that hard up for a date, or should I? With a wicked smile, she tugs at her apron, so the words are clearly visible while she walks to the front door. I will. No way. She can't be serious. I scuttle in front of her. Please don't. She just laughs and skirts around me to open the door. Hello, handsome.
Granny, lovely as always,
he says, walking inside. Once he reaches the door, he leans forward and smiles.
Nice apron. Kind of you to give every bachelor in town a reminder.
If someone ever invites you to the house for dinner, all alone, her, the apron, she says, stepping aside and glancing at me. Quinn laughs and gives Owl a greeting pat on the head while looking at me with his emerald eyes twinkling.
Ready for some grub?
I smile, rubbing a temple, knowing no matter what I say, it'll be twisted by Granny, so we'd better get out of here ASAP. I just need to grab my purse from the kitchen, I say. Hang on. As I enter the hall, I hear Granny telling Quinn about her going next door and hurry for the kitchen, hoping like hell she keeps the conversation strictly platonic until I can get back. If I'm really lucky, she won't embarrass me to death again. Well, as you know, I'm not like most grannies, she says as I re-enter the living room.
No, Granny, you most certainly ain't,
Quinn agrees, concealing a smile as he scratches his chin. I step between the two of them. Ready? He laughs, winks at Granny, and then swaggers aside for me to walk out of the door before him. I won't wait up, Granny shouts. And I'm a deep, deep sleeper. When does the torture end? I close my eyes, resisting the urge to drag my face right off with my hand. No need to dwell on her playing matchmaker. So the first minute of our little outing feels brutally awkward.
Good thing you have Owl here,
Quinn says to Granny, blissfully oblivious to her hints. I hope. Granny laughs her butt off as she closes the door, and I hold in another groan. I love her to pieces, but she truly is a piece of work.
Looking good, Peach,
he says, casting that wild green gaze across me.
Hell of a good summer style.
You too, I say shyly. Pathetic, I know. Of course he looks extremely sinful. He's changed into a white shirt that enhances just how tanned he is, and the pearl snaps make me imagine watching him remove it with those big, rough hands. Damn you, Granny. She's succeeded at putting horrid thoughts in my head with her idiotic nighttime nibble.
Because it's you. I'm gonna admit it's the only clean shirt I'd left in my closet,
he says with a grin. I climb in the passenger side of his big blue truck and wait until he's in the driver's seat before asking, "Don't like doing laundry?"
Can't do laundry. Not by anything but hand or a trip to the laundromat. I haven't installed the new washer yet. That's up next tomorrow. Old one conked out on me a couple months ago.
A likely excuse. I flick my tongue out at him. Again, he gives me that addictive chuckle while putting the truck in reverse.
The washer's been there for a week. No denying it.
Why didn't you just have the delivery guy install it?
Because I'm the delivery guy, Peach.
Curious, I ask, what made you stick around and fix up your grandpa's place anyway? Seems like that's something you could hire out and wrap up fast.
It was time for a rest, and there's no place like little old Dallas. Go back to my roots and forget the OKC for a while, you know?
Yeah. I also know he's gone stiff as a board. I sense it as well as see it. Well, at least I'm not alone. I have enough tension brewing with Granny's cursed thoughts, but I just want this evening to be nice, casual, and uneventful, so I nod. Cool beans. He glances at me and grins.
You still say that? How many more Toryisms have you kept up?
I laugh, feeling the tension seeping out of him, and I'm glad. Stick around long enough and maybe you'll learn some new ones. You already heard son of a biscuit eater.
Have you drunk any of your granny's strawberry rhubarb wine?
I blink in confusion. What wine?
She told me she was taking some to the neighbors, and her famous wine was the reason they'd invited her over.
No, I haven't. I shake my head, even though I fully believe him, and her, I think. Granny might have just made up the steak and salad thing as an excuse, but I also can't put it past her to whip up a secret stash of country wine. Wasn't there a big jar of something in the garage fridge?
I told her I thought most grandmas make strawberry rhubarb jam or pie, Quinn continues. She made sure I know she's special.
Ha, I heard that part, I say, and now I guess I know what's in the big glass dispenser in the spare fridge.
Might have to sample that stuff someday. Give the old gal her due.
Careful, Quinn. Knowing Granny, it's probably stronger than straight-up moonshine.
Hell yeah. I'd be disappointed if it weren't.
We share a laugh and then chat about the homes and little shops we pass until he parks in front of the diner. Little wooden airplane cutouts with Dallas on them cling to every lamppost. A cute reminder of the town's oil history. Back when Jonah Reed used to tell everyone who'd listen that Amelia Earhart was a distant relative of his. He even staked North Earhart Oil's name on the alleged ancestry. Wow, so this place actually won Best Burger in North Dakota? I ask, nodding at the flashy sign in the window for the first time as we walk to the door.
That's what the sign says, so it must be true.
He opens the door and holds it for me. So maybe I'm blushing, okay? We both order the Mac burgers, their trademark dish. It's loaded with a big mess of gooey cheeses, fried pickles, and hot peppers, plus a basket of fries bigger than my head. Oh, and it'd be downright sinful to turn down a frosty strawberry shake on the side. The shake alone would give my mother and Jean-Paul a double heart attack. In an odd sense, that feels good, defying them. Taking a day off counting calories and fats and macros, ordering for me with Quinn's lovable encouragement.
"What are you smiling about?"
Quinn asks, leaning back in his chair. I wonder if it's how his taut white shirt stretches over the miles of muscles he's packing now. "The food," I tell him, rubbing my hands. "I'm starving, and I can't remember being able to finish a whole Mac burger back when we were young. Lord knows I'll try tonight. Geez, I don't even recall the last time I ate a hamburger. Probably a birthday or something."
"You're shitting me."
I'm serious. Our dance group had really strict standards and a killer fitness routine with a nutritionist. I've broken it a few times already since arriving at Granny's, that's for sure, but not to this extreme. I nod at the waitress carrying 2 tall glasses of pink deliciousness, topped with whipped cream and cherries. And I plan on thoroughly enjoying every second. He thanks the waitress and then looks at me.
"Ladies first. Tell me what you think."
I take a draw on the straw and nearly melt at the heavenly taste of rich ice cream, juicy, real strawberries, whole milk, and just the right tartness. OMG. I flop back in my chair. More than a little scared I might have a spontaneous milkshake orgasm in front of him.
"That good, huh?"
He laughs, slapping his hand gently on the table.
"Should I call you an ambulance?"
Yes, maybe. Oh, Jesus, it's divine. Or else I've just been deprived like a starving monk.
"Why such a strict diet anyhow? Dancing must burn up a shit ton of calories."
He looks at me, taking a sip off his own shake. Yes, but it's more than just the calories. It's the macronutrients, the carbs, the supplements. A whole lifestyle that has to be maintained. We put lean proteins first, baked or grilled, never fried, carbs in moderation, endless leafy vegetables. I rattle off my diet, sadly aware of how slim my pickings became after summers with Granny ended. "Fuck," he whispers, his green eyes bulging comically in that oh-so-Quinn way.
"Sounds like a starvation death march to me."
"Didn't you ever snap?" I shrug. I never had time to think about it. My meals were pre-made and stacked up in my fridge, usually, perfectly planned out and labeled. Sure, I'd go out for a nice dinner every so often or cheat during the holidays, but I mostly stayed true.
"Who did the meal planning?"
"My mother," I say, blocking a frown with another big sip of strawberry ambrosia. So maybe Granny's right. Mother has ruled too much of my life for too long. She always claimed she was doing everything to give me a leg up over the other girls. The money my parents dropped on a high-end meal service was like nothing to them and made things far easier for me. Mom was doing me a favor, yeah, but she was also doing herself one, too. The realization is a stinging slap across the face, really. But I won't let it drag this night down. The burgers arrive, and I grin so hard my cheeks hurt. Holy, it's as big as the plate. I point at my burger in astonishment. Something tells me this won't be the day I conquer Mac's finest.
"Only one way to find out,"
he tells me, grabbing a fry and popping it into his mouth. There must be 10 or 20 Idaho monsters sliced up, steaming in the basket between us.
"Bon appetit,"
he says, picking up his own burger, loaded with extra jalapenos. I cut mine in half, intending to avoid death by burger today, and pick one section up. The first bite is just as heavenly as the shake. We spend a few minutes eating quietly, blissfully chewing, enjoying our own companionable munching. So, to be clear, I've been living in Chicago, dancing and eating kale for the last decade, I say, hoping to get the spotlight off me. But what about you? Where have you been? Besides traveling around playing Superman with the Army and the FBI, I mean. He sets his burger down and gives me a wry smile.
"I spent a lot of time defending borders of several allied countries. Special ops, and then the Bureau kept me on the go, even if home was Oklahoma City for a long time."
Hawaii? Alaska? Do you get to see your family? I ask.
Yes, damn nice places, though I think I'm a Midwestern boy to my bones. Can't imagine living anywhere full-time that's too frigid or too tropical.
Where's your favorite place? I ask, leaning forward. He frowns for a moment, pondering, then sighs with another smile I can't read.
Call me crazy, but hell, I think I might have found it right in front of me.
Those jade green eyes are blazing now, staring right past me into the future. Dallas, you mean? I'm actually stunned. He nods. Wow. Having second thoughts about putting your grandfather's place up for sale, then? He shakes his head.
Can't.
Why, you already have a buyer lined up? I cock my head.
Nope. I think I'll sell anyway, even if I'm planning on staying here a while. The place is big enough for a family, and I'm just one dude.
He looks at me cryptically.
I've got reasons I'm getting to. Hang on. Food first.
He pauses to devour his burger, making these muffled pleasure sounds that make me want to smile. But I pretend not to notice. I follow his lead, polishing off as much Mac burger as I can stand, wondering the entire time what he's holding back. I still have half a burger left and a pile of fries a few minutes later. I wave a hand at my plate and basket. Still hungry? Help yourself. I'm stuffed. But about those reasons. What's up?
Gonna need a couple boxes.
He shakes his head and pushes his plate to the side.
Listen, Peach, I have to tell you something.
My stomach twists, full of food, and I brace for what's coming. I can tell it's as heavy as a boulder. Pushing my plate aside, I lock eyes with him. All right. What is it? Shoot.
That guy at Carolina's earlier today.
He glances around quickly before looking at me again.
I don't think we've seen the last of him, and I need to know if you get so much as a glimpse of that prick, or anybody else like him who gives you a bad vibe.
Huh? Whatever I expected, it wasn't being asked to play informant. An odd sensation sweeps up my spine.
He had a prison tattoo on his neck,
Quinn tells me, a shadow hanging over his face.
A laughing joker with a real ugly mug. That's a favorite in some prison circles down south. He's hooked up with some shit, no doubt, even if I don't know exactly what he was in for.
Yikes, I hadn't noticed the creepy tattoo, and I'm kinda glad. Okay. But why do you think we'll see him again? Or anybody like him?
Can you keep this hush? Pinky swear for old time's sake.
He gives me that lopsided grin that takes me back to 100 pinky swears we made on Summers so long ago. Smiling, I hold my hand up and feel his warm finger hook around mine. He gives it a little shake and pulls away.
All right. A while back, I was part of an op that put away a big-time meth manufacturer in the OKC. He did hard time and wound up being sentenced for life. That tattoo's connected to one of the big gangs in the state pen. I'd know it anywhere.
This is getting freakier by the second. I take a sip of strawberry-flavored courage and shake my head as I swallow. And you think he's out now? After you?
Not him. The dude who got life died while he was in the pen. But there were a lot of people in his network.
His eyes glow darkly.
This man's brother. He's still behind bars, locked up in another cell back in Oklahoma. You'd better believe he'll come looking for revenge if he's let out.
Jesus, you're being, cased? I only know that word from watching TV mysteries, and I'm not even sure it's right. He leans forward, giving me this feral look, those huge, powerful hands folded in front of him.
Yes, I just wanted you to know so you'll be extra cautious. Always keep one eye in the back of your head.
Eep. My throat feels dry as cotton, and I reach for the shake again. I'll try, I whisper, still trying to process everything.
Please do. And you call me whenever you're going around these parts with the goats. Pickups, drop-offs, tune-ups, whatever. I want to know about it. You hear?
I nod firmly. That guy today was a major creepazoid, but the others were all nice, normal people. It seems like overkill. I don't know, Quinn. Seems like I'd be calling you nonstop for every job. You don't have time for that, do you? He sits back in his chair as the waitress arrives and asks how the meal was. We both give her rave reviews as she takes the plates away to box up our leftovers. Trust me. While pulling out his wallet, he looks at me. I do have time for that. Besides, it won't be forever. In a few weeks, I'll have the house ready to sell and you'll be healed up, safely back in Chicago. I don't like the sound of that one bit. Sighing, I pick up my purse. I'm paying, remember? I owe you one. Before he can object, I stand and speed walk to the cash register near the door. There, I lay out my money on the counter, tell the waitress thanks again, return to grab our food, and walk to the door. Quinn tries to give me cash as we walk outside, and I push it back in his hand. And by push, I don't even move him an inch. But I hope he gets the message. Quinn, no. Dancing was not only time-consuming, it paid pretty well, especially in Chicago. That's a small stretch, but I was comfortable, especially living at home without the city's brutal rent. If I had to pay my parents back for the lessons they'd shelled out money for over the years, I wouldn't have a dime to my name. But he doesn't need to know that. And right now, Quinn Faulkner also doesn't need to know I'm a little freaked out over this inmate with a grudge, either. Not scared for me. For him.
6. Go to Helping Hand. Faulkner. Talk about a botched plan. Shit. Why had I told her any of this? Why did I decide to open my big mouth, much less run it to an early grave? Why the hell can't I have one, just one, nice, easy, laugh-it-up evening with Tori, 3 names like old times? It's like we're freaking jinxed. The whole threat feels like a curse anyway. I put Jake Pickett in jail to rot years ago. Now his brother Bat is paying for any and all intel on me, probably planning to hire a hatchet man to put the axe in my skull if he doesn't do it himself whenever he gets out. That doesn't mean I need to spill my guts and scare the living shit out of the little lady, though. It's just... fuck. It's Tori. Way back when we were the summer munchkins, I'd been able to talk to her like nothing, confide in her, joke about any dumb thing. I'd been sent up to Gramps' place for the entire summer that first time, because Dad had it with my shit. I'd been suspended for fights at school 3 times. He barely talked the principal into stopping short of expelling my dumb ass. The year before, my ma died, and my dad remarried awful fast, far too quick for my liking. I hadn't been a happy camper at all. Truthfully, I'd acted out like the teenage punk I was, so I got a one-way ticket to Dallas to cool my heels. I told Tori all about it one day, and she'd listened, without judgment or advice. Just listened with her heart. I guess that's what I was hoping would happen here again, especially when the stakes are a little bit higher than me working through some family grief. If Bat Pickett comes calling with a mark on my head, then I just became radioactive to everybody close to me. I climb in the pickup feeling like mud, shut the door, and turn to her. You aren't in danger, Tori. Not yet. I promise I won't let anything happen. My words come out strained, this growl that surprises even me. I've got people who can help, and I'm going to take care of this. Didn't mean to get you all stirred up over nothing. I'm not worried about being in danger, Quinn. This is Dallas, North Dakota, not Dallas, Texas, not even Heart's Edge. Did you hear about the insanity that happens out there? Damn her, I smile. Yeah, who hasn't? If only I could hire a couple of those Montana boys to lick that shady fuck behind bars. But I'm thinking they're enjoying their retirement. Right. Kids around here still ride their bikes all over town. They know it's time to go home when the street lights switch on, and then sneak out to go swimming in the pond behind the park. Crazy murder mystery stuff doesn't happen out here. Not counting what went down with Drake and Bella, Ridge and Grace, poor old Tobin, you mean. I tick each name off with my fingers. This town might be a speck on the map, but it's not as quiet as it used to be, darling. I'm not just trying to give her shit. She reminded me of something else the instant she mentioned swimming in that pond. How I'd found her with the other kids, swimming in the city pond that last summer, before I went off to serve Uncle Sam, stripped down to their skivvies. She was too young, too perfect, too hot not to drill down in my brain and leave me with dirty damn dreams out the wazoo. I'd been 20, already too old to look at her with any longing. But hell, when she looked up and smiled with all that skin, asking if I was just going to stand there all day with a stick up my butt or take off my shirt and dive in, I'd wanted to leap in and show her sassy little hind the palm of my hand. Remember that? When you'd hauled me home to Granny after swimming? She asks, flashing me a smile that drags my mind right back to her sweet, grown-up, all too enticing ass. I start the truck and back out of the parking spot. Yeah, I remember. You shouldn't have been out that late. It was already almost sundown. The fireflies were coming out, and that pond is mostly for ice skating in the winter. It's never been deep enough for real swimming, more like a soak. I grumble, trying like hell to avoid thinking about how she'd look now in nothing but a bikini. So, that never stopped you from joining in for all of 10 or 20 minutes. My throat catches on this last sputter. She isn't wrong, but damn her if I'll admit it. Damn her again if Tori ever finds out I practically dragged her home because I couldn't take this other boy her age looking every time she turned around. I was on the brink of laying claim to every bit of her, and goddamn jealous too. I know you liked it, she says. My memory never lets me down. Sure. We all used that little hole to cool off when it got real humid, I tell her. I bet kids still mess around in the pond. I don't. The party's over. What? No way. Her eyes light up adorably. Why? Because Sheriff Wallace decided to step up park patrols a little while ago. Too many punks bringing their daddy's six-packs there to slurp without even having the decency to clean up the cans. Can't have minors getting drunk on public property or turning it into a dump. Oh, bummer. She toys with an auburn lock of hair, deep in her own head as I fight to look away. Seems like some things never change around here. I kinda hope that was one more. Imagine if we snuck back there for nostalgia. I huff out a breath like fire at the end of going swimming with her now. At night. Now that we're both grown up and finding every excuse to hang out like this. Never mind whether or not they're good ones. Shit. Just promise to call me when you're heading out next time for goat duty, okay? I can't put you out like that, Quinn. She smiles at me. But I will text you. And I promise to call you if I need help. Or if I see anybody else with freaky tattoos trying to get in Carolina's pants. Woman, you'd better. I growl. Figuring I'm going to have to settle for that right now, I give her an easy smile. And you better be ready to drink some strawberry rhubarb wine, Tori says. Why's that? She points at the clock on the dash. We've only been gone a little over an hour. Granny's next door at Otis and Velma's, and she'll see us pull in. I don't want her getting ideas. She bites her lip on that last word, pulling on her heart-shaped mouth. Oh, fuck. So much for not going home with blue balls bigger than boulders tonight. She's right about one thing, though. If you're so hungry for a break from Granny Coffee, fine. I'm not taking you home yet. I turn at the next corner. Where are we going? You just volunteered to help me install a washer, so I'll have clean clothes tomorrow. You're so ridiculous. She falls back in her seat and laughs, shaking her head fiercely. Tell me you at least have a dryer. Yep, brand new. She's a beaut. I throw back. Which also needs to be installed? Yes, ma'am. Thanks for being so willing to help a man out. Don't worry. Nothing with muscle. You get the light stuff. Hell no. I've got half a mind to just keep her there holding a screwdriver, looking real pretty. She laughs. I hope you know what you're doing. Other than pushing the start button, I don't have a clue how washers or dryers work. Can't be that hard.
They came with a big fat instruction manual. Nice not having it all online. You can read it to me." She laughs again, amusement pouring out of her like energy, like music, like life. Her laugh always echoed like a song. Tori's voice has a melody like no other. I think I could listen to her talk or grumble or giggle her little face off all damn day. And that's why this shit is so hard. The chasm between how I should be in her peach sweet presence and how I want to be only grows wider. My house is on the edge of town, and the look Tori gives me as we pull into the driveway fills me with a sense of pride I haven't felt in ages. "Wow. No, wow. Quinn, this place looks amazing," she gushes, her face splashed with tilting light. The sun, just starting to set, surrounds the house with the same rosy golden glow. Normally, I'd be fighting off her shower of praise with a humble umbrella, but I've got to admit, it ain't half bad. My hard work pays off a little more with each passing week. The brand spanking new red siding and white trim, brick walkway, new sod, and freshly trimmed hedge do look awfully fine. "It's like magazine perfect," she whispers again, opening the passenger door. "I can't wait to see the inside. Race you to the front door." "Tori!" Shit, she's quicker than a rabbit. I jump out and race after her, knowing I don't have a prayer of catching up with her life body flying toward the porch. "Come on, Slowpoke. Can't you see I'm excited?" She bounces on her heels, sending a ripple through layers of curves I really don't need to see. Turning so she can't see my mutinous hard-on, I fish out my keys. "It's not all done yet," I warn her, casting her a settled-down look. "Very damn much a work in progress." "Oh, I know. That's why I'm here, right? To help you install a washer and dryer I know nothing about." I snort. "It's more than the appliances that ain't fully settled yet, Peach." I watch as she does a quick turn, taking in the porch we're standing on. "Did you do all this yourself?" she asks, her voice airy with wonder. "I had a little help with some things, mostly friends and locals." "I love this brick porch. It's so unique. And right there, the perfect place for a swing." Damn her. I forgot how many times we'd slip onto the same wavelength in the past, and apparently that hasn't changed with time. I point to the corner of the porch. "You get one guess what's in that box." "No way. A white one?" she whispers hopefully. "Maybe," I tell her coyly. "Holy crap. Awesome. We're so hanging that up after we finish with the machines." "We'll see. No telling how long the install will take," I tell her, smiling as I unlock the door. "I have all night," she says, sidestepping me to run up to the box. "Oh my gosh, I can see it now. Sitting out here in the morning with a cup of coffee, listening to the birds sing, that would be so calming. This place is a lot quieter than it was in your grandfather's day." I nod. No arguing with that. Unlike Gramps, I haven't gotten buried with tons of critters. Also can't help picturing Tori sitting there, lazily sipping off a warm mug and listening to the birds tweet while the sun warms the horizon. Hell. Another life, I tell myself. A dark flicker roils my guts, a repressed wish that things could be different if she wasn't Miss Fancy Schmancy, and if I didn't have a violent fucking convict breathing down my neck. And if I'd had the balls to ride her after that last summer, if I'd visited Chicago between deployments. Goddamn. Shaking my head, I dispel the what-ifs and question my sanity. Why did I bring her here, really? "Come on, I'll show you our project," I tell her, trying to answer my own question. Pushing the door open, I wait impatiently while she oohs and ahs over the hardwood floors, the vaulted ceiling, and the open floor plan I spent weeks knocking down drywall to perfect. Nice to see someone appreciates my work. I guess. The not-so-nice part is the tempting fury she puts in my blood. "Oh, white trim with black doors. Nice contrast. She opens the closest door, grinning like a kid who's been given the keys to the kingdom. Whoa! A mudroom? Too perfect for North Dakota. You really thought of everything, Quinn.
It was just going to be a closet at first, but I decided to enclose the length of the wall instead. I tell her, forgetting how I whacked my thumb with a hammer and woke the devil with my curses on that little modification.
Cute bench, cute cubbies, and functional hooks.
She points to the door on the other end of the closet.
Does that door go to the garage?
Yep. With the garage on that side, I didn't like the idea of a door leading straight into the living room. I tell her.
Did this place always have a garage?
She asks.
Thought I remembered Farmer Faulkner always parking his truck next to his tractor in the nicer weather.
You're right. Gramps had it put on just a couple of years before he died. He finally got sick of the winters. She closes the door and steps into the living room. The kitchen isn't done yet, I warn her, pointing out the obvious on the far side of the room. Still have to paint the cabinets and finish off the island. She's staring with her back to me, transfixed like she's imagining what it'd be like to live here. Fuck. Not something she needs to imagine. Definitely not something I need to think of her thinking.
It's an awesome start,
she says softly, walking in to explore.
I love the copper farm sink. What's up with the island, though? The top looks new, but the rest, it's almost like an old workbench.
I lean against the top of it, smiling at the curiosity dancing across her face. Because it is. It was my grandpa's. I took it out of the shop, jacked it up a few inches, sanded it down, and put on the granite countertop. It'll be painted charcoal gray, along with the cupboards once I'm through.
Wow,
she mouths, letting her fingers flutter below her chin.
That's so sweet. I'm glad you found a way to honor his memory.
I nod, then quickly change the subject. Ridge's wife, Grace, helped me pick the colors. It's what she does. Make shit pretty for a living. You'll have to meet her if you're around these parts long enough.
I'd like that,
Tori says, flashing me world-ending smile number 100.
You know how stubborn Granny gets, but maybe I could sweet-talk her into sprucing up a few things.
Your funeral, lady, I say, completely deadpan. Of course she laughs, wrinkling her nose. And of course I'm about to kick my own ass for ever thinking bringing Tori 3 names home would make this weird thing between us easier, less tense, more platonic. Crossing the kitchen, I lead her down the hall that stretches to the back of the house. Now for the less glamorous part. The laundry room's back here.
Hey, is that a sliding barn door?
She rushes right past me to the door that was a royal pain to hang all by my lonesome.
Did you take a survey of dream homes and put every element in here or what?
I watch, dumbfounded, as she slides open the door like it's the greatest game in the world. Then she somehow sees past the appliance boxes sitting there.
What the? I thought you said it was barely finished. I see tiled floors, a full sink, loads of cupboards, and space. You really know your stuff, Quinn Faulkner.
She says with an accusing laugh, turning to face me again. Yeah, well, it ain't finished. I grumble again, ignoring the awkward heat against my face. I don't brag about anything till the job's done. She laughs again.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. This place will sell in a heartbeat. Or if you decided to settle in for a while...
Selling. That's the goal. I cut her off, unsure what my endgame really is. I plod over to the boxes and slap the top of one. Washer here, dryer there. Both good Bosch models.
Don't tell me they're white.
She flinches slightly and scrunches up her face.
All the character in this room deserves color.
Nope. I grab a box cutter and slice open a box. Royal blue. Custom order. I stiffen as Tori applauds, a goofy grin plastered on her face. Glad to have your approval.
Sorry. I mean, white would be fine, but the rest of the place just screams unique. I know you're not trying to get featured on a home shopping show or whatever, but yes, just yes. My dick twitches at the way she breathes it out. Come again, I ask. That blue shade is a dream, that's all. She pats her face, mock slapping herself awake again. Sorry, Quinn. I don't know what's gotten into me. I never usually get this excited over appliances. Neither do I. And I normally don't get hard enough to drive nails thanks to a strange woman in my house either. I'm glad I took Grace's advice, though. When she suggested I order a colorful set, I thought she was going overboard. But seeing Tori's reaction, shit. I'll either be thanking her or cursing the day I enlisted her help. Well, we'd better get started. I know you didn't just bring me here to drool over the place, Tori says glumly, shrugging like I've been the one holding her back from the grind ahead. Can't be that bad. Many hands, light work, you know the rest. I chuckle, handing her the plastic bag off the top of the washer with the manual and small parts. You read me the story of how Sir Fox slayed the washer dragon while I get this beast out of its box. I look away just as she casts me a glance that's equal parts amused and utterly fed up with my bull. What can I say? Screwing around with dumb jokes and teasing glances might be playing with fire, but I've always had a pyro edge. The next few hours are more fun than I've had in forever. With Tori reading me the right mechanical incantations, I'm able to get the machines hooked up and working in no time. Relief lashes my veins as I listen to that beauty purr. Tori insisted on testing them out ASAP, so I found a couple old jackets due for a cleaning. No surprise, my helper was just as adamant about assisting me with the porch swing. So I cave, my way of saying thanks for lending me a hand. Assembling the swing doesn't take long, not with her hands holding it up, standing opposite me while I plant the hooks. For just a second, my chest grazes her tits. I almost lose my grip with half the blood in my body plunging below my waistline. Fuck. It's a miracle I managed to finish the job without mangling anything, much less Tori noticing the tool with a mind of its own stretching my denim. As soon as it's secured from the porch ceiling, I grab us both a beer and we sit down, trying it out because the damn thing just has to be big enough for two. So what's next, Mr. Fix-It? Tori asks shyly, sipping her beer, cozied up against my shoulder. Far-off crickets sing to us while the silver stars twinkle above like tinsel. No other light around except the soft mellow orange glow of the porch lamp. It feels downright romantic, and that's the problem. Next? Ignoring the flash of devouring her mouth, then picking her up and carrying her upstairs to my bed, I take a long swig off my long-neck bottle. We could start painting the kitchen cupboards, couldn't we? She muses, elbowing me playfully in the side. I lean back, shaking my head at her as much as I'm reprimanding my own dark thoughts. Not tonight, girl. We're coming up on midnight. Gotta sleep sometime. Aw, you're just as much a night owl as I am. She takes a quick sip off her beer. Why not, Quinn? You have 2 more hands for free. Oof. You know it's fucking bad when just hearing about her hands sets me off. I can't stop thinking about exactly where I'd love to put them to work, and it's got nothing to do with this old house. Pushing off the floor with one foot, I make the swing move, staring down at my beer. Trouble is, that's an all-day job, and you've already helped plenty for one night. I like painting, and I'm pretty good at it, she offers. Really? What have you painted? My entire room back home. She laughs. It took me forever to finish it because of my dance schedule. It drove Mother crazy having the walls half finished for over a month. She likes everything just so. Leaning back, she takes another fast drink of her beer. Perfectionist to the end. Maybe we're not so different that way. I sense there's more behind her words. Almost like she's been molded in her mom's perfectionist image when she doesn't want to be.
I want to ask, but I'm already in too deep. Working with Tori all evening has been a bizarre torture. A tease, a living memory, and a guilt trip in one. She smells too good. She's too damn delectable. She's sexy without even trying to be. Everything about her puts a fire in my balls like nothing else. I'm beginning to wonder if it's truly her, or just the unholy place my brain has gone, stuck on dirty thoughts about a friend I can't have. I'm not an animal. I can't betray her that way. And the longer she's around, the more we touch, the less space there is between us. I'm worried I'll lose control. Take her in ways I shouldn't, and I'll fuck things up without meaning to. Hiding a sigh, I down my beer and stand. Better get you home before Granny shows up on her bike looking for you, Peach.
Oh, she's not going to come looking for me here.
She rolls her eyes. Probably not, but I don't want to worry her or piss off Granny Coffee. She's a pistol in this town. I hold out a hand. Come on, time to go. A heavy frown pulls at her face, but finally she sticks out her fingers. I take them to help her up. The moment she lays her hand in mine, frantic heat races up my arm. Call it cheesy as hell, predictable even. I don't fucking care. There's always been this weird polarity between us, and it's only gotten worse. Her touch resonates the same energy she had all those years ago. I'd stopped touching her much then. The more we grew up, even holding her hand. It was like being struck by lightning every time and enjoying it. And the older I got, turning from a boy into a man, I started to figure out just what that feeling really means. I'm about to drop her hand like a hot rock when her grip tightens. She steps closer.
Thanks, Quinn. It's been fun. Exactly what I needed to get my mind off some things back home.
Oh, hell. She's close enough to kiss, and I rediscover just how weak I am when it comes to her. Because I'm fighting like mad to keep my lips to myself. Damn scared of what I'll lose if I slip up and put my mouth where it doesn't belong. No need to bullshit. Fumbling a step back like I've been shot, I say, "Whoever had fun putting in a washer and dryer?"
I did,
she insists, her pitch turning into this jittery, adorable squeak.
Hanging up the swing and trying it out was fun too. I swear, I could lounge around on it all day.
Damn her. Maybe it was fun. But I have more reason now than ever to keep things platonic, simple, and easy. Far more reason than I'd had even years ago. Then it was because she'd been so young and so different. This high-class creature who felt downright otherworldly to an Oklahoma farm boy. Now, it's because I'm a danger to her. My shit could hurt her, pull her in, and all over nothing she ever had anything to do with. It ain't fair. With easy talk over the town and old times, I drive her home, walk her to the door, and flee like the Dickens without touching her again, ignoring the hellfire pulse in my lips. Trust me, it's a major feat. An achievement I have to be proud of. Blue Smurf balls and all. Because the alternative is a whole lot more fucked up than torching bridges with my childhood best friend. I won't have an innocent, bright, vulnerable woman getting hurt on my conscience. Not again. Not after what that freak and his brother did the first time I crossed swords with the picket machine. After a somewhat sleepless night, because if I'm not thinking about Tori Three Names, I'm helplessly dreaming about her. I head to the police station to see if Sheriff Wallace ever had a chance to run the plate number on that thug from Oklahoma. I'd called him shortly after leaving Carolinas and left the info with his secretary. When I reach Main Street, though, I head west instead of east. I'm taking a short detour past Dean Coffey's place. It'd be helpful to have a list of places where his goats are being hired, just so I can check up on Tori. She's too frigging stubborn to call me herself. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if I hadn't called her at Carolina's place when I did. With a list, I can keep an eye on her without her knowing it. That'll be better for me, too. Keeping space, not being up in her face for a few days. A cold shower hadn't eased the voodoo effect she has. Neither did an angry, gut-wrenching wank this morning. The guilt I'm feeling now jacking off to her was almost worth the release that turned me inside out. Hell. But it doesn't help one bit that we're both grown up and she's all woman. When we were kids, the age gap was like the Grand Canyon. Now, she's 26, and being a few years older than her ain't the issue holding me back from claiming that sweet ass. Her life, her safety is. A far better reason to keep us apart than our age did years ago. I find Dean sitting outside in his bathrobe, with a shotgun and cleaning gear leaning beside his chair. He's an eclectic guy, but that's funny even for him. I pull up and park right beside his mostly camo-painted Jeep. Painting cars was another gig he'd tried out last year. He'd quit just before finishing his own showcase vehicle. Go figure. "Morning, Dean," I say, climbing out of my truck. "Falk?" He gives a single head nod like he's been expecting me. His bushy blonde hair looks like it hasn't been brushed since his last cut, which was probably months ago, judging by the wilderness look. "Going hunting?" I plant a foot on his bottom step and lean a hand on my knee. "No." He looks up and shakes his head. "Just been sitting out here since about 2 this morning, waiting around." I frown. That's mighty strange, even for Dean Coffee. "What's up? You in some trouble?" I ask. "I caught something prowling around the goats last night," he tells me, lifting a cup of coffee I'd bet my right leg is loaded up with Baileys. "Coyotes, huh? Heard a few other folks had trouble with them lately over at the Bobcat." No lie. They're wily enough to come this close to people when wolves usually won't. "I wish. This animal had 2 legs and drove a Dodge." "Shit." My spine stiffens. "What happened?" "Well, I was in the middle of a big bonanza marathon, having a few smokes when I heard a vehicle pull up. I figured it was just someone driving by, wanting to turn around, but then I heard a door close. Somebody was sneaking around on my turf." He stands up, thankfully holding his robe shut. "Here, I'll show you." He walks down the steps, and I follow him to the barn, where I recognize several goats in their corral, including Hellboy with his typical wicked flash of teeth that looks too much like a grin. "What'd your intruder look like?" I ask, wishing like hell I didn't have to. "Don't know. It was too dark, but I got a footprint. Over here, in the mud by the water spigot. It leaks a lot, and the bastard stepped right in it the second I fired a warning shot in the air. He took off, running for his truck." I nod, trying not to let the tension turning me into a statue show. Most places I've lived, a gunshot in the middle of the night would get reported to the sheriff. But here in Dallas, the neighbors deal with coyotes and the rear cougar after their livestock regularly. "You said he was driving a Dodge?" "Yep, I'm sure of it." Dean sniffs loudly and spits into the corner. "Probably some desperate punk looking for something to steal for drug money. Those sort of bandits come and go like the wind. Didn't bother reporting it to the sheriff." "What did the Dodge look like?" I ask, pressing him harder. He turns his head slowly, stroking his chin. Dunno. It was parked on the other side of the barn and took off in that direction. Think it was missing some paint." "And you're sure it was a Dodge?" "Didn't need to see it, man. I heard it. Cummins engines have a rattle like no other when they're wearing down. I'd say it was a mid-90s model, maybe. Rusted and banged up. Typical goddamn methmobile." Damn it. Exactly what I feared. He just described Marvin's truck. That asshole didn't heed my warning and scram like I told him. Instead, he's following up, tracing the Rent-A-Goat name on the trailer back to Tori and her uncle. "You got my number?" I ask, catching Dean's eye. He flashes me a bewildered look. "Huh? Yeah, I think... Is there a reason I ought to keep you on speed dial? Still got your eye on my niece? He chuckles and I pinch my jaw. This town. Seems like I'm never going to stop catching shit from the many, many people wanting Tori and me to be a thing. Listen, don't tell anybody. But Grady said he's seen some oddball characters creeping around Dallas lately. I tell him, not dropping the hint it involves me. What? Like that funny business a year back before Ridge and Grace tied the knot? When he told us to keep an eye out for reporters, and it turned out to be some mobster jackasses and his goons? Dean scratches his cheek, stubby fingers raking stubble loudly in the silence. Not quite like that, but yeah. Keep your eyes peeled. And if you won't call Sheriff Wallace, call me if this snooping ever happens again. For a second, he's frozen. Then he looks from side to side quickly as a big, goofy, entirely Dean grin eats up his face. Aw, wait. Is this some PI thing? Or even bigger, Falk? He leans in, still grinning like he's holding on to this wild secret. I heard you used to be a Fed, dude. Is that what this is? Oh, hell. Here we go. I hold up a finger to my lips, shushing him. Deciding if he's already made up his mind off the town gossip machine, it could work to my advantage. As long as he cooperates. Can't say I care if he thinks I'm a flying purple people eater. Dean, just call me, okay? I can't say more. I mutter low, leaning toward his ear. It's classified. Oh, man. Shit. Will do, Falk. You can count on me. He looks at me again, so giddy he's almost bouncing. If only the rest of this were just as easy as getting Dean Coffee baited and worked up. I have to follow up on that Marvin asshole today, before he comes prowling around this place, or anybody else with coffee in their name.
7. Goat it together. Tori. Why the hell did I answer my phone again? Just, why? I hadn't said a word to Mother about working for Uncle Dean. I know neither he nor Granny would have mentioned it, so I'm wondering how Dad knows all about it. But somehow he's heard, and he's pissed, that's for sure. I mean, as low-key, passive-aggressive, worried pissed as Dad can get. I huff out a breath, holding the phone away from my ear as he tells me he's booking a plane ticket for my return home, and he'll text me the information later. Of course, he also insists that I can't miss the summer dance show this weekend. Don't I know how much they're expecting me? Don't I know how many big players will be swarming like bees? Don't I know what it could do for my career? All lines Mother would give him. I'm sure she's right behind him, whispering in his ear because she knows I'll take it more seriously coming from him with his sharp, ever so diplomatic delivery. But when he yammers on about how reckless, irresponsible, and stupid Uncle Dean has always been, I wish that was Mother. He's your brother, Dad, and he's a good guy, I say, having heard enough. I'm happy helping him out. The rent-a-goats are actually profitable, believe it or not, and definitely one of his better ideas. I'm not coming home. Not yet.
Tori, I don't think you're understanding the significance, he tells me, his tone flat. The mayor and half the city council will be there for Mr. DeLong, plus a large chunk of the local Fortune 500. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you to...
Do what? Grovel? I snap. Dad, if Jean-Paul DeLong wants me there so bad, he can call me up himself. Don't do his dirty work, or Mother's. He sputters, temporarily at a loss for words.
Tori, please. I understand your personal reasons with him, but not for walking away from what you love and crash-landing in Dallas all summer. It's not doing you a bit of good, just causing trouble. There's such a nosy bunch out there. Nobody ever thinks things through, and you're
I hold the phone away as he proceeds to rattle off reasons why I should fly home ASAP. And also why it's such an atrocity I'm playing in the mud in this little podunk town. I don't hear half of it. My thoughts have shifted to Quinn. Mother would have an absolute cow, an elephant, if she knew about him coming to my rescue not once but twice. At least I know they've got spies among the locals, feeding them tidbits, or else just well-meaning folks who just don't know when to shut it. Whoever told them about me working for Uncle Dean could have also mentioned my dinner with Quinn last night. But I guess the fact that Dad hasn't brought it up yet means I'm temporarily safe from best friend dating drama. Dad, I interrupt his rant while he's dumping reason number 13 why I need to think of my future. I have to go. Granny and I have plans today. Love you. Bye. I hang up before he can chew me out. Spoiler, we don't have plans. None that I know of, anyway. Which could change any second with Granny. But honestly, I like how she rolls. I adore spontaneity. I enjoy the fun I've had since coming here, without stressing about my blown-out knee or my chasm of a future or my asshole ex, who also just so happens to be my key back into the dance scene. Sigh. I'm over being told what to do 24/7. That's been the story of my life, long before Madeline decided to, literally, kick me in another direction. That's what I'd told Quinn last night, too, in my own way. Mother has always wanted everything to be perfect, especially me, her only golden child. I'm tired now. So sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations. Namely, my parents. They want me dancing again as soon as possible. They also wanted me to marry Jean-Paul at one point. A possibility that makes me violently retch and reach for my glass of water. Mother was pushing Jean-Paul for years, even back when I was actually interested in him. He was older, cultured, moneyed, and fit. She steered me into dating him, and she'd been hoping to hear about a ring, up until I caught him with Madeline. Even after I told Mother I think she still holds out hope we'll reconcile, climb up a rainbow, and live happily ever after. For all I know, it's the real reason why she wants me home so bad, and why she's twisted Dad into calling and trying to talk sense to me. Whatever. I'll go back eventually. I have to. Dancing is my life, after all. And even if I'm too messed up to ever be on a stage, I'd love to find another job in the industry. But I don't have to kiss and make up with Jean-Paul. I don't have to beg. I damn sure don't have to meet him again, unless it's to deliver the resounding slap to the face the cheating prick deserves. My palm itches at the thought. Then I flump back against the chair, wondering what I'm doing. Maybe my parents have no right to pull strings on my life, but they aren't wrong to wonder. I can't even answer the question myself. Goat wrangling is fine for a few weeks, but it's not something I want to do for the rest of my life. Neither is living in Dallas, even if it is a charming small-town break from my bad luck city. Are you off the phone? I get up and open my bedroom door, peering out. I can't see Granny, but her voice carries through the house like nobody's business. Now I am, I call back, raising my voice to reach her. Oh, good. Get your crap together and let's go, she calls, jiggling her keys loudly on their chain. Huh? Go where? Shopping, dear. Don't tell me you just woke up. I smile, shaking my head. She's already 10 steps ahead of me as usual. With a quick stretch, I grab my purse and leave the bedroom, finding her waiting impatiently in the kitchen. What now, Gran? I thought we had plenty of food here. I need to get out and stretch my legs. You need a new outfit for the rodeo. Imagine that, she says matter-of-factly. Rodeo? I echo. Yup. She opens the door to the garage. The big one's coming to the county fairgrounds this weekend. You'll love it. Will I? I rub my eyes, seriously wondering if this is some fragmented dream. Nope, just typical stir-crazy Granny. Hey, wait. I follow her into the garage and shut the door. I never said I'm going to the rodeo.
What?
You mean to tell me Quinn didn't ask you last night? Oh my God. My face wants to melt right off under her appalled gaze, and I swipe a hand over it. No. Don't even think he's going himself, I say with a shrug. He's a busy guy.
Oh, hush. No one's too busy to miss the biggest shindig all summer.
She hands me a bike helmet.
He will. Just you wait and see, and you'll be ready to make that boy see stars.
I'll say no is what I think you mean. Helmet on, she laughs at my hilarious not joke while opening the garage. What's so funny? I put on my helmet, angrily adjusting it. We're friends, Gran. Nothing more. And last I checked, we're not joined at the hip either. We both have lives.
Such a shame. You ask me, you could use less complaining and more kissing with the Faulkner boy. Now close the door behind us, dear.
Holy hell. I pretend I didn't hear that as I follow her order. She pushes the bike out of the garage before I shut the door and climbs on, waiting. Once the door shuts, I get on behind her. So I heard from Dad, I say, desperate to change the subject. My parents want me home soon. It's the summer show, the big one where our group showcases new techniques for all our big donors, apparently.
And you told them no like a sensible young lady. Wonderful, Tori. I'm proud of you for that.
I snicker into my hand. Geez, Gran, were you listening through my door? I'm not even offended. It's Granny.
Oh, these old ears just hear whatever they want to sometimes, and I didn't want to interrupt, just in case you were yakking with someone important.
Flashing a wicked grin at me over her shoulder, she says,
Okay, now, ready? On 3.
With a sigh, I put my feet on the pedals. That's how we get the bike going. On her count of 3, we both start pedaling. It's taken practice for us to get the timing just right, but we're quite the experts now. As soon as the bike lurches forward, we zoom down the driveway together, the wheels completely stable beneath us. Rodeo or not, I don't need new clothes, I tell her firmly as we bike up the street.
Yes, you do, you little whiner. You've had enough fun wearing my old outfits because your Chicago wardrobe didn't come with anything fit for Dallas.
Head down, she pedals onward, pumping her tanned legs, the spitting image of a bicycle pro.
I'm thinking a white shirt with fringes and rhinestones. It'd suit you good, she says, huffing for oxygen between words.
Fringes and rhinestones? Seriously? Who do I look like? I'm not a country western singer.
Ah, what might have been,
Gran clucks.
You'd have made a fine one if your lovely mother was just as obsessed with country music as she is with ballet.
I smile because she has a point, and before I know it, we're at the classiest little fashion boutique in town. I end up finding a white shirt with silver pearl snaps, white fringe, and yes, freaking rhinestones. Since I'm stuck now, I also buy a pair of my own dress boots, rather than wearing Granny's pink-stitched ones. A pair of black jeans gets added to the bill to round out the ensemble. I'm ashamed to admit, I love the clothes more than I should. Even the gaudy rodeo shirt Granny almost staples to my skin. After we get home, I head out with Owl to check on the goats we'd delivered this morning, starting with a quick, supervised job at the rental properties to clear out the weeds. Thankfully, no sign of Carolina or trouble. Since then, we've divided the tribe up on a couple small jobs they're working simultaneously. The first place we stop at belongs to a young couple, where the goats are busy clearing out a fenced-in area for their sheep. As we pull in, the husband and wife are standing near the barn door, giving friendly waves. The building needs plenty of work, but I can see these two turning the place into their hobby farm dream in no time. Hello, hello! the wife shouts. She's a petite woman with curly black hair. "Morning, folks." Owl leaps out behind me after I park. "Just stopped by to check on our friends. How are they doing?"
"Hungry little guys. They're doing fine, though,"
the husband answers, leading us toward the barn. He's tall with a shaved head.
"Until a few minutes ago, I guess. We heard a big crash and ran out here. They knocked down the back door, and now they're all inside the barn."
Oh, crap. I'm so sorry. I glance up at the blue sky, noting a thick cluster of clouds on the horizon. I should have known. "It's going to rain," I say flatly. Husband and wife look at each other, then at me, like I've just lost my mind. Hard to blame them. My weather prediction wouldn't have made any sense to me a week ago either. Not before Quinn Faulkner and a gate over a ditch gave me a lesson I'll never forget about goats and rainstorms. They sense it coming. I tell them as Owl trots ahead to the barn door, and I gesture at the clouds rolling in briskly. They like to take cover and stay dry before any big storms roll in.
"Really?"
the husband asks.
"Well, that explains a thing or two."
For sure, and I hope they didn't do too much damage to the barn door. I hold my breath. We're insured, but dealing with goat-caused property damage doesn't seem the least bit fun.
"Nah, no problem. That thing was already about to fall right off. We just hurried out here when we heard the commotion because we didn't want them breaking down this door. It's not in much better condition, but we thought they might escape."
No, they'll stay put until the rain stops. Usually. I nod toward the door, which only has one hinge. "Hey, I can help you secure that door, though, just to be on the safe side."
"Thanks, ma'am, but I can secure it just fine," the man tells me. "It's good knowing what spooked them to take cover, though."
"We'll keep that in mind if we ever get our own herd one fine day," his wife laughs. "We're learning more about real-life heartland farming every day. We did our time on the organic farms as woofers in Hawaii, but this is pretty different." "I'm learning too," I admit. "So, besides breaking into the barn, did they clean everything up?" "They are doing great so far. Looks like they have a little left, but you can leave them overnight if you want. The kids love watching them, and they're pestering us to get a couple of our own once we're ready for some animals." The woman smiles at the man. "If we left it up to the kids, this place would be like Noah's Ark." Her hubby nods.
"I'm gonna grab a hammer and some nails before the rain hits. Thanks for stopping by," he tells me. "We appreciate it."
"Call if you need anything or have more trouble with them," I tell him. After visiting with the woman for a few more minutes, I whistle for my dog and we leave. My mind shifts to the other goats as the rain picks up, hitting the windshield in fat waves. The ones back at a rental cabin have trees to gather under, but the farmer with the empty lot worries me. I'd left him 3 goats, and he'd just had an old corn crib leveled, leaving almost nothing except overgrown brush and weeds. I give him a quick call. Fortunately, the man tells me they're just fine after taking shelter in an old storage shed with a tin roof. While we're talking, I think about the clothes I bought this morning and if I'll go to the rodeo. I'll never hear the end of it from Gran if I don't, but I also wonder, would Quinn ever ask me on a real date? It's silly. I don't even know if he's a rodeo kind of guy. I'll go if he asks, but if he doesn't, I'll skip it. Silly, I said. And it's extra silly that he's stuck on an endless loop of handsome enigma in my brain. I'd purposefully stepped closer to him more than once at his place, especially while we were working on the swing. If he was interested, let's just say he had ample opportunity for a kiss. At one point, I'd thought it might happen when we sat on the swing together. His gaze was glued to the stars for most of the conversation, this far-off look in his bottomless green eyes. But every time he looked at me, they twinkled so much brighter than the sky. He was full of kind words and sexy half-glances he probably didn't give a second thought to. Exactly the kind of glances putting awful ideas in my head, filling it with crazy wishes I'm sure we'd both regret the second after they came true. I mean, Nothing happened. End of story. In fact, when he'd dropped me off, he couldn't seem to get away fast enough. I should be glad he's always been the careful one. Guess I'd better face the facts, I tell Owl. He's interested in being friends for old time's sake, and it's probably for the best, right? Owl turns his head and stares at me with big, dark almond eyes, his monster of a tongue rolling out. Quinn, I clarify. He's not interested in wagging his tongue like you are, as much as I might wish it was different. It's not. Tell me I should be happy? I'm not a casual fling kind of girl. That isn't why I'm here. Despite what Granny thinks, that won't solve anything. It'd just make my life a whole lot worse. Owl lets out a single loud yip. I turn the corner and head up the same street that veers off toward Carolina's rental house and the empty lot we finished this morning. It's raining harder now, a proper shower, and I click the wipers up a notch. I really hope the goats are okay at all three properties. There's no telling what Hellboy might do if he gets antsy or scared. He hasn't done anything curse-worthy since the Buttgate incident, but that doesn't mean he's earned my trust. Between the wipers swishing across the windshield, clearing away the drops, I decide to turn down the street and drive by the rental houses. If I can confirm that ratty old truck belonging to the gross guy with the gun is gone, it might set my mind at ease, and Quinn's, too. As soon as we're going past, I notice a pickup in Carolina's driveway, but it's not the beat-up truck from yesterday. A blue pickup I know too well. Quinn's. What the hell? My heart doesn't know how to react. My brain starts rifling through reasons he'd be here. More trouble with the man he confronted? More shady business he's scoping out? More interested in that skank than he let on? No way. I can't believe he's the least bit into Carolina. But why else would he be here if it isn't trouble? A nervous twitch in my belly makes the decision for me. I pull over on the side of the road so the trailer isn't blocking the driveway. Ignoring Quinn's truck, I scan the empty lot. Nothing seems too out of the ordinary. It's the same quiet, melancholy-looking old house with a few pieces of junk on the porch and spilling out into the front yard. No different than yesterday, really. I should be satisfied and leave to go check on the other goats, or at least call the clients. Shuffling back to the truck, I get in and grab the keys, but someone steps up to the passenger door, just a silhouette in the rain. My heart shoots into my throat. Wait, Quinn. A hiss of relief slips out as I hit the unlock button.
"Jump in the back, Owl,"
he says, opening the door. For being the size of a small pony, the dog is graceful and lumbers into the back seat, while Quinn climbs in and shuts the door.
"This rain came out of nowhere," he says. "Is that why you're here? Driving around to check on the goats and you saw my truck?"
Sure, I say, holding back the burning need to ask why he's here. Mainly because I don't want to find out if he's interested in Carolina, for some ungodly reason.
"Have you spoken to Dean today?"
he asks. Not since this morning. Why?
Damn, I thought he'd mention it.
He huffs out a breath.
"Well, I stopped by his place this morning."
Noting a harshness in his tone, I shift in my seat, studying his features. The worried frown lines etched on his forehead. His chiseled jaw looks like it's about to crack. The tension makes me shiver. What's wrong? Is Uncle Dean all right? Did something happen? I try to keep my voice soft, anything to soothe the beast staring at me.
"He's fine. And yes, something happened."
He looks at me with eyes of dark emerald, secretive and stern. You're scaring me, Quinn. His death stare eases just slightly.
"Look, I'm sorry, Peach."
He slowly sighs.
"I stopped by to talk to Carolina, but she ain't home. Or else she isn't answering her door. Figures."
What does that have to do with Uncle Dean? I'm genuinely confused.
"Turns out some clown in an old Dodge was sneaking around your uncle's place last night. Dean was watching TV when he heard noises and ran outside with his shotgun. He sat out there till morning waiting for trouble."
He stares at his truck in the driveway.
"I think it was that low-life chicken shit who was staying here. so I stopped by to see what I could learn.
Who, that Marvin guy? Joker tattoo man? He nods.
Marvin Heckles. That's his name. I've been digging into his background.
And? I shake my head. Why would he have been at Uncle Dean's?
Trying to make a connection between you and me, Quinn growls. I was afraid that I hadn't seen the end of him. But don't you worry. The sheriff's on the lookout for his shitbox Dodge, and I sent Drake Larkin over to your uncle's place. Told him to keep it quiet and friendly so Dean doesn't raise a fuss over involving the cops. Drake's helping put up some surveillance cameras in case anyone comes sneaking around again. Same ones he used to help Bella once, and then loaned to Ridge last year.
A chill knifes through me, and not from the rain still pelting the windshield. Okay. And what aren't you telling me? He freezes, those green eyes glowing like brilliant jade.
Peach,
Don't you dare hold out on me, Quinn Faulkner. I know there's more. You're barely a better liar than I am. For a second he pauses, then lets out a soft growl through his faint smile.
Heckles is a snake. From Texas, originally. He's got a nasty record. A string of crimes. Mostly petty thefts and drug dealing in Oklahoma, where he did some time and picked up that shitty tattoo.
The same prison as that guy you put away? Just like you thought?
Unfortunately. And now I'm sure Heckles isn't working alone. That's why I wanted to talk to Carolina, pick her screwed-up brain, find out where she snagged him, and whatever else she'd tell me.
Dang. I must be a sick person for ever thinking he came over here for anything besides that. But knowing he wanted to chat up Carolina about the thug makes me happy. Maybe Dad was right. I'm only causing trouble by staying here, getting myself worked up over nothing, stressing over a crush I swore I squelched years ago. And now I'm chasing ghosts of butterflies and getting up in his very serious, very dangerous business. Would it be better for everyone if I was back in Chicago? What should I do? I wonder out loud, biting my bottom lip.
There's no reason they'd want to hurt you or any of your kin,
Quinn says, reaching over.
Don't worry, Tori. I'm not going to let this bastard chase you home before you're ready.
My heartbeat stalls as his fingers touch my chin, gently tilting my face up, right into the storm of his eyes. Can he read my mind? The fact that I'm even asking the question tells me I'm off my rocker.
They only want info on me. They'll want to keep it clean and quiet, and getting tangled up with anybody else complicates that,
he says, dropping his hand but keeping that bright-eyed gaze on me. And what will they do with that info? I whisper, my hands gripping my thighs.
Sell it.
I do a double take. Sell it? What do you mean?
That's how shit works in the prison system. Everything has a price, and you can bet any man who's currently locked up looking for intel on me is willing to pay through the nose.
Just then, a rusty old car pulls up in the driveway, and Carolina gets out with a sneer on her face.
Sweet. There's Miss Congeniality. I have to go, Quinn says, opening his door. See you later, Peach.
My insides do a weird somersault as I watch him walk up to Carolina, and again when he fights her off after she tries looping an arm through his. Then, with a quick glance over his shoulder as if to say, I've got this, they head for her house.
8. Just Goat Real. Faulkner. 3 years ago. He's a freak of nature. But then, as I'd learned soon enough, both Pickett brothers are. Across the table, Jake Pickett towers over everyone, even sitting down. I'm a tall man myself, and so is Ted Good, the senior police investigator at my side. But we're nothing against this titan in a suit that must have cost a fortune to custom tailor for his size. He's over 7 feet tall, tattooed hands with fingers so long they look more like ropes. A set of harsh eyes set deep in his head, more like a hawk's than a human being's. Now I know how David felt facing down Goliath. Only in this case, Goliath has one hell of a lawyer. If only he'd let him do the talking.
Jake, please, if you'd allow me to talk to them like we agreed.
Shut the fuck up, Jake snarls, whipping his face around until the ant of a lawyer sinks into his chair. Then that harsh gaze is on me again. Listen, Fed, I haven't done shit, and I know you know it. If you had anything on me, I'd already be in handcuffs. I came here as a courtesy. I look at him coldly, wishing like hell that were the case. Of course. Your lawyer, Mr. Tweedy, kindly responded to our information request, hoping to clear your name. I say, folding my hands, leaning forward into his I will kill you stare. As you know, Oklahoma City police have arrested a number of laundromat owners in the area this past year, with evidence of illegal weapons deals and large caches of methamphetamine. What's curious is this. Your name comes up as a repair contractor for all 6 businesses. However, considering their accounts omit any references to receipts paid to Pickett and Fix-It appliance repair, we're wondering how that works.
Objection. Tweedy sits up, stiff as a board. My client overpaid his taxes the last 3 years, as the returns show. There's hardly anything suspicious about messy bookkeeping for a man as busy as Jake Pickett and the fine establishments he services. So I'd argue the non-existent receipts, invoices, or whatever paperwork you're looking for simply isn't relevant.
Prick. We're also wondering why trucks registered to you showed up overnight on cameras at several of the places, and pretty darn consistently, too. Ted, the investigator, says at my side. Just how often, Mr. Pickett, do laundry machines need servicing? I turn slowly. I'd expected Ted to save the real gotcha question for the end, like we'd discussed. The fact that he's dragging it out into the open now seems risky. Still, I nod firmly, playing my favorite role as bad cop. Pretty damn often if they're as old and shitty and run down as the units around here. You boys stupid or something? Do you know how many loads those places handle every single day? Jake glowers, his brow furrowed, completely ignoring the puppy dog looks from his lawyer to keep his mouth shut. Keep talking, asshole. Help us dig your grave, I think to myself. Interesting, I whisper, flipping through a couple pages in front of me. Because it says right here, the Bumblebee Laundromat in Midtown got all new high-capacity machines a couple years ago, and they came with warranties from the supplier. So, Mr. Pickett, you care to explain why your repair crew showed up there 5 times last month? Pickett's grayish-blue eyes go a shade darker, and those long snake-like fingers on one hand coil into a fist. For a second, I wonder if I'm about to hear an angry rattle. He looks at his lawyer, beaming him an obvious, "Do something, jackass." Gentlemen, I believe my client prefers not to be badgered over minor details of routine business operations without his records in front of him. That's beyond the scope of this entirely voluntary sit-down in good faith, and you've produced no reason to detain my client, Tweedy says in typical lawyer speak, adjusting his spectacles. We're awful thankful for your time, but since there's no warrant issued by a judge, I think we'll conclude this effort to settle any... You done with these jack-offs? Let's fucking go. Pickett snaps, ripping his chair back and standing to his full intimidating height. Again, I'm staring up at a man-eating giant, and every instinct I have tells me this won't be the last I'll ever see of him. I'm also a little pissed, because I knew they'd cut and run if we dropped that question on their heads up front. Sure, we'll be going right for that warrant next to make Jake Pickett's next Q&A less than voluntary. But fuck, what was good thinking? For what it's worth, he slumped in his chair, his mustache twitching, this hand-dog look like he knows he messed up. I stay riveted to my seat, glaring silently as Tweedy gathers up his folder of strong-arm legalese meant to protect human trash. Jake leers at me with those pale blue eyes, as he rounds the table with his lawyer, no doubt wishing he could burn me down to ash with nothing more than a nasty look. Fuck him. We've still got something up our sleeve no judge will balk at. A criminal witness. His woman. She's been making noise about talking to us, but I'm afraid for her if she does. So that's one reason I tried to trap this overgrown rat into slipping up. If only I'd tried harder. Because less than a week later, I'd be seeing the freak again, this time with bullets flying. And at our next meeting, those long, savage fingers of his would rip my world to shreds. Present. I throw down a rumpled 20 to pay Grady for the beers in front of me, Ridge, and Drake. They've all been helping me look for Marvin, local hands on deck I can trust, in case my old contacts at the Bureau don't come through with solid intel. I barely even asked the boys. They just stepped up and volunteered the second I hinted at trouble, without asking questions. Damn. I hate pulling anybody else into this hell, but since Tori's already been dragged in the muck, I'll accept their help without complaint. I installed a camera at Granny Coffee's place for good measure, Drake says, while setting up the remote camera app on my phone for viewing. I'm labeling it Granny's. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. How'd she take it? Drake chuckles, his blue eyes shining under a crop of dark blonde hair. You think I'd risk her finding out? I made sure she wasn't around to see me do the installation. Waited until she took off on that bike built for two with Tori. How the hell does the old lady have the stamina to ride that thing all over town? Ridge asks with a grin. She has to be pushing 70. That's just Granny, I tell him. She's always acted half her age. She looks like it too, Ridge answers. For a senior, she's fit as a fiddle. Shit, if I ever need a sassy old ballbuster in one of my films, I'd consider casting her. I can't help laughing at the thought. Since he's back in Hollywood part-time for what he swears will be his last big acting run, I think he might be serious. That might bring you more trouble than it's worth. Her brain's still sharp as a tack. She tells it like she sees it and doesn't worry about the bruises. We all get a chuckle out of that. Some of the truest words ever spoken in this bar. Then Grady's expression flattens behind his dark beard. So you're convinced this Heckles prick is some kind of spy? He's looking to sell info on you to Bat Pickett? I nod. That's the only reason for him to have come here asking, and then snooping around Dean Coffee's place. You said that beat-up truck was here a couple times. Grady nods. Can't forget that shit. Thing left a pile of rust I had to sweep up from the lot. Clue us in, Falk. Who's this Bat Pickett dude anyway? Ridge asks, taking a long pull off his beer. As soon as he heard I'd asked Drake to put up cameras at Dean's place, Ridge called and said whatever it was, he was in. The man can't help returning a favor. He won't take no for an answer. Fine. I'd done my job enlisting the feds to help him with some demons chasing down his wife and father-in-law. It's been a few days, and there hasn't been hide nor hair of Marvin Heckles anywhere in Dallas. Carolina didn't know shit either. She shrugged off my questions, and the minute she started trying to pull down her leopard top to flash those fake-as-hell tits, I was done. What else is new? All I got was the fact that she'd picked him up at a dive bar out by the interstate, a couple towns over, before they came back to the Bobcat. Bart Pickett, a.k.a. Bat, is a good-for-nothing drug dealer rotting in an Oklahoma prison, I say, angrily inhaling my beer. Trouble is, he's got bad money buying good lawyers who'll sweet-talk their way to parole. He won't stay locked up forever. You put him there? Ridge asks, sitting up taller. No. I take another swig of beer. Anything to do with the witness protection program is technically classified, and I can tell him the gist of the story. I made the bus that put away his brother, Jake Pickett, about 3 years ago. My gut churns hellfire at the memory. The deaths that shit caused. The sacrifice. Justin Franklin was the best partner I'd ever had, and telling his widow he'd been shot and killed gutted me. I would have rather been garroted 10 times than rip her heart out. But somebody had to deliver the bad news. I tip my beer and let it pour down my throat, hoping to wash away memories so bitter they make my eyes burn. "You okay, man?" Grady grunts out. "Yeah. Jake was killed less than a year after he went to prison, drowned in a dirty sink by a rival drug gang while they were doing laundry." I tell them, no easy task. They build those things real shallow to prevent that sort of shit. I shudder just picturing it, remembering how freakishly tall the pickets are. It must have taken half a dozen men built like bulldozers to hold him down in a basin hardly any deeper than a mixing bowl. Bat was the younger brother. He took over their meth trade after Jake went to jail. He was a little smarter, a little better at hiding his street operation. He abandoned his brother's shady repair business. Nobody could get him on logistics, but he orchestrated a complex prison hit on the man who murdered Jake. Bat got himself arrested after an investigation found a link to him, bribing those dudes to take out his brother's killers. "Fuck, that's intense," Drake growls, his blue eyes flashing. "But the man's locked up. That's good news, right?" Just like all of us here, he's seen his fair share of violence. It won't stay that way. Plus, Bat looked up to Jake like he hung the stars from everything I've heard. He won't forget anybody who had a hand in getting his brother murdered, even indirectly. He won't give up on revenge. Once he's out, he's coming straight for me. "When's he up?" Grady asks, slurping that dark ale with a cold brew coffee concentrate that's always his go-to. I shake my head. His records are sealed. Don't know how or why. Some things I'm not privy to since I turned in my badge, even with my friends still on the inside. There were rumors all along the pickets had somebody on the inside, but it could be their wizard lawyers locking down the records too. No one else I've asked can find out. Since Bat's got men fishing after me, he must be up soon. Could be a month from now, or maybe a year. "Sounds like he's so shady he doesn't cast a shadow," Drake says, stretching his tattooed arms out in front of him. "Why's he called Bat? Don't tell me he drinks blood too." Same dick-waving fuckery behind every street name, I tell him. He only operates at night, and his men like to string people up. They're good at cutting just the right places and letting the blood drain out, leaving the empty body as a message. Oh, and of course he has a big shitty tattoo across his back of some rat with wings baring its teeth. Jesus. Ridge groans into his hand. Makes that Grindle freak I dealt with seem normal. No fooling. And I'm not sure who he has on his payroll either, besides that Marvin asshole, I admit. Well, he'll catch pure hell if he thinks you're an easy target in this town. Everybody here right now, plus plenty more, have your back, Falk. Dallas is your home, Ridge says, hoisting his bottle. The grin he flashes looks like it could shoot in my defense. "You know it." Grady lifts his beer in a salute. "Me 3, Drake says, raising his bottle. "Just because I wear a police badge now doesn't mean I'm above fucking anybody up who screws with you, brother." I have no choice but to raise mine and clink it against all of theirs. "Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate y'all helping with surveillance." I stop there, but the truth is, if it comes to an armed standoff with Bat, I don't want them around. Drake and Ridge are married men, new fathers, happy lives and happy families. As for Grady, he's got his 2 older girls to look after, a single dad who never gets to stop and breathe. I feel just as bad risking his neck. I'll be damned if I'll ever be the cause of another woman losing her husband, much less kids being orphaned. We spend the next hour or so talking strategies and fallback plans before Drake chugs the last of his second beer and sets down the empty bottle. "Gotta go home. Edison has to be at the fairgrounds by 5 to practice for the opening ceremony at the rodeo," he tells us. "Wouldn't be opening night without Edison," Ridge says with a laugh. "Is Bella riding him?" "Does a bear shit in the woods? Drake winks. My wife and that horse are practically connected at the hip. He's too old to ride real proper, but he'll tolerate it for a half hour or so, just long enough for the opener. I shake my head. Edison must be as old as Granny Coffee in horse years. At least, Drake answers with a grin. But when it comes to Bella, he's a spring chicken. He shakes his head. Still can't believe you inherited old man Reed's horse. I say. And his daughter. They've both done me a ton of good. For real though, guys. There are times when I'm jealous of that big old beast. Drake frowns for added effect. Ridge laughs. At least Edison is a horseman. I'm jealous of a freaking rooster. Cornelius is so stuck on Grace for giving him treats that every time I convince her to have some fun in the barn, I have to shut us in the tack room. Otherwise that peckerhead will spur me right in the ass. We all get a gut-busting laugh out of that image. Say, you're bringing Tori to the rodeo, aren't you, Falk? Drake asks, casting me a knowing look. Bella's been hoping to see her again. She remembers playing back when you were kids, and Bella spent summers here with her granddad. Finishing my beer, I set down the bottle. I wasn't planning on it. Honestly, I'm not even sure I'll make it myself with everything going on between the old house and now this picket shit. I'm not just feeding them a story. I've worked hard, damn hard, the last few days to stay away from Tori and do some real work. The schedule I'd gotten from Dean lets me keep an eye on her from afar, without her knowing it. Another strange hell. Seeing her but not talking to her. Not touching her. Not catching her smile. Not since that day at Carolina's. It's torturous. Almost as bad as how I'd looked into her eyes, feeling drawn to her lips, hating how I had to settle for my hand grazing her chin. If it was any other rainy day with both of us shut in the truck, I swear to all that's holy I would have. Dude, you have to come to the rodeo and bring your girl too, Ridge says, interrupting my thoughts as he sets his empty bottle down with a frustrated thump. Grace has been itching like mad to meet her. She was disappointed she didn't get a chance while the goats were at our place. But with the kiddo and wrapping up my last film, we had to send out Tobin. He shakes his head at me. I don't like my wife being disappointed. I grin. How's that my problem again? Ridge lifts a brow and gives me his award-winning dead-eyed outlaw look. It will be if you don't bring Tori to the rodeo and enjoy a few hours off. This isn't Hollywood, and we're not back in Afghanistan, I tell him. Your tough guy act doesn't work here, buddy. We all laugh again before Ridge and Drake head out. Tell me the truth. You're going to the rodeo with her, aren't you, Falk? Grady asks, shoving the 20 I'd laid out when we got here on the counter back toward me. Keep your money. It's on the house. Nope. I slide the 20 back his way. And big nope on the rodeo and Tori. Aw, hell. William Selleck will be there. The Selleck bull's the toughest one in the riding event. You remember what we talked about a few weeks ago? He asks, his eyes dark and questioning. Shit. I'd forgotten all about it after recent events. Turns out, Joyce Selleck is a friend of Grady's, and she wants proof her husband's been cheating on her for years with a former rodeo queen. Grady asked if I'd do it since snooping after missing persons and two-timing spouses are practically all I do anymore. Should be easy. A picture or two of his hands in the wrong or right place is all the proof Joyce needs for the prenup she made him sign to hold strong when she files for divorce. William's been sucking money off of her ever since she married him. Grady shakes his head. Why she ever married that prick is beyond anyone who knows her. I hold in a sigh, knowing I can't say no. Between raising 2 kids on his own and managing the best bar in town, Grady is one hell of a guy with a huge heart. When he makes a friend, it's for life. He's befriended Joyce Selleck since she spends so much time looking after his kids while he's working, and I'd already half agreed to get the scoop on her cheating husband, knowing Joyce would be out of town during the rodeo, leaving William plenty of chances to mess around with the other woman. I'd go and take them myself, Grady tells me. But most of my part-timers are going to the rodeo. Don't need to tell you it's the biggest bash of the summer in this little town after the 4th. That means one good chance to give the bar a deep cleaning, and then run the girls over later for the fireworks they shoot off. I'll get the pictures as planned, I say, giving him a nod. Don't worry, I don't need Tori for that. But having Tori along will make you blend in. Just one of the crowd, Falk, Grady says, tossing the beer bottles in the recycling without picking up the 20. Damn him. And damn him again for giving me a good reason to mingle yet again with the woman I can't pry out of my head. We'll see. I've done gigs like this without a hitch all by my lonesome before, but I'll do it. I stand and tap the bar with my knuckles. See you later, man. Long after leaving the bar and driving into town, I've got 3 things on my mind. Tori, and also Tori. No thanks to the blaring encouragement I don't need from Drake Ridge and Grady. This ain't about the rodeo. Every last one of them wants to see me get some action, I think, if not downright hitched. They know me too well, including how I've lived like a monk ever since I came back to Dallas, with next to no patience for hookups, and even less for serious dates. But they're all helping me too, just because they want to. Maybe I shouldn't be so stubborn, and I should throw my friends a bone. What's one more night out with her when they all want it? Ridge and Drake for their wives, Grady for his friend, all 3 of them for me. Shit. Looks like I'm taking Tori to the rodeo, if she'll even go with me. For all I know, she might already have plans with someone else. Granny, maybe, or hell, any handsome single man looking for a sweet piece of arm candy. How arrogant am I for thinking I'm the center of her whole universe here in Dallas? Even so, that doesn't sit well with me at all. Hot jealousy pumps through my veins. A territorial image flashes through my mind. Going to her door, throwing her over my shoulder and carting her off to bed. All for a girl, a friend, I've got no right to. Insanity. I stop at my house just long enough for a quick shower and a shave. Cranking the water to cold, I scrub furiously at my skin, wondering if it'll magically scratch Tori out of my head. Nope. It just makes it worse. It's like the whole don't think of a pink elephant trick. Only in this case, I wish I had an annoying goddamn pachyderm stuck on my mind. Instead, I'm thinking about Tori wearing those boots with the pink stitching and nothing else. Preferably bent over, her hair in my fist, ass up, moaning my name with this fuck-hot smolder in her throat. Hell. I don't even know what I'm doing at first when I look down and see my fist wrapped around an angry hard-on, stroking it harder, driven by animal lust more than conscious thought. I remember how good she felt pressed up against me on that swing. Then I think about how nimble she was while she helped me hang it. Even with her knee messed up, Tori 3 Names can flex like a yoga teacher. Her lithe body and lush curves bending in ways that ignite any red-blooded man's imagination. She sends mine right off the rails to dark places full of flesh. Stolen kisses, driving hips. She makes me imagine what it'd be like to shred the veil of everything we've had. All chaste smiles and friendly jabs, and electric need throbbing underneath it. She begs me to get her on the nearest surface, stretch those long dancer legs over my face, and devour every last bit of her soft, dripping peach, till the only sounds she can make are ragged, otherworldly screams. And then I'd flip her over, put her under me as I stare into her eyes, drunk on her taste. I'd watch her face shudder and twist with delight, sinking every furious inch I own deep inside her. A tension rips up my spine, fills every muscle, and before I know it, fuck Tori. I'm grinding her name through my teeth, panting for dear life. A white-hot orgasm rips out of me in a sudden burst and streams all over my leg, the wall, and my fist before the water rinses it away. Unbelievable. This is who I am right now. Cumming my fucking brains out to my childhood best friend, who I haven't touched, haven't kissed, haven't even gotten comfortable with in anything more than a friendly way. Because this is exactly what I'm afraid of. This is what a baser, wicked, totally irrational part of me wants. And this is what might just happen, whether I like it or not, when I ask Tori out tomorrow on something that's bound to feel like a date. I'm glad the boys gave me bottle salutes for good luck back at the Bobcat. There might be no coming back from this. Stick a fork in my horny ass. I'm done. The next evening I head over to Granny Coffee's. She opens the door before I get a chance to knock, decked out in a pink and white checkered shirt, jeans with a huge silvery belt buckle, and pink boots just like I'd seen Tori wearing. "Oh, thank God you're here, young man," she hisses while grabbing my arm. "I damn near lost faith in you." My nerves instantly kick into gear. "Why? What happened? Where's Tori?" "Shh." She presses a finger to her lips, then taps it against her mouth. "She's in the kitchen, getting ready to cook that godforsaken eggplant," she says under her breath. "Look, I'm all for adventurous eating, but that blasted thing is purple. Some plants God made for decorations and nothing else." I bite back a grin. "Can't disagree with your logic, ma'am." "I knew you wouldn't." She glances over her shoulder, still whispering. "You have to take her to the rodeo tonight, Quinn. Have to." "Why's that?" I whisper back. "Because I'm not choking down eggplant parmesan for supper. I'm having a burrito as big as my head from Kenny's taco truck. I've been hankering for one ever since I saw the first rodeo poster. But I can't go get one with her cooking us supper." "Sounds like you better take her to the rodeo then," I say, a small doubtful part of me wondering if Tori will give me a chance. "Oh, Posh," she rolls her eyes. "Would you want to go to the rodeo with your grandma, Quinn Faulkner?" I shake my head. "Granny, anyone who rides around town on a bike built for two with their grandma won't mind going to the rodeo with her." "Truth be told, I bought that bike to help exercise her poor knee. That first week of riding damn near killed me. But if you tell anyone that, I'll deny it till I'm blue in the face. Now come along." Looping a hand through my arm, she pulls me farther into the living room. "Tori, dear, you have a visitor. Quinn's here to take you to the rodeo tonight." "What?" Tori yells from the kitchen. "What the? Did you text him?" Granny looks up at me and whispers, "Delete my text." "I didn't get a text from you," I whisper back, confused. "Huh?" She takes her phone out of her back pocket and starts punching buttons like a teenager. "Oh, damn. Looks like it didn't send." She frowns, then grins as she pockets the phone. "Of course I didn't text him, Tori. He came freely, and he's of sound mind. So get your butt out here," she calls. Tori comes around the corner just then with wide blue eyes. "Quinn?" She looks at me and frowns. "What are you actually doing here?" "Granny's right." I step forward, throwing her an easy smile. "I came to see if you wanted to hit the rodeo. Biggest night of the summer. Didn't you get my text?" "Weird. No, I didn't get a text from you." Tori eyes me critically. "Shoot. Maybe I forgot to hit send. You know how these phones are." Granny snickers as she walks over and grabs Tori's arm. "Go put on your shiny new outfit. We bought it special just for tonight. I'll serve Quinn a glass of strawberry rhubarb wine while he waits." Tori's face flushes red and she looks down, an adorable wrinkle of confusion across her brow. "But I just cut up the eggplant," she says quietly. "It has to be cooked, Gran. It won't keep." "Oh, well, what's one eggplant? Hardly a tragedy," Granny says to her, before looking at me with sparkling eyes. "Kenny's taco truck will be at the rodeo," I say, clearing my throat. "I hear they have a damn good burrito."
A burrito off the truck? Tori asks, cocking her head. Sounds like a bad case of indigestion to me. Would you forget eating like a bird for one day? I have some Pepto-Chewables in the cupboard you can take with. Granny stomps over and pushes Tori into the hall. Go. I'll get some for you to put in your purse while you're getting ready. I should feel sorry for Tori being forced into a rodeo trip, but the excitement of spending the evening with her and saving Granny from a miserable dinner wins out. Edison's performance starts in about an hour, I think. I tell her, trying to make it easier. We don't want to miss that opener. No, sirree, you don't, Granny sings. Tori looks at me and then, shaking her head, hurries down the hall. Thanks, lady. I pull out my wallet and hand Granny a 10. Your burrito's on me tonight. Oh, well, you always were one of my favorite people, she says with a wink, taking the bill and stuffing it in a pocket. Then she pulls out her phone. I'd better text Velma to wait up. They're my ride, and now I know I'll be going to the rodeo after all. She shakes her head while texting with both thumbs. I could kiss you right about now, young man, but how about that wine? I walk around her while her thumbs are still flying. I'll take a beer instead if you don't mind. Got some in the fridge? Yeah, and go right ahead and toss that heinous eggplant in the trash while you're at it. I don't touch the eggplant, but I do grab us each a beer. We're still drinking it when Tori reappears. She's dressed to slaughter. White shirt with fringes across the yoke, rhinestone and sparkling pearl buttons, black jeans and black and white boots. My cock almost explodes in my pants. Her hair hangs around her shoulders in soft waves. This sweet mess of cinnamon auburn I'm sure feels as sweet as it smells. All my filthy thoughts from the shower come rushing back. I can't even look at her without imagining that hair in my fist. I know. Now I'm completely screwed, blued and tattooed. Somehow I manage to hold in a wolf whistle, barely, but Granny lets one rip for me. We've got ourselves a hot tamale tonight, don't we, Quinn? The old lady turns toward me, her eyes lit with pure mischief. Gran, Tori hisses, laughing shyly. No joke. Setting my beer on the table, I stand up. You're stunning, Tori. Tori shakes her head, that fiery pink burst on her cheeks glowing, then looks at Granny. Will you please wrap the eggplant and try to save it from... Uh-oh, look at the time. You two run along. Granny interrupts. Don't you dare miss Edison. He's a special creature. Al, who's been sprawled out on the sofa, lifts his head and lets out an offended woof. Oh, hush. Not as special as you, and don't we know it? Granny says to the dog, before waving at us with both hands. Get. Don't make me find my broom and shoo the two of you out of here. It's more likely she'll throw the eggplant at us. Grabbing Tori's hand, I pull her gently toward the door. She's right. No telling what Edison will get up to tonight. Drake said they had something special planned. I tell her. Everything with that horse is special, she says with a laugh. So did Granny text you or not? I want the truth. I open the door for her while saying, Nope, she didn't. She called you? No, Paige. She didn't call me either. I sigh. Can't a man decide to bring his friend out for some fun without her crazy granny goading him? Weird how I didn't get a text from you, she says once we're in the truck. Right. I must have just thought about it and never really got around to doing it. I admit, I'd only said that to get Granny off the hook at the house. Ugh, I do that all the time, she says, flopping back in her seat. God damn. Between the soft brown curls, the curves, and the delectable outfit I want to shear right off her with my teeth, I can't tug my eyes away. Especially when she looks at me with those sky blue eyes so bright, her mouth pursed like a ripe strawberry. So are the cupboards painted yet? She asks. I cringe inwardly.
Keeping track of her and following up on Marvin hasn't left me much time to hit the house hard the last few days. I've been busy with other stuff. I tell her, I'll be damned if I let on anything about that grim just-in-case strategy session with my friends yesterday, or the fact that I've been tracking her every move when she's out with the goats. Define stuff. Her curiosity only makes her cuter, even as it sends me plummeting to a whole new level of hell. Just cases I'm working on. Actually, I need your help tonight. Tonight? A case? She sucks in a gasp. You mean you're doing that private eye stuff at the rodeo? It helps keep the lights on. This is a special job for Grady I took as a favor. So there's this lady named Joyce Selleck. I fill her in on Grady's friend and how I need to snap a couple of pictures of the rat husband while we're there. It seems to help take her mind off other things. The idea of helping with an undercover surveillance job excites her. Tori keeps looking at me like a bright-eyed chipmunk, reaching over the console to rub her face on my shoulder. You're in luck tonight, Quinn Faulkner. I'll be the best freaking spy chick you ever laid eyes on. She rushes out, already high on the excitement. A regular fuchsia Delaney, I tell her. Huh? She tilts her face up. Nothing. I'm guessing she didn't dive into all those Heart's Edge stories from the press as deeply as I did, back when things went nuts out there. Blake Silverton's weird radio show also broadcasts out here from Montana, and I'm a sucker for late-night background noise. I'm happy to have you along for the ride, Peach. Don't let me down. Never, she whispers, squeezing my arm, digging her nails into my skin just a tad. Holy fuck. I hold in the first of many growls to come. One thing's for sure. Catching William Selleck up to no good promises to be a cakewalk compared to resisting the frantic, scary, throbbing urges this little firecracker puts in my blood. Before I can even blink, we're in line at Kenny's taco truck with our mouths watering. The smell alone teleports me to Phoenix and Albuquerque, and I overhear Kenny himself comes from Sedona. I can't shove money at him fast enough as he grills up our food with a couple lanky kids helping assemble burritos big enough to pacify Godzilla. Then we're carrying tall bottles of water and these hatch chili smothered monsters in their red and white checkered trays to the grandstand. Ridge sees us and waves us over to join him, right next to Grace. Their baby boy Levi bounces on Grace's lap, while Ridge holds their burritos. I knew you'd make it, Falk. Ridge belts out with a proud grin as soon as he sees us. And I see you've brought the lovely Tori coffee. Welcome back to Dallas, lady. I'm Ridge Barnett, and this is my beautiful wife and squirmy son. I step aside to let Tori shake hands and blush at meeting a famous movie star, which makes me roll my eyes every time. Don't care how rich or infamous Ridge Barnett is. He'll always just be Corporal Barnett to me. One more grunt in the dirt pulling dumb stunts to pass the time with the rest of us in between missions. There's some truth to the Army being the great equalizer. When the bullets fly and mortar shells are bursting too close for comfort, a man forgets his money and class, or lack thereof, awfully fast. It's so good to meet you, Tori gushes, squeezing in between me and Grace. I want to hear all about your interior decorating business later, Grace. Everybody in town loves what you do. The girls blab on for a few minutes, while all four of us eat our grub with plastic forks, waiting for the rodeo show to start. I'm thankful for the distance from my buddy, so he can't give me any snide shit over showing up with your girl. Something I know he'll call her if he's given half a chance. The speakers crackle and buzz to life before the announcer welcomes the attendees and introduces the biggest hero this town will ever have. Edison. The crowd erupts and stands as the national anthem ripples through the air. Edison, his black head up with a creamy white spot, looks as badass as he did 10 years ago. He prances onto the field like he owns it with Bella Larkin on his back, carrying a star-spangled banner. The horse bounces his way around the arena, dashing 2 laps before stopping in the center. He tosses his head several times and snorts, just as the country music coming in the wake of the anthem hits its pitch, almost like he's dancing to the beat. Even I pull my hands off my burrito box long enough to clap. I'd bet my bottom dollar there isn't a soul here who isn't impressed with this beast. As the song ends with Bella raising herself up in the saddle, hoisting the flag high, Edison tucks back one front leg and takes a bow. Everybody in the stands fucking freaks. Tori bursts out giggling at my side, scrunching her face, cute as a button, and totally entertained. Edison tosses his head again, as if to say, "You're welcome," and then prances out of the arena. The best part? Bella never touched the reins once. The horse just followed the whole routine on his own. Some parts I wonder if he improvised. It was amazing, yeah. But watching Tori blows me away even more as the big events begin. She's spellbound by the bareback riders, steer wrestling, and team roping. She yells out, cheering for the participants, and clamps a hand over her mouth, frowning during failed attempts. Never knew the woman had a screamer set of lungs. Fuck. And now that I do, my thoughts go terrible places. Just as the saddle bronc event starts with a young rider and a bucking horse, I notice a newer pickup pulling into the backside of the arena, where most folks park their vehicles, livestock trailers, and campers. The truck is unmistakable with the elaborate paint job advertising Selleck brand bulls. Shit. I suck down the rest of my water in turn. Hate to spoil the fun, but it's time to go get some pictures. I tell Tori. She nods and we get up, waving farewell to the Barnetts. We make our way out of the stands, around to the barns connected to the side of the arena, dodging laughing people probably going for their 5th drinks of the evening. See there? It's Selleck's truck pulling into the back of the lot, she says, stopping to point. Yeah, the stock trailer that matches his truck is parked right next to the Biff's. I'd noticed that too. Good observation. This might be our best chance, I say. I also explain that the former rodeo queen he's having his likely affair with is scheduled to perform in the barrel racing, which is the second to the last event. Bull riding is always the grand finale, and though I don't mention it to Tori, I'm sure Selleck and Rosie West were locked away at the local motel till the last moment possible. We arrive at the Biff's, portable outhouses, just as the truck pulls up behind Selleck's trailer. Can't be more than 20 feet away. I'll be right back. Tori shoots me a grin, and then enters the last Biff, the perfect excuse for me to be standing there, waiting on her. I walk over and rest a foot on the split-rail fence bordering the parking area, and pretend to scan my phone. Really, I'm snapping pictures. Everything I can get from Selleck's truck. Rosie's clearly in the passenger seat, her wavy hair flopping around, but I can't get a clear shot of her. Selleck backed his ride into the parking space, and his rear window is covered with the window cling of a bull. Still, I get a couple shots of him climbing out, walking around to the passenger side a minute later. What's he doing? Is he seriously going to screw around with her right here in public? Damn, it's too perfect. Trouble is, I can't see through the cling, but he can, and he might notice if I move any closer. Annoying. Deciding I'll have to wait until after the last events when I'll have more people milling around for cover, I shift my stance and glance at the Biffs. Crap. Tori still hasn't exited, and I wonder if her disappearing wasn't just for show. Maybe the burrito monster got her. She's not used to eating like this. Frankly, I'm amazed she even finished it when she had to take half her Mac burger home from the diner. As the minutes tick by, my concern grows, and I wonder if I should go knock on the door and make sure she's all right. Just as I'm about to do that, a pickup door slams shut. A quick glance over my shoulder shows Selleck entering the camper section of his stock trailer, while Rosie walks away from the truck, adjusting her top as she heads for the barns on the side of the arena. A second later, the Biff door opens and Tori walks out. You okay? I hurry toward her. I was beginning to wonder if you died in there, Paige. I'm fine, she says with a laugh, and I believe I got just what you need. What?
I squint at her. Not here, she whispers, hooking her arm through mine and turning toward the grandstands. Let's go sit down again so the sun won't be shining on my phone. I'll show you. Your phone? You got pictures of Selleck? It's too good to be true. She tugs at me to start walking beside her, so I do. And a video. All I had to do was crack the Biff door a little. Gave me a perfect shot of the space between his truck and trailer. No shit. An irresistible smile pulls at my lips. Really, Quinn, you're set. I owe you then, lady. And here I was scared the burrito made you sick as a dog. She laughs. Hardly. That was the best freaking thing I've ever eaten. Better than eggplant parmesan. Her laughter flows out of her, and she tumbles against me. This soft slip of a woman with the world's most infectious laugh. Damn it, I'm grinning as I catch her, help steady her feet, and tighten my grip as we head back to the arena. I believe I've found Granny's kryptonite, she whispers, her eyes narrowing with mischief. All the more reason I have to make sure she tries it. So that's what's going on. You're trying to give the poor old gal indigestion. Oh, I'm so onto her with that eggplant. She didn't wriggle her way out of it tonight, just delayed the inevitable. I smile, thinking Granny Coffee has met her match in her very own granddaughter. As soon as we sit down in our seats, Tori hands me her phone. Here, have a look. Fair warning, it's kinda graphic. Her cheeks are tinged bright pink, which makes me frown until the video starts. Holy shit. This time the girl has good reason to blush. It's practically a bad porn clip featuring Selleck and Rosie, tits and ass galore. She's sitting on the truck seat, and he's standing next to the open door. Her shirt is open, and he's taken full advantage of her exposed tits, going at her like a fucking bear. I twist the phone carefully and hold a hand over the screen, making sure no one around us can see what's playing. What's on this screen right now definitely ain't fit for polite company. Despite my twisting and turning, it's enough to identify both faces besides all the other skin showing. William Selleck's goose is about to get cooked to a crisp by Joyce's lawyer. Tori's position in the biff gave her a clear shot of everything. Selleck kept glancing around between going to town on his mistress, but he never noticed the door cracked open in the rows and rows of portable toilets. No wonder he'd gone straight inside his trailer. After what they did, he's bound to need some cooling off time. Can you send everything? I ask, clicking off her phone. Tori takes it back and glances at the screen with her lips twisted. It's probably too big to text, but I'll upload it to the cloud and give you a shared password. You should be able to download it from there. Thanks. That'll do just fine for Grady to pass along too. I swallow hard. After watching that shit and seeing how Tori blushed, a downright wicked part of me can't resist acknowledging there's a devil's heat in my blood. And it's got nothing to do with the amateur clown show on the phone. Just looking at Tori Three Names and the saucy red glow lingering on her cheeks fills me with a mad desire to kiss her. Long, hard, and preferably somewhere more private than where Selleck decided to screw around and ruin his marriage. Shit. Am I serious? My hand trembles. Fucking trembles on my knee. It's like I've been plugged into a current. Pure electric heat throttles my heart while dangerous thoughts whip through my head. This is Tori Three Names. Peach, smart, classy, gorgeous, nimble, best friend, wet dream. After that psycho jerk-off session in the shower, though, and the way I woke up hard as a brick this morning with her stuck in my gray matter like a spur made of sunshine and lust. Yeah. Who the fuck knows what I'm thinking? And maybe I'm not thinking at all anymore, as I turn to her and see her staring with this soft, curious look, pooling in her blue eyes. Shit. Am I that obvious? Thanks again, Paige, I tell her, clearing my throat and shifting my feet together.
Whatever it takes to kill the sudden attack of the raging heart-on. I would have had to do a lot more sleuthing without you.
No problem. I hope it helps you solve the case.
It will. I tell her with a nod and a smile that feels carnivorous. There's no doubt about the debauchery she captured being perfect. My desires, on the other hand. The worst part is, they aren't even hampered by the crowd or the excitement of the bull rides that finish the main rodeo event. Then folks pack their stuff up and a couple hundred voices clash through the night, their owners spilling outside, ready to look at animals and play overpriced games when they're not buying up every last morsel from the food stands. Hey, want a beer or hard lemonade? I ask as we exit the grandstand. My treat for making my job easier.
A lemonade sounds refreshing,
she says, grabbing my arm as I push us through the slow-moving crowds.
Oh, wait. Is that Bella Reed?
Larkin now, I mutter. Damn. And here I'd been hoping to get her alone.
Oh, right. Let's grab our drinks and say hello.
Even as we do exactly that, I keep my arm locked around hers, pulling tighter, the rawness in my blood forcing me to keep a possessive hold. Doesn't seem to bother her. She looks at me funny a couple of times before giving me that hellfire blush again a second later. Fuck. I'm almost afraid of what she's thinking. Those pink cheeks, blue eyes, and cryptic Mona Lisa smiles of hers are gonna murder me before the night ends. Once I've got an ice cold beer and she's sucking on her lemonade, we find my friends who are all clustered together now. Drake and Ridge join us, along with their wives, and the six of us wander to the midway. I can barely get a word in with the guys between Bella and Tori laughing up a storm over old times. Edison's antics, all the times Bella's grandpa was fit to be tied with that horse. It's well after sunset now. The colorful lights shine brightly off the rides in the little carnival area they've set up. I'm not sure who suggests we all take a ride on the Ferris wheel, a surprisingly big one for a little town like Dallas, but that's what happens. Taking her hand, I lead us into one of the small pods before the next ride starts up. Once we're buckled into our seats together and the door shuts, the big wheel grinds forward to load the next folks. Ridge, Grace, and Levi by the looks of it. What's the matter? I ask her, leaning in, wondering if she's gone pale or it's just my imagination.
I probably should have mentioned I'm not a huge fan of heights,
Tori says, hiding her face behind one slim hand. You aren't? She shakes her head, still keeping her hand up. Oh, Paige, why'd you agree to ride?
I thought you wanted to.
She squeezes her eyes shut as the wheel lurches again, this time higher. She lets out a squeak, throwing one hand against the side of the pod and the other against my chest.
I didn't want to disappoint you, Quinn.
I move, looping an arm around her shoulders, trying to ignore the brutal urges flicking through my body. Not even possible. Riding this old thing doesn't matter to me either way. I've got you, I growl, pulling her face to my shoulder, tilting her chin up softly. Just don't look down.
Where else is there to look?
She asks quietly, her big eyes gazing up at mine like matching pools. Here. I touch her under the chin, grazing a finger across her soft skin so she shudders. Staring contest, just like old times. Look at me, Tori Three Names.
Oh my God, you haven't called me that in years,
she snorts, closing her eyes. But now you're not thinking about the heights, are you?
Oh, so just like this then?
Her eyes flutter open, this time less afraid.
We just gawk at each other the whole ride?
For a second, I'm lost for words. Her pretty face is bathed in tilted shadows, soft light, and I'm pretty damn sure it's not just worry etched in her features anymore. She's looking at me with something else like wonder, amusement, anticipation. Oh, hell. No, I grind out. I've got something less awkward in mind. Then, whatever shred of restraint I had left gets obliterated. Leaning forward, I push my forehead to hers and let my thirsty lips move in, drinking my fill of sin. Not just a small peck, not second-guessing, not even wondering if we'll hate ourselves in 60 seconds. With the way she melts for me and whimpers against my tongue, and the way her little hand shakes on my shoulder, there's only one thing I can do. I kiss Tori with a full, fierce, tongue-probing kiss that leaves us both in flames.
9. Go to load of this. Tori. Holy flipping hell. I'm tasting Quinn Faulkner for the very first time, and I think I'm already drunk. I still don't know what's happening, as his tongue finds mine, as he pulls me closer, as he growls into my mouth. Yes, growls. To be fair, I started it, letting that little moan slip out. I'd say it was just surprise, but that'd be a total lie. It's want. It's need. It's straight-up obsession. Sure, I know how insane that sounds, but the reality is even more ludicrously sexy. Kissing Quinn is nothing like I've ever imagined it would be. I expected it to be tender, uncertain, and sticky sweet. And even if all those things are there, little hints I feel every time his lips take over just a little more, every time his tongue chases mine, every time his hand slides across my face, sealing this white-hot bliss. I can't begin to describe how dominant, how intense, how all-consuming he kisses. The man doesn't ask. He takes. He rules. And now and forever, there's not even a shred of doubt in my brain as I give up, give in, and give out. God, the only sane thought I can still cling to is how bad I want to keep kissing him. So I press harder against his chest, loving being so close, inhaling his masculine scent. I pour the last decade of yearning for this very moment into living it. Quinn's lips become my world. It's like the rest of reality melts away. Nothing exists in our slick, hot, panting moment except us. To call him an excellent kisser would be a hilarious understatement. But I love how tight he's holding me, letting his free hand roam down my back just to the edge of my butt. Oh, wow. I don't want to stop, but it's too much. Eventually, I have to catch my breath. Jerking backward, I sputter, gasping for air. Real smooth. If he's laughing, he doesn't show it in the slightest. Quinn lays his forehead against mine, breathing just as hard as I am. Tori, The second I've caught my breath, I capture his lips, preventing him from saying more, because honestly, I'm afraid of what he might say. Scary words like, we shouldn't. Believe me, I already know. But ask me if I'm going to stop. Not when it feels too right, too perfect, too addicting. I jump when the Ferris wheel finally stops, and he pulls his lips off mine with a startled look. I don't open my eyes. Just lean my head against his chest, relishing the afterglow of a makeout session so hot, I feel like he's been inside me. Better keep your eyes closed, he whispers. Why? I ask even while nodding. We're perched on the top of the Ferris wheel. He answers, a smirk bending his lips. The very top, high over the rodeo. They're starting to unload the other cars. Crap. Gasping, I lean harder against him for support, staring into his wild green eyes so I don't have to look down. It's not just the long way to the ground that gets me. Quinn's kisses have already left me feeling like I'm on top of the world. Something no other man's kiss ever accomplished, especially Jean-Paul's. Oof. Inwardly, I flinch. Why would I think about him right now? There's nothing remotely comparable between my ex and Quinn Faulkner. They're as different as night and day. Maybe that's why my brain goes there, because they're such stark opposites, drawing contrasts it shouldn't. Well, I know one thing. Jean-Paul DeLong wouldn't be caught dead kissing me on a rodeo Ferris wheel, though I can't imagine Quinn attending a ballet, which makes me sigh. Hey, if Mr. Perfect doesn't exist, I know who comes dangerously close, and he's drinking me in right now with those demanding emerald eyes. They still look hungry, even after ravishing me for the entire ride with his lips. A wicked pulse aches between my legs, and I'm afraid to wonder where this goes next. Do we wind up back at his place in a race to see who tears whose clothes off faster? Do we even dare?
You still okay, Tori?
He asks. I'm fine. Sorry. It's just the heights. I wish it was just the freaking phobia.
Hang tight. We're almost to the ground,
he tells me, pushing his fingers between mine. I sit up and blink my eyes, willing myself to look out the little window. We're still a few carts from being released, but high enough to make my stomach flip. His gentle hold on my hand tightens the instant I nearly break his freaking fingers off. Sorry, I whisper, trying to make myself relax.
Do high places always bother you this much, or just some?
He asks. Not always, not all of them, just really, really high ones like this. If it's more than 30 feet up, I embrace my inner baby. I tense. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Looks like you can see the whole town from up here.
Before we turn the next page of this journey, take a few moments to unwind with this gentle piece of music. We appreciate your time and trust.
You leave us behind, out of your mind. You know where to find.
You're too funny. He smiles. So up here it's too much, but not hanging off gates over a deep ditch with an evil goat ramming your butt. My cheeks burn when he mentions the butt ramming. Go ahead and laugh.
That was different, I hiss, pulsing my fingers in his. It was far enough to jump, I just couldn't because of my knee.
Whatever, Peach, he says, a wry grin widening on his face. You're braver than you let on.
Oh, hello, awkward blush. It comes back with a vengeance because I'm sure he isn't just talking about the ditch incident with Hellboy. It makes sense. I mean, as long as I know I can land safely on my feet, or there's something to grab onto, I'm fine. When I know I can't, I'm not so fine. That sounds silly, but it's truly how it works for me.
I ain't arguing the point,
he says, giving my hand a squeeze.
Plenty of better things we can do with these mouths.
Holy hell. Does he mean more kissing, or... My eyes flick to a noticeable bulge in his pants. He's as hard as I am sopping wet. As much as I'd love to find out exactly what his mouth can do, and what mine could do to him, fear climbs up my throat. I'm suddenly lashed with heat, confusion, desire, and doubt. Too many conflicted emotions to process when we're stuck up here in the sky. I'm not arguing either, just making a point, I tell him, ignoring the hint. I don't even know where my mind is anymore. Sorting up from down has officially become impossible. Kissing Quinn makes me feel like we've stepped into an alternate universe where the rules are far from clear, and that's not a place I can be. Because with him and those rogue lips, we've left the stratosphere, and I just know. I know I could never land on my feet again if I fall. Thank God the wheel jerks forward again, saving us from an awkward silence. As soon as the attendant unlocks the door and removes the brace bar, I jump off the seat and stand up in a rush.
Whoa.
Quinn catches my arm with his big hand.
Peach, slow down.
This has been riveting, but I just realized I need to get home. Check on Granny. I don't like her being alone for too long. I clamp my lips together, knowing I'm babbling, but I have to get out of here, away from him, before we screw up everything. It hits me how sudden this is, how reckless, how our worlds are completely different. He might be one notch below Mr. Perfect, but I'm Little Miss Boo-Boo.
Okay, yeah. Granny's probably back home by now after having her burrito, all alone, twiddling her thumbs,
he says mockingly. Fine, I deserve that. We both know Gran never needed anybody looking after her. I need to think. Kissing him still lives in me, electrifying my senses, and as much as the wet heat between my legs screams to go right back to his place and do more, that angry noodle in my head yells back, bad, bad idea. I'm punch drunk on adrenaline, on lust, and I've learned by hard knocks that's no state to make any big decisions in, especially decisions with ginormous butterfly effects, like sleeping with my best friend, for one. Sorry to flip out. This isn't like me, and I liked what happened, Quinn, but... I tug on his hand, shooting him a smile. The red-hot gaze he throws back almost burns me down on the spot.
No need to explain. If you gotta go, we'll head on home. Let's find the Larkins and Barnetts and say goodbye,
Quinn tells me. I nod eagerly. Hellishly awkward aftermath of the hottest make-out session of my life aside, it was a fun night. I loved seeing Bella again and meeting her hubby. Always my favorite person after Quinn on those bygone Dallas summers. The other two couples are just exiting the ride. We wait for them and bid our farewells. The entire ride home, I'm torn between hoping he'll ignore my crap and kiss me goodnight, and also hoping he won't. Seriously, what the hell is wrong with me? Well, thanks for everything. I'm glad I could help you get pictures of that creeper, I say as soon as he pulls up in the driveway. I pop the door open before he stops the truck. And the rodeo was fun. You were right to pick me up. It was worth sacrificing an eggplant to have a little fun. Tori. Quinn starts, but he never gets in another word. Night! I dart out and run to the garage door, mashing the buttons, then dash beneath it as soon as it starts rolling up. Granny meets me at the door into the house with a confused scowl on her face.
Why'd you use this door? I left the front unlocked.
Because I glance into the hall looking for an excuse. My brain and my heart and every sense I own fried. 100 questions from her is so not what I need right now. Seeing the bathroom, I stiffen. Gran, I think the burrito I ate is about to come up. I dash past her and race for the toilet. Honestly, my stomach feels fine. It's my heart that wishes it could heave up 100 conflicting feels, drain the emotional venom from my system. How can one hot mess of exquisite kisses do this to a girl? How can a man you've known for half your life feel so right when he's wrongness incarnate? Sighing, I hug my sides. On the 10-point scale of Tory being ridiculous, I think this might be a solid 11. But I also think I was never, ever meant to taste Quinn and trigger this madness. Leaning over the sink, I splash cool water on my face, eyeing my expression in the mirror. I look equal parts terrified and triumphant. 10 freaking years. Or close enough. That's how long I'd wanted a single kiss with that gorgeous beast. Trouble is, it has a colossal price, and it's also made me want more. So much more. Granny stands in the hall when I open the door, wearing a concerned look, bright pink tablets in her hand.
Poor girl. I should have told you Kenny's is a delicacy worth working up to if you're not used to the spice,
she tells me. I take the Pepto pills and pop them in my mouth. I enjoyed it. It was just too much too soon. Thanks, Gran. I need to lay down. She doesn't need to know too much too soon has nothing to do with burrito heaven and everything to do with the man they call Falk. I flop down on my back, staring at the ceiling, trying to hash out what's wrong with me. Quinn took a big risk, or was it a big step, by kissing me? Like, seriously, kissing me. Hardly an innocent exploration between friends, but a full-on conquest by a man who knows what he wants and who. Dear Lord, I should be buzzing and dreaming about more with a smile so wide it hurts my face. Hell, I shouldn't even be in my own bed tonight. What would be wrong with finishing what we'd started, history aside? I'm not committed to anyone. Jean-Paul was the only real relationship I've had. Knowing he cheated on me with bitch-face Madeline infuriated me, but it hadn't broken my heart. Sure, it thoroughly pissed me off because I'd done everything, to pour my heart, body, soul into getting the center dancer honor. And having that ripped away in a heartbeat by the woman who was sleeping with my effing boyfriend sent me to a very dark place. It filled me with hatred. For everyone in Chicago and everything, including dancing. I'm still crawling out of that pit now. I have the self-awareness to know. And maybe that's my biggest issue with a full-blown surrender to Quinn and his growly, unbelievable charm. Being here has helped soothe the heartache over, well, everything. Granny knew it would. That's why she insisted I visit. Mother was mad and never missed a chance to remind me I'm running from my problems. Maybe I was. Maybe I still am. Maybe I'm too full of maybes. But maybe Granny is right, too. That an affair with Quinn, as she put it the first time, because I'm never, ever calling it a nighttime nibble, is exactly what I need to get my crap together again. After the way he kissed, I sure wouldn't mind it. I swear if we hadn't been strapped in on a Ferris wheel, I guarantee things would have evolved way beyond kissing. I'd have welcomed it. Rolling over, I punch down my pillow and huff out an angry breath. Why is this so complicated? Because I don't know the future? Whether or not I'll ever be able to dance again? The exercises my physical therapist gave me included dance steps, but I haven't tried any of them yet. It freaks me out knowing if my knee can't take the twisting and turning, then what? Then I won't have anything. My short-lived career is all I've ever had. The sun my life orbited for as long as I can remember, inseparably linked to everything else a girl should care about. Family, money, men. My summers here were the only time I got a taste of a different world. And that's what Dallas still gives me now, which is just as scary, honestly. I can't live here forever being a goat wrangler, shacking up with a man who's trying to make sense of his own life. I can't do that to Quinn. He's got enough on his plate between sorting out his grandfather's house and now this crazy stalker thing with a dangerous convict. Plus, Uncle Dean will give up this goat scheme soon. He's already hinting at it. He couldn't shut up about watching beekeeping YouTubes yesterday. He only has a few more jobs lined up, committed, and that's only because I insisted he follow up on the leads from Ridge. I don't have endless patience to take on the goats alone forever, and I certainly can't keep them all here at Granny's. She might be a crazy old lady, but she's not a crazy goat lady. It doesn't make sense why my life is so screwed up, so dependent on others. Yet, I'm convinced it always will be. I'm not sure when I finally drifted off last night, but as I shower this morning, I know nothing got resolved. Not in my life, not in my job, and not one bit in the desires Quinn stroked into my body last night, using that Casanova tongue. After getting dressed and drying my hair, I plod down the hall, but something in Granny's voice causes me to pause near the door. She's on the phone. I see. Instead of a refund, can't I just switch the dates? She asks, then pauses for several seconds. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Another pause. No. Just leave it as it is for now and... My phone picks the perfect time to go off. Loudly. Flustered, I rip it out of my pocket and try to hit the silence button, but accidentally swipe the answer icon instead. A garbled voice comes out of the speaker. I don't even look at the screen to see who it is before I answer. Hello? I clip, flying down the hall to the living room. Good morning, my gazelle. I didn't wake you, did I? It's been too long. Every last part of me ices over. I recognized the voice before Jean-Paul even called me his gazelle. Woof. In hindsight, it's not that flattering, but once upon a time, I was smitten just to hear it. He used that lame pet name for years, and now I think it annoys me almost as much as him. What do you want? I force out, wondering why I bother. I did wake you, he says softly with just a hint of smarmy sarcasm. Of course you're taking advantage of your vacation and sleeping in. I'm not on vacation, I snap. I'm on medical leave, and you know it. The ballet doesn't technically have medical leave or vacation time, but that phrase makes me feel connected. It's a fine thread to normalcy, but it's there, and I've needed it. How are you doing? How's your knee healing? Fine, I lie, loving how he asks about my knee first and not the carnage he left in my heart. You aren't still miffed at me, are you? He asks. Miffed? Flipping miffed? Is he serious? That's hardly the right word for this, not even a polite euphemism. I wish I could magically reach through the phone and slap the smart-ass smirk I'm sure he's wearing right off his face. But I wait too long before his voice floods me again. I trust you read my letter. You never replied. I understand. You needed some time in the country, away from the urban pulse, to think about things. As I explained then, I had to be nice to Madeline, you see. She was the only person who could take over your position after your injury. Bullshit. He'd been nice to her without any clothes on long before my injury, I'm sure. What do you want, Jean-Paul? I snarl out. Get to the point, or I'm hanging up. I hope you'll be happy to hear our opening night of the Summer Royale was a massive hit, he ventures, this weird caution I don't like in his voice. Truly, it was a dream. Better than anything we could have imagined. The crowd gave the longest standing ovation I've ever seen at the end. Ugh, I'd forgotten that the biggest show of the summer was last night. Also, were it, Tori, he whips out excitedly. We won the international spot to host our peers, including the prestigious Strelkov ballet group from Moscow. Everything we've been working for the last 4 years. A flash of excitement cuts through me. I can't help it. Hosting other countries ranks right up there with the Olympics when it comes to dance. It was always on my radar, part of why I'd worked so hard. So one day I'd have the privilege of working with teams where classic ballet has been an art for centuries. Congratulations, I say dryly, trying my hardest not to let any excitement slip. Thank you, my gazelle, and I mean that with all my heart. You were a tremendous piece of this victory. The training you gave the other girls, the endless support and encouragement. You made them work even harder after you were gone, harder than ever to win this for you. I close my eyes because he's hitting a nerve. A hateful, hot, wet sensation floods down my cheek. The other dancers are the only thing I've missed during my time away. I've danced with some of them for years, and they're as close to me as sisters. A hint of guilt strikes at how I've practically ignored them since the double whammy to my knee and my heart. Besides one-word replies to their text messages, I haven't had the courage to speak to them. It makes me sick every time I wonder what they think of me, for just letting Jean-Paul and Madeline trash my reputation. A few of them know very well what happened. Call it selfish, the no-contact decision, but it hurt too bad in the beginning. I was too embarrassed. A couple girls still in the dark even saw me turn a blind eye to Jean-Paul and Madeline and tried to gently call me out on it over Facebook Messenger. Swiping my hand across a searing tear, I dig the phone into my ear. So is that all you called for, or what? I bite off. No, I have a proposition I'd like to discuss with you, Tori. A rather serious one. When are you coming home? I don't know. What is it? I ask. Just tell me. For this, I would greatly prefer to speak in person. Tell me, Jean-Paul, or this call is over. I've had it up to here with his shit. I'm not going to let him drown me in toxic games any longer.
Well, without going into specific details, I'd like you to take over the role of creative dance director. I'll have my hands full with our new arrivals from overseas and their directors, and you did a better job with the new girls than I could have managed the past few years, being so busy with the intricacies of business.
Oh, God. What? His job? Oh, my God.
It's physically light work, he continues. I know you can help the other girls through their routines without even dancing yourself. And as for morale, if you can work the same magic with our Russian friends, you'll send us to the stars. Why should the past be any obstacle? Together, we can go places, Tori. Straight to Elysium.
Damn him. Dance director would be too perfect, and something I barely dreamed of landing one day. I'd be doing everything I loved most about dancing without the grueling exertion.
I want you, Tori. I want you to be a part of all this, and frankly, if possible, I want us to have a chance to mend.
And just like that, I go from stunned out of my skin to pissed. I can't believe I'm hearing these words, but I'm too furious to stop him.
We were good together, and now we'll only be better with this extraordinary opportunity. Together we could put our ballet group on top of the list, worldwide.
He takes a harsh, loud breath.
People will pay millions for performances at that level, Gazelle. Do you want to be a royal?
I don't want to admit anything. How much I want to be a part of the success, but not him. Not the us he mentioned. That's long dead. But the ballet. I feel like he's stabbing me with choices. Making our group effectively #1 globally didn't even seem possible. But now, how could I turn my back? How could I walk away? How could I live with myself?
Tori, what do you say?
He whispers, his words a fast hell my mind can't keep up with. I shake my head, not knowing what to think, what to say, what to do. I think... Taking a deep breath, I say, I need time to think about this, Jean-Paul.
About what?
He goes quiet. Hell if I know. I have several commitments here in North Dakota. I whisper, grasping at straws.
What commitments? Watching goats?
He asks sourly. The revulsion in his tone raises my ire.
Your mother told me that's what you're doing, he says. That's not a commitment of any kind. It's crude, demeaning work for a smart, capable woman like yourself, entirely beneath you, working for a drunk.
Oh, here we go. Excuse you? My uncle is not a drunk, and the goats are none of your damn business, I whip out. There's more to it than just watching them. It's a viable business, and you know what? I don't have to justify jack shit to you, Jean-Paul. For a second, we're both suspended in this stunned silence. I never once talked back to him with so much anger.
Tori, I don't want to argue over your small-town pursuits. I just want you home.
Home. That word draws a blank. Do I even have one? Is there a place where I still fit in? Is Chicago completely alien now?
I can book a flight for you today, Jean-Paul says, trying to strong-arm me into getting his way, as usual.
No. I'm not sure why everyone thinks I need them to book my ticket. I'm not completely helpless. I've just let others rule my life for so long. They think I can't do it myself.
What do you...
I'll book my own damn flight when I'm good and ready, I say coldly, and I'll call you again when I make a decision about the job.
It's more than a job,
he tells me as if I don't already know it.
And you know how fast these things move, Tori.
Bye, Jean-Paul. I cut him off and finger punch the end call icon.
Jean-Paul, what's the schmuck?
Granny asks, sauntering around the corner.
What kind of job is that gutless fink offering you now?
I turn around and shove my phone in my pocket as it dings with a text message. One from Jean-Paul, no doubt. Somehow I doubt standing up for myself, something I've never done before, makes him any less relentless. Nothing. Don't worry about it, Gran. My nerves are too frayed to go into all of that with Granny right now, so I changed the subject. What were you trying to cancel on the phone, anyway? Fair is fair. If she can boldly eavesdrop on my conversations, it's only fair I mention what I overheard, too. Oh, just a trip. She gestures to the pocket holding my phone. Is he trying to convince you to go home? What sort of trip? I press her again. She huffs out a sigh and folds her tanned arms. A cruise, if you must know, Miss Nosy. A large group of us from the senior center and VA got together and set up a little getaway. Really? To where? Alaska. Whoa, awesome choice. Then I remember something critical. Wait, why were you trying to cancel it? The dates no longer work for me. She plants her hands on her hips. So now are you gonna tell an old woman what he wanted or not? Fine. He offered me a position back home. Creative dance director, higher level, more pay, lots more respect. Lifting a brow so she knows I want the truth, I say, when's your cruise? Director. Sounds impressive. It is, I admit, but I'm not about to let her off the hook. Granny, when? Next week, she says, chin up, looking directly at me. Next. What? Oh, no. My heart drops. You're trying to cancel it because of me, I say numbly. Because I'm here. Mm-hmm. Exactly where you need to be, young lady, she says firmly. Now, enough yammering about phone calls. What do you want for breakfast?
10. Goat me down. Faulkner. Eggplant. I glance at the two swollen, downright ugly purple beasts in the seat next to me. That's the best I can come up with? Hauling around a vegetable that's become a stand-in for every big dick joke ever spoken in emojis. Talk about fucked up excuses. Still, I couldn't think of a better reason to see Tori. And see her I must. I barely slept a wink last night. When I wasn't tossing and turning, thinking about kissing her, I was dreaming about doing a whole lot more than tongue fencing. A cold shower was a must when I woke up this morning. Temperature cranked to Siberian chill. Fuck. I know. I shouldn't have kissed her last night and scared her off. I'd fought the urge for so long, swore it'd never happen. My best efforts weren't enough. I'd lost the battle and maybe the whole war on that damn Ferris wheel ride. My self-control, definitely obliterated. Tori's lips were so soft, warm and sweet and supple. Everything I always knew I'd find after giving her that peach namesake like a fool so many years ago. It's like teenage me set a colossal trap for grown-up me. Damn if I didn't enjoy myself, though. Consequences aside. Once I'd started in on those strawberry lips. Once I laid my hands on her like a man. Once I'd thrust my tongue in her mouth, leaving zero doubt what I wanted to do with more than lips. I couldn't stop for nothing. You don't get between a kiss that becomes a force of nature. A grizzly bear with a jetpack coming at us on that ride couldn't have pried my lips off Tori Three Names. Thank all that's holy we were on the Ferris wheel then. If it was solid ground instead, I'd still have her chained up hostage in my bed. Reason number 1000 why recklessly kissing my childhood friend can never, ever happen again. Of course, I can't leave her hanging, thinking it was her fault. Or something. I don't really know what chicks think when dudes like me put our mouths where they don't belong. All I do know is, last night, as soon as that Ferris wheel stopped, she'd wanted nothing to do with me. It hurt to see her run, even if she did it quietly and politely the whole way back to her place, before she bolted for the house like I had rattlesnakes in my hair. Distance was clearly her goal, and I can't blame her. I need to apologize. It's Tori Coffee. I can't have her hating me forever over one jackass slip. Dean's pickup is still in the driveway. The same workhorse truck she uses for the goats, so I know she's home. Before I second-guess my pathetic purple excuse to come here again, I pull in, park, and grab the eggplants, carrying them like they're grenades. Granny answers the door with a cheery smile. "Good morning, Romeo." Her grin fades the second she pushes open the screen door and sees what I'm holding. "What the hell? What in God's name do you think you're doing here with devil's fruit?" "Making up for the one you had to throw away last night." I hold up the eggplants. Her glare knifes right through me. "Thank you, Quinn," Tori says, stepping up shyly behind Granny. "That's so nice of you." At least there's a smile on her face, but her eyes look somber. She reaches around Granny and takes the eggplants gingerly like they're baby animals. "Oh, you picked some good ones. We'll have eggplant parmesan for sure tonight." Granny's eyes widen. I can practically see the flames shooting out as she grabs my arm. "Quinn said he'll be joining us for supper tonight. He wisely brought along plenty for 3, she says, as Tori walks to the kitchen. I shake my head. "Like hell you won't," Granny hisses. "If I have to eat that purple shit, so do you, son." "It can't be that bad," I whisper. "Pretty sure I've had it a time or two." "We'll both find out tonight, won't we?" Under her breath, she adds, "Jackass." I have to chuckle at her. "Laugh it up now, barf later." She yanks me inside. "Come have some coffee, though. Tori needs the company after the morning we've had." "Why? What's happened?" "She's just in a funk today," Granny says with a sigh. "I'm sure it's due to those calls from Chicago." Before we reach the kitchen, Tori, with Al on her heels, steps into the hall. "Quinn's going to have coffee with us," Granny says. "Fetch him an extra mug, please." "With you," Tori says, stepping around us. "I have goats to round up." "I'm already wired for the day," I tell Granny, pivoting on one heel to follow Tori. "Is something wrong?" I ask once we're outside. She keeps walking toward Dean's pickup without missing a beat. "Nothing you should worry about. It's time for goat duty." "Big jobs," I wonder, trying to pierce through this evasive mask she's wearing. "Bigger one this afternoon." She stops at the truck and pulls open the door. "The morning should be light. I'm doing City Hall and the police station. Don't think there's much to clean up there. I'm pretty sure they just want the goats around for publicity." She sounds weirdly despondent and looks it too. "Need help?" I ask. "I'm pretty free today if you—" "Al does all the real work. You know, She throws her arms in the air, clearly annoyed. "I just open the trailer, talk to people, and sign papers. Easy work as long as I'm not late for it." I gently lay a hand on her shoulder. "Tori, what's going on?" She shakes her head, biting her bottom lip. "Fuck. Listen, I didn't mean to stir shit up by showing up on your doorstep. Thought you'd get a kick out of the eggplants." I give her a lopsided grin, feeling like the world's biggest dummy right now. She sighs, glancing back at the house. "Goats and eggplants. What a life." She lets out a raw laugh. "Might as well add raining on everybody's parades, too." "What parades?" She snaps her fingers at Al, gesturing him to get in the truck. "Granny. She tried canceling an Alaskan cruise with her friends because I'm here, tying her down." "When's the cruise?" "Next week." She throws her purse in the truck and climbs inside. "But it's all right. She's still going, and I'll be gone by then." My heart hits my gut like a falling stone. "Gone? You mean you're going home?" I try not to growl my words. "Maybe. I've been offered a promotion of sorts. A new job. Dance director for the studio. They won a contest to host some prestigious dance groups from around the world. Pretty much the dream." An oddly sad smile digs at her cheeks. It doesn't sound much like the dream to me. Not with the way she's acting. Yet I have to admit, her leaving town would solve my issues. Like it or lump it. If she goes back to Chicago, I won't have to worry about her getting caught up in my picket mess. And without having to run around town checking up on her, maybe I'll get my head screwed on straight. I'll finally be distraction-free to hunt down that maniac the second he arrives. And if I'm lucky, keep him locked up for good. Yeah, I should be fucking happy as a lark. So why does it feel like I've just been sucker-punched square in the gut? Tori pulls the door shut without another word and starts the truck. I'm well aware we've ignored the 3-ton elephant in the room. The glaring fact that I kissed Tori 3 names like I own her, and she can't make heads or tails of it any better than I can. Ass, I think to myself. I question if I should follow her, but it's clear she doesn't want that. Doesn't want me around. Doesn't want anything except space to think about her problems, one of which is me. How did I fuck this up so bad? A friendship we just reignited. A friendship I've treasured having in my life again. However it happened, I know one thing. Asking questions doesn't help. If I ever want to fix this, I need more. And not from Granny. With my head messed up, I head over to Dean's place. I need an updated list of jobs where she'll be delivering the goats. Plus, Dean might know more about that Chicago job she's been offered. He's in his garage, assembling what looks like bee boxes. Christ. Hey, Dean, what do we have there? Bee boxes, he answers, just like I thought, while pointing his hammer at a book titled Beekeeping for the Total Fool. Honey's the new gold. Did you know that? All natural, healthy, cheap to mass produce. People love it. You can even make pretty candles out of the wax. I glance around. Have you already ordered the bugs yet? Nope. He pats the top of one box. I just bought these boxes from Jake Murray. He was going to sell them at a garage sale, but I talked him down to a steal. You do know Tori's highly allergic to bees, don't you? I ask. He sets down his hammer and blinks. No, I didn't know that. At least that's what her mother always told her. Oh, hell. Probably a lie, then. Dean says with a laugh. Gloria's been making up nonsense ever since the day she brought Tori into the world, wanting to keep her under lock and key. You sure? I press. It doesn't take much to get Dean coffee going. Yep. She smothers the poor gal, just like she does my brother. Why John ever married her, I'll never know. She never was all that cute. Aw, what the hell am I saying? It was the money. Come again? I cock my head. That's the real reason he married Gloria Redson Riddle. Her family was loaded. But she's held on tight to those purse strings, doling out cash only when she wants to, and on what she wants. He looks down at the boxes and shakes his head. Tori won't be here much longer anyway. Gloria will be getting her way again soon enough. What do you mean? She has that stupid ass calling Tori now, offering her a bigger job at the ballet. He snarls, shaking his head. Tori told you about the job offer? I ask. No. My ma called me a little bit ago. Told me all about Gene Pete or whatever the hell he's called, baiting her back to misery. He leans against the workbench and crosses his arms. Nieces get a man in a special way. I love that girl. And I'll tell you what, I'd rather shoot that bastard than look at him. He blew it once, and now he's trying to make up for cheating on her. Cheating? My spine stiffens. I need to make sure I heard him right. Cheating on who, Dane? Tori, man. Pay attention. Yeah, I figured. Hell. Who's this guy you're talking about, though? John Paul DeLong. I think that's how you say it. Even his name sounds like a stuck-up snail. That's what he is, too. I met him once when Ma and I went to Chicago to watch Tori dance. He whistles. Never saw nothing like it. That girl can take the stage like a butterfly takes to the skies. Graceful, beautiful, real good at what she does. And how she can do it all on the very tips of her toes is beyond me. That crap's gotta hurt. He pauses, smiling so wide I can't help but smile back. She says it doesn't. he continues, that you get used to it when you've been at it as long as her. She has grit. Just look what she's done with those goats. Shame I'll have to find those guys a new home this fall. Don't know how I'll even be able to finish the jobs I've got lined up without Tori around. See, my back, this John Paul dude, I say, steering his conversation back where I want it. He's the one who offered Tori a new gig in Chicago. Yeah, he was the dancing director or whatever of the company she danced for, and he huffs out a heavy breath. And he was Tori's boyfriend for a while, mostly 'cause Gloria wanted him to be Tori's man. It was prestigious for her daughter to be dating the director. That's all Gloria ever cared about, titles and status, how much higher she can get her nose stuck up in the breeze. A wave of jealousy strikes me so hard my jaw goes tight. They were serious then? And you said he cheated on her? Afraid so. Prick even messed around with the dancer who caused her accident, the one that tore her knee all up. Now he's calling our girl, offering her some big fancy-sounding job. Also, she'll come lick his boots. Dean slaps the counter behind him. I'll tell you the real reason he's doing it. It's so Gloria won't pull away the money if he doesn't listen. She's been propping up the arts and cultures with big donations for years, including his shady ass, usually with Tori none the wiser. Son of a... Well, that explains Tori's behavior today. Why her dream job isn't much of a dream. I feel the same way as Dean. I'd rather show John Paul DeLong the business end of a shotgun than look at him, and I don't even know the fuck. I'm sure as hell not going to let Tori get stung by him a second time, lured into games bound to bruise the heart. Where's she taking the goats today? I ask. It's not my place to butt into her life, but someone needs to, and it might as well be me. And the one she's picking up today? I'm just wondering if she needs a hand. A couple city places this morning, then Newman's Dairy this afternoon, Dean says. It's a big job. They've got major acreage. It'll probably take the entire tribe a couple weeks to clear everything. If she's gone, I'll have to wrap it up myself. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, but there's no use in telling that to a man who believes honey's the new gold. Chalk it up as another good reason not to order bees, I say. Maybe you're right about that. This already feels like a lot of work. He throws down his hammer. So much for beekeeping. I walk to the door. Wise choice, Dean. Bee farming isn't as easy as it sounds. It's a hell of a lot of work. My grandpa did it for years, and trust me, he didn't get rich. You're a lifesaver, he says, wiping the sweat from his brow. You're also awful nice to offer a helping hand with the goats, but I can't afford to put you on payroll. Don't worry about it. Favor for a friend, I say, and then I turn, quickly heading for my truck. There's nothing worse than having to play superhero, but duty calls. If I have to save Peach from everything fixing to mess up her life, John Paul the Snail, Bat Pickett, and my own dumb ass, then so be it. I just hope I'm not too late to come out of this without her hating me.
11. Go to bed feeling. Tori. I watch as Owl races around, his huge furry bulk whipping past in a blur, herding the last of the goats into the large, overgrown pasture. The Newman place is a good-sized dairy farm specializing in everything from butter to cheese to milk that gets shipped out across the state. The new owners are looking to expand their herd, which means more pasture space. But first, they have to clear up the brush. I like the thought of the goats clearing land naturally for their organic farm products instead of harsh chemicals. That's one of the nice things about this job, knowing it's environmentally friendly. It's also 100 times less stressful than dancing. The endless practice, keeping up with on-point routines, artistic huddles with Jean Paul, sleepless nights, and travel that never seemed to end, is still branded in my head. You couldn't pay me to forget how grueling it can be, and the director job promises a meaner gauntlet. The last goat goes through the open gate, and Owl barks at me before I get too deep in my own head, brushing up against my waist. Good boy, keeping me on task again. Walking up, I push the tall gate closed, latch it, and rest my chin on the top rung, watching the goats sniffing around, getting to know their new space. They're sweet animals. Besides the first day, not even Hellboy has given me an issue. Not a single complaint from customers either. They eat up everything they're supposed to, never make a mess, and depart leaving shiny new land ready for whatever the owners want. Call it silly, but there's a lot to be said for goat wrangling. Only it's still not something I want to do with the rest of my life. It isn't even practical if I did want to make it a career. Not in a town this small. Since talking with Jean-Paul this morning, I've realized just how much I've missed dancing. Not the action itself, and definitely not the back-breaking work, but the rest of it? Yes. There's a beauty, a grace, a challenge I haven't found anywhere else outside the stage. And as much as I don't want to admit it, teaching, helping others learn their moves and watching them improve is what I truly miss. It's insanely fulfilling to watch someone improve, gaining new skills, growing their confidence. You make new friends and launch careers. You win respect for life. And with the director position, it's not as physically demanding. I could do it for the rest of my life whether or not my body fails me. If only people were more like animals, honest, upright, and completely without ulterior motives. There's my solution. A dance program for animals. I smile at my own ludicrous thought, then frown because the goats aren't my main problem anymore. Neither is the job offer from Jean-Paul hanging over my head like an axe. It's the fact that I might have to leave without resolving anything with Quinn. Inwardly, I cringe, thinking back to this morning. Neither of us mentioned what happened last night. If he's embarrassed, if he's wishing it never happened, I just might crawl into a hole and die. I might do that anyway, overstaying my welcome in Dallas. Granny won't go on her cruise if I hang around any longer. It tears me up. She's done so much for me over the years, always the voice of wisdom with the self-restraint of a 12-year-old. I can't let her cancel her plans on my account. It's just, if I return to Chicago, Jean-Paul will think it's because I'm snapping up his offer. The job and him. Blah. The director job is tempting, sure, but I don't know if I can handle the inevitable baggage that comes with it. I want to return to Chicago on my own terms. Great time for me to decide that, right? Actually, it is perfect timing. An idea darts across my brain so fast I tap my fingers gently against Owl's head, giving him a friendly scratch that sends his brush of a tail wagging. Granny doesn't need to be here in order for me to stay. I'm a grown woman. Why can't I just house-sit for her? I'd hinted at it once over breakfast and she'd already said no. She won't go, but never gave me a good reason. Because there isn't one. There's no earthly reason why I can't stay there alone while she stomps around trying to throw wild salmon into grizzly bears' mouths or whatever else Granny would totally do in Alaska. That also makes me think back to the look on her face when she saw the eggplants. Freaking eggplants. Despite trying not to, I grinned until it hurt at the gifts he showed up with. Most guys just bring a girl flowers when he wants to say he's sorry. God, I don't even know if eggplants were Quinn's apology. Either way, both he and Granny will be eating a whole pan of eggplant parm tonight. And I'll be staying here in Dallas while Granny goes on her trip, stalling Jean-Paul out as long as I care to. I'll buy the thinking time I need to make a good decision for once. It's too perfect. A vehicle's rumble has me turning around, breaking my thoughts. I glance up the road at the wispy plume of dust being whipped up by a bright red pickup. Let's go see who that is, I say, patting my thigh for the dog to follow me to the trailer that's parked a few yards away, next to the fence. By the time I have the door shut and the ramp secured, the red truck stops directly in front of mine. That's weird. Just a bad parking job, hopefully? Am I parked somewhere I shouldn't be? My answer comes a second later as a tall-built, lean-looking guy steps out. And when I say tall, I mean really freaking tall. The stranger could slam dunk me through a hoop and still have plenty of room to stretch. He's coming toward us with a lanky swagger, dressed in a long-sleeved flannel shirt, rounding the front of his truck. Looking down, his boots are shiny, new, and laced up tight, which look as out of place as his thick flannel shirt. It's hot out today, a proper sticky North Dakota day. The baseball cap on his head doesn't quite fit him either. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something just doesn't look right, like he's pulled it on awkwardly because he's not used to wearing it. Yeah, Twilight Zone stuff, especially as he draws nearer, and his ridiculous size just stands out more. Before I know it, I'm gazing up at a literal giant. He's easily over 7 feet tall. I think his freaky height spooks Owl, too. The fur on the Mastiff's back stands up. Yikes. I've only ever seen that once. When he'd gotten between me and that Marvin Heckles creep, just like he's doing now with this guy, transforming himself into a big furry shield, I have to wonder why. Sir? Can I help you? I push out, trying to keep this professional. He smiles then, a long dark line under the shadow cast by his baseball cap. More like a smudge of ink than a human smile.
Letting off the goats, are ya?
His voice is deep, as if it reverberates through those long bones before pouring out of him. Oh, he's not from around here, is he? His accent sounds kinda southern. Yes, just like we agreed. I frown. Technically, I haven't met any of the Newmans, the dairy owners, so he could be one of them, or an employee. Do you have questions? I ask softly. He pauses for a second, scoping us out, and then shakes his head.
Nah, just curious. Looks like you've brought a whole mess of goats for the job. Should make quick work of it.
A whole mess? How about a herd? A tribe? That's how a dairy farmer would say it, I imagine. My frown only deepens. My neck already feels sore just staring up at him, trying to make eye contact. Why doesn't he seem to know a single detail about the clearing job?
How many we got?
He asks. 18. We brought our whole crew and my uncle borrowed a few more from locals. They're all well-behaved and hungry. Just don't get between them and dinner, I say, hopelessly trying to inject some humor. Uncle Dean had extras he'd enlisted when I stopped by this morning. Polyphemus stares down at me with total disinterest. I don't care if he has more than one eye. Unlike the giant in the Odyssey, the name still fits. Trust me. I certainly feel like I'm being assessed by a cyclops.
How long?
He asks coldly. Huh?
How long does it take them for a job like this? Do they just eat up everything in a couple hours, or what?
Holy crap. Now his ignorance scares me. Each goat would need 5 stomachs to clear a job this size in a matter of hours. This guy doesn't know a flipping thing about the job, the tribe, or me. And somehow I doubt he even works here. Worse, I'm not the only one getting freaked out. Owl is, too. His lips peel back a little more every time the man speaks. I lay a hand on the dog's back. It's okay, bud. Let's not escalate this. Since he's been so amazing at reading minds, I hope it continues now. That's all spelled out in the contract, including our rough estimated time, I say politely, putting on my best disarming smile. If you'd like, I think I have a spare copy rattling around in the glove box. I'll just go grab it for you and—
No copy.
He nods sternly and glances around, twisting his lips to the side.
So it's just you and the dog out here, then? Got any other help? Friends, family, boyfriend?
It's a family business. My boyfriend isn't involved. He's in another line of work. I lie, suddenly feeling the need to hide behind a fake boyfriend. What if I'm what he's after? He nods again like he's working on a long delay, slowly processing my words. Jesus. Okay. I'm officially done letting this weirdo drag this out. With the fakest smile ever, I motion briskly at his truck. Unfortunately, I need to ask you to move. I have other deliveries to make today. Another lie, but I really don't like this guy. He's reminding me more of that Marvin scumbag by the minute. Except, I think I'd rather have Heckles with his ugly wife-beater look than Polyphemus here, staring down at me like prey with his cold, dead eyes. I get a good look at the truck, at least. A Chevy, rather than a Dodge. I can't quite see the license plate, but I know one thing. I'm calling Quinn the instant I'm out of here, without hesitation. This situation definitely falls under things more important than awkward makeout drama. Sir, if you could just being friendly, he says in a tone that's anything but. No reason to get all snotty, ma'am. I'll move. Not being snotty, it's just a busy day. You know? I give Owl a pat on the head as I take a step back, and then another, steadily moving toward the truck. The dog steps back, too, his eyes locked fiercely on the giant the entire time. Come on, Tori. He's not a bear. You can turn your back. I hope, knowing Owl will protect me. I decide to end this ridiculous staring contest in turn, quickly walking to the truck and flinging open the driver's door. His eyes are on me the whole time, staring as if he's reconsidering my request to move the truck that's boxing me in. Then Owl hits his limit, snarling and baring his huge canine teeth. Oh, crap. Let's go. Don't worry about him. I whisper to the Mastiff, trying to push his huge furry bulk into the truck and having no success. The Mastiff intends to stand his ground, and I can't blame him. Without a word, the guy walks to his truck. Good enough. Barely. Owl turns and jumps up in the driver's seat, finally, stumbling over to the passenger side, keeping one eye glued to the stranger the entire time. I keep my eyes on him, too, while scuttling in and starting the truck. Polyphemus cuts a sharp turn out of the Newman farm as I pull onto the road behind him, going the opposite direction. But I notice when he turns around instantly, coming up behind me. That cherry bomb of a truck filling my mirrors. Crud, I whisper. For a split second, I question if I should call Quinn, but only for the amount of time it takes to grab my phone, punch his contact, and press it to my hot little ear. The call goes straight to voicemail. I glance in the side mirror, and the bright red Chevy is still trailing me. No mistaking it, even if he's keeping his distance. Hey, Quinn, I stammer. It's Tori. You know that. Just give me a call, ASAP. Thanks. The next 10 seconds feel like an eternity as I push the gas, watching the maniac behind us speeding up, hovering several car lengths back, but matching our pace. Then my phone rings. I fumble to hit the answer icon. Quinn!
Sorry, I was on the other line. What's up?
It's probably nothing, but...
But what?
His voice is alert, as if he just instinctively senses my nerves. There's some dude in a red Chevy following me.
Where are you?
The concern in his tone makes me feel like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. But every time I glance back, the truck is still there, eerily steady, its driver's eyes hidden under the brim of his hat. Just left the Newman's Dairy, where I dropped the goats off for a big job. It's off highway.
I know where it's at, woman. You're only a few miles from the Purple Bobcat. Head there. Go inside and tell Grady I'm on my way.
The Purple... Quinn, I can't. I have Owl with me. He'll get overheated if I leave him in the truck.
Bar, Tori. Grady's not stupid. He'll let you bring Owl inside.
But
Grady won't care. Get your sweet ass over there now and quit arguing.
He snaps. This growly command in his voice that'd be fun and sexy if I weren't being tailed by a bad horror movie monster.
You're gonna take a left on the next crossroad. It runs off almost parallel to the highway. But it's a service road that runs right by the bar and comes out on the highway again. You copy?
Copy. I glance in the mirror. The red torpedo on wheels chugs along. I think I know the road.
Good. It comes out just half a mile from Grady's place. He draws in a harsh breath. Don't hang up. Tell me if he gets any closer. Have you called the cops?
No, I thought I'd better try you first. He's still behind me. Not close enough that I can see his plate. He's about 3 or maybe 4 car lengths back.
Did you see this guy? What's he look like?
Yeah. He pulled up while I was leaving and got out for a few minutes asking about the goats.
What does he look like, Peach? Describe him.
Like Goliath took a brickbat to the face? But I can't just say that. He'll probably wonder if I'm losing my mind if I try to describe what a stack of freak this guy is without Quinn seeing it for himself. Some kind of beeping comes through my phone. Quinn? What's that noise? Is that you?
I put you on speaker so I can text Grady, telling him to meet you in the parking lot now. I'll be there in a few. Now tell me what he looks like, darling. Hair color, height, tattoos. How old is he?
If he's texting Grady, I won't need to say he's on his way. A thought that makes me worry. Don't text and drive, I hiss, knowing my warning won't stop him from doing it. I glance at the mirror again. Well, I'm not real good at guessing ages. 30s? Maybe. Around your age. Short hair or maybe bald. I couldn't see any hair. He's wearing a baseball cap and a long-sleeved flannel shirt in this heat. Pretty odd.
Got it. Anything else?
His boots were laced up and higher than usual. Not really work boots, but more like motorcycle riding boots or something. Black. They looked new. He's slender, muscular, and, oh yeah, tall. So tall, it's scary.
Tall,
he echoes numbly.
You're sure? What else?
Oh, yeah, and he's not exactly skinny, but not a bodybuilder either. Not buff like you, but of course I can't say that. He had narrow eyes, couldn't get a read on their color, and scruffy whiskers like he hasn't shaved in a couple days.
Any tattoos? Very important,
he growls. I didn't see any, but I wasn't looking, and he was pretty buttoned up under that flannel outfit. I click on my blinker to turn sharply, passing the sign for the upcoming road.
Is that your blinker? Are you turning onto the county road?
It's coming up.
Is he turning too?
Quinn asks, each question one more machine gun bullet after another. His blinker isn't on, I answer, glancing in the mirror.
Is he by himself, Peach?
I think so. Never saw another vehicle anyway, and I can't see anyone else in the pickup. I slow, just enough to make the corner. The Chevy slows to a crawl, too. My stomach sinks as I tell Quinn, looks like he's taking the corner, too. Coming up right behind me. Shit.
It's all right, darling. The road's only a mile long, then just half a mile more to Grady's place. You can do it. Push that truck as hard as it can go. Speeding laws be damned. No harm in getting